now it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite. Definitely isn't going to be $500 richer today. And a friend did.
What do you? It's amazing that you're bringing it up right away. Look, I guess the bet's over.
That's what everyone's here to see. Okay, everyone wants to see that you won the bet. Yes.
I can finally take the note off my desk.
You won the bet. The bet is officially over. There you go.
Congratulations. I wish we had the clip from the stream. I was thinking, when was it? Was it a year ago? Was it 2 years ago? I mean, it's a long time.
I think it was more than a year ago. I think it was like 2 years ago, maybe even 2.5, 3.
Might have been shortly after the election. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
$500 Trump runs for president right there.
There you go. See, you should have gone with 1,000. You fool.
I tried to go with 100, but J-Mac bullied us into 500.
He did. That's true. That's true.
J-Mac was involved in when the bet came to fruition. So, yeah, there it is. All said and done. What do you call it? This is like the Trump bet arc. The Trump bet arc is officially done. Yeah. Look at that. Fun
there
stuff, right?
There it is. Oh my God. Anyways, what are we talking about today?
Well, I figured we'd do some videos on the reaction from Iowa. Obviously, this is a kickoff to the election season. We're both political junkies. We're both fascinated by this stuff. I have a video here of David Pakman's response, which is hilarious. We're not going to get into his analysis or anything. I just want to listen to the intro, just so you can savor it. Okay.
Right.
David Pakman, we know, is always fair with Trump, right?
Of course.
Always fair analysis. So let's just take a look at this.
Welcome, everybody. The first vote of the 2024 Republican primary is now in the books. It is officially primary election season. And a Florida man with 91 felony counts against him, who was also recently determined to be a civilly liable rapist, won the Iowa caucus. I'm referring, of course, to the former.
What's up with that? And you wonder why our nation is having trouble socially cohering, right?
Wow. Okay. Civilly liable rapist. That's an interesting,
right?
That's an interesting turn of phrase. Okay. Interesting.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Look,
I don't know.
We're 23 seconds into the video.
Yeah. Like I know that Trump was found liable in the civil case for sexual abuse against that lady.
Right.
But I don't know if that's fair to say someone not criminally found guilty of a crime is to throw that severe accusation at them seems a little much to me. Just a little much.
Seems unfair, right?
Yeah, it seems a bit unfair. Just a tad.
Civilly liable rapist.
Right. It's like, what does that mean? Did he rape like money? Like did Donald Trump have sexual relations with like $100 bill or something?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Excellent.
Former President Donald Trump. We are going to look at the results. We will talk about whether is there any even hypothetical path to anyone other than Trump winning this nomination for the Republican Party. What is the deal with Nikki Haley? What's going on with Ron DeSantis? Vivek Ramaswamy immediately dropping out. So let's take it in the only way that I believe makes sense, step by step, starting with the results from last night. Donald Trump was polling in the mid.
Okay, we're gonna tap out after this. His election coverage is kind of blasé beyond calling Trump a rapist. So.
Oh, okay. That's all you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, but you got a big belly laugh out of it.
It was fun. I mean,
it was worth
good.
Every second of it.
This was like, they called Trump the winner really fast. It was like, what was it, like 30 minutes after the polls opened or something?
Yes, and there was a big controversy over that because a lot of people hadn't even voted, and you and I are both psychology buffs, so if people think Trump is going to win handily, they're like, look, I like voting for winners. I'm going to vote for the winner, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do you think
look.
do you think that had a significant impact on any of it?
I'm not sure it did, to be honest
Yeah.
with you, but I mean, I'm sure it swayed some votes, and it's great. It looks bad. It makes the media look like pieces of shit, right? I don't understand why we just don't have. Why can't we just have a media blackout during the election? Like the media shouldn't be allowed to interfere with the election in this way. I think they actually have that in other nations where it's like, look, we're having an election today. No talking smack.
I think the problem would be, number one, it'd be a violation of the First Amendment, because it's their First Amendment right to make, quote, a prediction, right, about who's going to win. But I agree with you, like, in theory, even though I know, like, what they're doing is they're looking at polling data, and then they're kind of like taking a sample from the votes cast to see how it lines up with the polling data. And if it seems to be, on the money, then they'll make their prediction, which in this case obviously turned out to be correct. And obviously he won by so much that it's like easy to make that call. But I agree with you in concept, in spirit, that yeah, it does seem kind of crappy if you're like standing in line to vote or whatever, and you look at your phone and it's like, oh, Donald Trump already won, even though you haven't voted
Welcome,
yet.
Yeah, it's BS.
Mm-hmm. They shouldn't do that.
You're there. You've braved the ice cold weather to come in. You're getting ready to vote, and they're like, Donald Trump is the winner.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
I experience this every single election. It pisses me off because they basically have called the winner before California ever votes in the primary. It's like, what the heck? Why can't we just have all the primaries on one day?
Yeah,
Bullshit.
well, no, so the candidates don't want all the primaries to be on one day.
So I think
because they want to have this strategy, this ability to like win in early states and then like snowball that into some kind of movement.
Yeah, and the media wants to drag it out too because they can get all these advertising dollars and stuff like that. Yeah,
right. Yeah, so
they want to keep the horse race alive.
Listen, no one cares about California primary. Okay, we all know you're voting blue no matter who. All right, doesn't matter.
No, not. I think California is a 49-51 split.
That's not true.
We're just don't think about it too much, okay?
That's not true. What was it? What was the 2020 election results in California? I don't think it was 20.
Okay, maybe it's 60-40.
Let's see. It was 63 to 29. Okay. All right.
So 63 to 29. Where'd the other 10% go?
That's a good question. Where did it go? Probably went to Kanye West or something.
All right, so we've got a clip here, another clip from Rachel Maddow, who, man, there's some insane stuff going over on MSNBC as usual, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, to answer your question, Adam, in 2020 in California, 1% went to Joe Jorgensen of the Libertarian Party.
See, we've got a huge libertarian presence here.
And 0.5% went to the Green Party. So there you go. Anyway,
amazing.
Let's watch Rachel Maddow. Is that
acceptable?
Yeah.
Have you seen this clip?
I have seen this clip. Yes.
How did it make you feel?
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah. It's just there's these two wild narratives going on in America that are completely incompatible.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is true? Does it matter?
Let's find out.
Again, the big picture takeaway from that, and I don't mean to be, again, too dark, as you said, on this, but it is not, if we are worried about the rise of authoritarianism in this country, we are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country, if we're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government,
the first thing we have to do is end democracy by taking him off the ballot.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because that's actually what, she obviously, Rachel is very far on the left. She's not socialist in my understanding, but she's like very progressive. But it's funny because like that's literally what not just the progressives are making that argument, but the right wing is making that argument in terms of like communism. Like in order to stop communism, we need to get rid of like free speech. Right?
Yeah. Both of them are these are two completely incompatible belief systems. But both of them are authoritarian. That's what's so ironic about this clip.
Yes. Yes.
The leader who is trying to do that is part of that equation. But people wanting that is a much bigger part of that equation. And the American electorate is made up of two major parties. One of those parties has been flirting with extremism on the ultra-right for a very long time. They've brought them in a way that they haven't been central to Republican electoral politics ever before, and I know because I've been studying this. But once you have radicalized one major party so that those are the preferences of the people who adhere to your party, the leader is interchangeable. And yes, Trumpism is sometimes what we call it. MAGA movement is probably a better way to do it. But there is an authoritarian movement inside Republican politics that isn't being bamboozled by Trump. They are pushing Trump to get more and more extreme, because the more extreme things he says, the more they adhere to him. And that is coming from a very large proportion of the American right that adheres to the Republican Party. And that's why this is a Republican Party problem more than it is the problem of one man and his leader.
Doesn't that tie together
without a bit of understanding the massive irony here, because everything that she said applies to the left as well.
Right.
The left is pushing people to take Donald Trump off the ballot, to basically banish their political adversaries from the public square. All of that is authoritarianism.
Well, yes. And well, it's interesting because, she's like, well, I know this because I've studied it. And it's like, okay, listen, like, does anyone give a lot of credence to Rachel's ability to objectively measure authoritarianism when she can't even see the authoritarianism tendencies on her side of the aisle that's been kind of running rampant and been really feeding into creating, to a large extent, right-wing authoritarianism as a response?
Yeah, it's so ironic that she's sitting here talking about the extreme authoritarians that are willing to vote for these candidates when everyone on the left is running around in the street doing these pro-Palestine marches and anti-Israel shit. It's like, maybe look at your side a little bit. I think both sides are getting into this extreme category, walking us to the cliff.
But that's kind of the problem, is I feel like very few people, like no one's really willing, because there obviously are extreme elements of the right. And it's like no one on the left is willing to call it the extremists on the left. No one on the right is willing to call it the extremists on the right for the most part. And I don't know, it seems like it's ramping up on the right, unfortunately. I think wokeness is on the decline on the left. People are starting to grow tired of it. If Donald Trump wins the election, that could reverse. I have no clue how that will look, because they'll try to use wokeness again as a weapon to hammer Donald Trump, possibly. But like, I don't personally think so. She made this argument where she's like, well, the danger here is that if you radicalize the population, you can then switch out the candidate. And while I understand that argument, I'm not sure I don't necessarily think that that's true in this instance. Like, if Donald Trump wins or loses in like 4 years, if he wins in 4 years or if he just loses and that's it, it's hard for me to imagine that there's going to be the continuation of like the quote MAGA movement. Like, people are going to try, Vivek is going to try, DeSantis is going to try, people are going to try, but they can't really, I don't think any of these people are going to reach that like Trump charisma level of basically just getting everyone to do what you want to, to fall in line, essentially.
Yeah, it's difficult to say that's, Trump is the big component here, the charismatic leader, and what other charismatic leader is on the horizon. I mean, it's Vivek, obviously, right?
He's not very charismatic.
He is if you see it. Unfortunately, not many people see it, but yeah, I don't necessarily think. I think if Trump wins the election, it could be the best outcome here, because if you think about it, if he wins the election, he's going to get a second term. He's going to tell everybody that he won 3 times, that he's the 3-term president, right? Best president in human history. And he's going to finally leave. He's going to have his victory and he's going to finally go home, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he loses, we're never going to hear the end of it. It's going to go on and on and on and on until, yes, we have some sort of authoritarian regime, right? Like this guy is convinced. And look, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It seems to me like, when your kid is having a temper tantrum in the grocery store, and if one person's looking at you, 5 people are looking at you, now the whole grocery store's looking at you. You're like, God damn it, have the fucking lollipop, okay? Just to shut the motherfucker up, right? We're kind of in that situation here.
So you're saying Donald Trump is
the toddler that won't shut up. Yes, exactly.
He keeps crying at the grocery
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe Donald Trump winning a second term is actually the best outcome here. What is your take on that political analysis?
Well, I mean, I agree with the toddler analogy. So it's interesting because, so when Donald Trump first lost in 2020, obviously because of January 6th, there was a lot of focus on that. But after a few months, Donald Trump kind of just disappeared from the news for a year, 2 years, right? And then he kind of came back when all the charges against him, got riled up. So while I agree with you that if he loses, he's definitely going to be it's going to be 6 months of the election was stolen, and it's going to be the forever narrative going forward will be the election was stolen by people on the right. If he loses, doesn't matter what happened, right? Whatsoever, doesn't matter if there's everyone knows it. That's what's weird. Everyone knows, even people on the right know. If you ask them right now, if Donald Trump loses and you have a magic crystal ball and for a fact he lost fairly, do you think he's going to say the election was rigged against him? And everyone's going to say yes, right?
Of course.
No, yeah, everyone knows that. And so, this is going to be a big, swath of the population. I'll never believe it. But I don't know if that will then, I mean, you could be right that will keep the energy roiling of this deep state, we need to destroy everything, blah, 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 blah. I'm not sure. I think that energy will continue. I'm not sure if anyone will be able to grab it and manifest it into something dangerous, or if it will just kind of exist or fade away, or maybe become forever part of, not forever, but for the next couple of decades, become part of the Republican Party. I don't know. I'm not really confident one way or the other. And in terms of whether it's better or not, to me, it would really be dependent on what Donald Trump does as president. If Donald Trump wins and it's just basically his first term again, then it's okay, it's not really that big a deal, right? You're going to say obnoxious stuff. People are going to get very upset about that. But in terms of actual policy, he's going to cut taxes for rich people, build some more wall, and basically do nothing else, right? Not really get a lot of policies passed, not really do a lot of legislation that I think will do anything. And then he'll complain about the media, and complain about institutions, which will definitely weaken people's, faith in them, which is bad, but it won't be anything serious. But if he wins the presidency and he actually follows through the whole, I am the knight, I am the vengeance of the people. And he goes total burn it all down, gets rid of, massive swaths of, the State Department, all the various government agencies, tries, has an attorney
general.
What
is the incentive to do that, though?
I don't know, just being a fucking dick, or just being angry, right? Being motivated by revenge.
No, I think, look, I think
well, let me just finish. If he puts in some sycophant who's an attorney general that go after, Biden and Obama and Hillary and throw a bunch of trumped up charges at them, I'm confident that the court system will, manage to show us where the truth may be, whether the people are innocent or not. But it will be an obnoxious, waste of time of everyone's 4 years, and I think it will definitely tarnish the office. Continuing to tarnish the office.
Every president that gets a second term immediately pivots to legacy. How am I going to be remembered? What is my presidency going to look like sitting up there next to Lincoln and George Washington, right? And Trump destroying America as we know it, I don't think that gets him up there next to Lincoln. I don't think, I think this is all just hype to get him elected. This is all just fear mongering to get people to vote for him.
To be clear, you're saying what he is saying is just hype that he's putting out there. He's not going to follow through with what he's saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I think all his deep state talk and all of that is just fear mongering to get people to vote for him. In the same way that the Democrats are doing fear mongering to get people to vote for Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, I agree with you in terms of the legacy thing, but it's like Donald Trump isn't going to go into it like, I'm going to destroy America. Obviously, he's not thinking it's like a bad thing what he's going to do, right? He's thinking, I mean, he could think, is my legacy to fix America, is to drain the swamp, is to get rid of the deep state, is to burn down all these, various government institutions and social institutions, blah, 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 and get all these people arrested. And I mean, I wish I was a little bit more confident, but I'm not, because he was trying to do this in the first term. And the only reason it didn't come to fruition in the first term was because he had people around him who were serious people who said no. And what I'm worried about is that all the serious people don't want anything to do with Trump anymore. And so, like, who's going to exactly be in his cabinet? Who's going to be around him in these key positions in a second term? And I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm not sure that he had serious people around him in the first term. To be honest,
he had a lot of people that, I mean, he was surrounded by people who would tell him no to whenever he suggests these things.
Yeah, I read The Fifth Risk by Michael Lewis, and he goes through the Trump transition pretty thoroughly. And Trump was ill prepared to take over government. There are all these institutions in place that kind of give the new administration understanding. They've basically like tutorials on how to run these various administrations. Various people are nominated. They come meet with them. They get the how-to manual for the institution, and they take over. Trump didn't send any people to take over those institutions. The institutions were like waiting there for somebody to show up from the Trump administration. And then when someone finally showed up, it was like some friend of Trump's with zero staff, not knowing anything, what was going on or what they were planning to do. They were completely ill prepared. Yeah. So some of these institutions, they went without any sort of leadership for months and months and months and months. There was no Senate confirmation hearings to take place or any of that stuff.
Right.
It's kind of terrifying, to be honest with you. So, and then some of the institutions, they sent these kind of corporate raiders in that were taking advantage of the various data and whatnot that the institution produced so that they could develop products that, took advantage of that data. Specifically, the Weather Service was one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah. So they turned a lot of the Weather Service data that was free into a money-making operation.
Wow. Yeah, I am curious to read that Michael Lewis book, because I do like Michael Lewis generally.
Yeah.
He's the one that
there'll be many sleepless nights after reading that.
Yeah. I mean, he's the one that wrote Moneyball, and
he did, yeah.
A bunch of other books I've read about, how financial markets were working, in the past.
Liar's Poker, Moneyball,
that's the name of it.
The Big Short.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of funny, because the irony is like, oh, Donald Trump is going to drain the swamp, right? And it's like, well, who does he put in all these positions of power? Either people that are going to use it for their own selfish purposes, or like, incompetent people who are just friends, right? Who don't know how to do anything. And that was something that you're right. And I forgot about that. I think a lot of people forgot about that, is that when he first became president, he himself seemed like he believed he wasn't going to win, because everyone was saying he was going to lose. And he did seem to be completely unprepared for the position. And there were all these key positions in the government that were basically just unmanned, unstaffed for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. And
Chris Christie was actually, if you remember, in charge of his transition team.
That's right. Yeah.
So Chris Christie, obviously a creature of government, he wanted to staff up, because this is before the election. So Chris Christie was basically saying, if we don't send people to these to talk to the people, the transition teams that they've put in place, it's going to be obvious that we are not planning on winning the election. We're going to look like chumps. So we have to put together a team and go meet with these people. So if we win the election, we're prepared for the transition. And Trump basically told him, look, I don't want to spend any money on this shit. So Chris Christie didn't have any money to put together any kind of competent transition team. So it kind of just fell by the wayside, which is fascinating. I don't think Trump even thought he was going to win. If you remember, at that time, the polls were showing Hillary Clinton was going to just destroy him.
Yeah, no, I think it caught him totally. I mean, obviously, we've all seen the video of him and his family looking very confused when he won, right?
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I agree. It seemed like, they were very caught with their pants down. Does it, because I'm curious now, like, do we know where the falling out between Trump and Christie occurred exactly?
I believe it's through the transition team. He ended up getting fired. And I think it was Steve Bannon that came in and fired Chris Christie. I guess he got fired in the middle of a meeting. Just kind of fucked up, right?
Right.
Imagine Steve Bannon comes in and says, oh, by the way, you're fired. That's another thing that he says. Trump, for all of his apprentice, you're fired business, really doesn't like to fire people. He likes to send other people to fire people.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out first of all, I guess find if he wins, and then we'll find out, is it just going to be more of term one, or is it going to be something else entirely? Something worse.
This is the thing that's scary to me about the Republicans, is that the Republicans, just as a matter of ideology, don't believe the government does anything. And if you read this book, he basically goes into all the things that the government does do that nobody ever really thinks about, because we have all these institutions in place with all of these people who are just, they are what people would call the deep state, but I mean, they are the administrative state. And a lot of them are there because they're do-gooders. They want to do good in the world. I'm sure there are plenty of people there that just want a government job to slack. But there are a bunch of people, and he interviews them in the book, that are genuinely trying to do good in the world. Which, yeah, if you have that mindset, and this is definitely the Vivek mindset, that you want to shrink the government to nothing because you see money coming out of your paycheck and you're like, fuck that. That's what drives it. That's got to be 99% of what drives it, right?
Yeah, I think, a big part of it is that. A big part of it is people who are in business, and I understand this, they have to deal with lots of red tape and regulations, and it gets very obnoxious and annoying. And
I'm sure there's
frustrating.
Plenty of bullshit. Right.
There is a lot. But that's the problem, is that there's lots of bullshit. The problem is, like, we as humans, and I understand why, we base our worldview off of our limited experiences. And so it's like, and also, it's kind of like going to the Jordan Peterson thing, like everything is a tool or an obstacle. And the problem is, if you have a tool long enough, you cease to see it even as a tool. You start to see it as just like natural. And so there are lots of parts of our society that just like function, that become invisible. This came up on Sunday. We have Hassan Piker, who is a millionaire, who is complaining about how much America sucks and how America didn't do anything for him personally. And it's like, well, you're such a privileged socialist a-hole that you're sitting in a mansion, that you could only succeed. You can only go on Twitch. You can only succeed. You can only have internet. You can only have your house, because there's all these little invisible things that are part of the American system that allow you to succeed. There's obviously safety. There's the ability to have electricity, the ability to have a house and protect it. There's the ability to have all these utilities and protect it, the ability to have, intellectual property that he can protect and make, that Twitch can protect and make money off of. There's like a million little things in his life that he just completely is ignorant, or doesn't, like, he's just so accustomed to them that they've become invisible to him, that he makes money off of. And I think it's the same thing that you're talking about with all these various government institutions, is that there's all these little things that are going on that people just grow accustomed to. And so they're fine with the idea of just burning it all down, or letting it just go, unstaffed.
He goes deep, deep, deep into the weather service, And it's super fascinating because you don't realize how much business depends on the weather service. Like it's just, there are some businesses that the weather changes and it just puts them out of business. Like they don't get any business during certain times of the year because of weather. Certain, obviously farmers and whatnot depend upon weather reports for doing crops and whatnot. It's super fascinating. But you're exactly right. It becomes invisible to people, and when you don't know it exists, you just think, oh, this is just the natural state of affairs, right? We all are able to get 22-day weather forecasts. We're all able to tell exactly where the hurricane is going to hit, right? We're all able to tell where the tornadoes are going to spawn up, right? We're all going to get some sort of warning to let us know that the roof of our house is going to get ripped off. Yeah. But it doesn't, that stuff doesn't happen just naturally.
How you doing, Steven?
Hi.
Oh, look, Steve came in. What up?
Hey, sorry I'm late.
You're actually early.
I'm early?
I have you scheduled for 3, but.
Oh, it's 3:40 in normal, so.
What do you mean normal?
Central.
In Central Time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You coastal elitists don't appreciate that.
I'll send you, we've got one more clip to watch. I'll send you a watch together link and you can watch this. You can give us your feedback on this amazing clip. Were you listening to what we were talking about?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What's your take on this?
So
the government should be completely privatized.
I wouldn't go that far. Ironically, I think that's this whole thing about like portions of the government being invisible and it does things that we just take for granted. That's not just true of the government. I think that's true of a lot of things. Like
business too. Yeah. Private business.
So, I mean, could the, I guess it would vary from function to function. Could the private sector do it better? I don't know. It's hard to say. Could you give me like a specific example?
Well, they were talking specifically about the weather service. The thing is so the guy who Trump nominated to go in and take over the weather service basically was a guy who had a product where he was selling weather reports. Okay. So the weather service was literally competing with his business. So his ultimate goal was to take the data from the weather service and kind of privatize it for his own app. Yeah, like a weather app. Yeah, exactly. And he talks about how a lot of people think, oh, we have all these private companies that provide weather reports. So what do we need the weather service for? Well, they get all the data from the weather service. The weather service literally gives out all this free data, and they have this entire infrastructure of people who are just do-gooders who like walk out in front of their house and take the temperature and the barometric pressure and all that and upload it to some database. So that's how they have all of this data from different temperature readings all over the globe. Which, I mean, who is going to put together what private business is going to put together that infrastructure? Like, who actually even knows that infrastructure exists, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if it's being funded by taxpayer dollars, then it shouldn't be used for private gain. If they're going to do their own weather monitoring thing, then they should have to pay for the infrastructure.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you. So it looks like you guys were talking about the Iowa caucuses.
Yeah. What do you want?
Have you ever been to a caucus?
No. I've seen
Either of you? I actually have been. In 2008, when it was Obama versus Hillary, I was at the Minnesota caucus, or one of the Minnesota caucuses. Obviously, there's not just one central one. It's in every different district and precinct.
This was your caucus?
It was the Democratic caucus.
Okay.
For the Democratic nominee.
So you snuck in?
No, I was it was actually a requirement. We had to go for one of my classes.
Oh, okay,
and I just picked the Democratic one. And it is an interesting experience. It's definitely, you can see why it goes to benefit movement candidates, which I think is one of the reasons why they've gotten away from caucuses. Also, it's like, it's hours of your night. Like, you know how you voted in a primary before, presumably?
Of course.
I've never voted in my entire life.
Really?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Look.
Yes.
obviously there are these horror stories about, people waiting in line for 3 hours. That does happen, but most people, it's pretty in and out. Every time I've voted, it's been quick. That's not the case with caucuses. It's like it's several hours of your evening devoted to discussing politics.
Explain the caucus situation. Let's stop beating around the bush here. What is it? What's a caucus?
A caucus is a primary is where you just go and vote like any election. A caucus is where you meet other people in a room based on party affiliation, and you discuss various proposals, and you take several votes on who the candidate should be, and people make their case for who they think the candidate should be. And the way it worked at the Minnesota caucus when I was there is you didn't leave the room until somebody had a majority. And so then it was Obama, Hillary, and John Edwards. And so nobody had a majority on the first ballot, so John Edwards, the third guy, got dropped off. And so we took another vote, and Obama ended up winning our little precinct.
So it's like ranked choice voting, basically.
It's sort of. You do another round of voting. So people come in, and people make their case for the candidate they want, and then after we tallied the vote for the first time, people made their cases again. John Edwards was dropped off, and then it was basically up to the John Edwards people who they wanted to support, Hillary or Obama. And because most people didn't change their votes, other than those people who could no longer vote for their candidate.
You go in and you say, look, he's going to be a dictator, but it's a dictator in a good way.
Yeah. And nobody said that, surprisingly. And then we voted on other resolutions that we were going to send to Congress and stuff like that. It was, so that was 2008. So that was 16 years ago, I think, if my math is correct. Yeah.
I think I looked it up, and I don't know if it was accurate, but I was reading that it said the Iowa caucus it seemed like they were saying it basically just run like a primary. Like people would just kind of go in and vote.
Really?
Yeah, that they didn't have that kind of, at least the Republican one. I think the Democrat one was what you were saying, but the Republican one was basically just walk in and vote.
Well, so the Democrats are no longer having an Iowa caucus. They're doing it on Super Tuesday. They're doing a primary. So, and like I said, Minnesota switched from a caucus to a primary. I attended the last Minnesota caucus.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. And I believe, but I'm assuming other states do it differently, but that was my experience at it.
I wonder, why would anyone want to do the caucus instead of the primary anyway?
I don't know. I think that's probably why people are moving away from it, because there's a lot of states that used to do caucuses that have moved to primaries. There were some states that used to do both, but only one of the results was binding for the party nomination. Okay. I think Washington State in 2016 had both, and as did Nebraska, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, more and more states are just moving to a primary because it's easier.
Yeah, it just seems like it's just go in and vote. Why do you have to do this dumb? Everyone has to convince everyone else of who they want.
Because it's more fun. You get to argue with your neighbors. Why the hell are you voting for that guy? He's a piece of shit.
It seems like a holdover from a bygone era. A bunch of townspeople in a shack somewhere yelling at each other.
A great era of American history.
Okay.
It smacks of anachronism. It really does.
Anachronism.
Yeah,
there's a big word.
But yeah, it was. I'm glad I went. It was definitely an interesting experience. I got to see some guy wearing a shirt that said "Brock out with your caucus out," and that was pretty funny.
Oh my god.
But if I'm not mistaken, Barack Obama won the entire Minnesota caucus. And then if I remember correctly, basically it's just whoever wins the most precincts wins the delegates, and delegates then were not they were proportional, so you didn't get the entire lot if you won the state. But like I said, every state does it differently. So,
well, before you came in, me and Adam were talking about if Donald Trump wins, what's it going to look like, and do you think it's going to be just the same essentially as his first term, where he says a lot of things that piss people off, but he doesn't do much, or is it going to be punish Donald, the revenge, and he's going to start doing all sorts of crazy stuff?
So that's really hard to say, because I don't know if you remember in 2016 at that debate, he said he was going to, Hillary Clinton would be in jail.
Right.
And then literally a week after he won, all of a sudden he was very conciliatory. He was like, yeah, I don't want to do anything to Hillary. Hillary's fine. We're done with Hillary. So he just dropped it because he was so caught up in everybody congratulating him and like he was in his moment in the spotlight. Now, obviously, things have changed since then. But I read this. I know I recommended it to you, Adam. This book called Gradualism or Gradual. It's like
it's a great book.
Yeah, and there's the second chapter is about the practitioner's veto, and it's about how the staffers of government agencies, and this happens in corporate America too, but specifically we're talking about the government. Staffers from Trump's inner circle down to the rank and file consistently defied orders from him, and there was not a whole lot he could do about it. And so, like Rex Tillerson, as first Secretary of State, talked about this. Like Donald Trump would want to do something a certain way, and then he'd be like, "No, Donald, that's breaking the law. No, Donald, that's in violation of our treaty." And so like, and the thing about, I don't know, have you ever worked for a crazy person with a short attention span?
Yes. Yeah. It's very entertaining.
So the way to deal with a crazy boss with a short attention span is to slow roll things. Be like, they tell you to do something really stupid, and you'd be like, "Yeah, I'll get on that, but first I got to do da, 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 da." You tell them all the things you have to do. And so by the time they realize it hasn't gotten done, they've forgotten about it. Like, so like they're stupid.
We're gassing up the plane with the nuke for the hurricane. Don't worry, Donald. It's on its way now.
But like there were all sorts of instances of, like I said, Donald Trump's staff defying him. Like Jeff Sessions refused to recuse himself from the investigation. I believe, I don't remember which investigation that was, and then like immigration enforcement, ICE, they refused to bus, what do we call them, migrants to sanctuary cities like Trump wanted them to do. And he eventually just dropped all this shit. I mean, some of it, like, he would bring it up and he'd get the idea in his head, and then they'd be like, the people around him would talk him down, and then he'd forget about it and he'd move on to something else. Mm-hmm. Now, he's very, very upset about these investigations into him, these criminal charges. So could he, I mean, obviously that all goes away if he gets elected president, because he can just pardon himself.
Not for the state charges, though.
That's true.
Thing. Yeah.
So I don't know.
But can't he just throw those state prosecutors in federal prison?
I don't know the legality of that.
Won't that deal with it? Look, I'm sure they've done some wrong stuff too. If Trump gets a AG that's on his side, why can't he do the same thing to them? Start investigating them.
They could investigate and prosecute for whatever. Yeah.
Start investigating them. I'm sure they cheated on their taxes somewhere down the line.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, so my guess is that it's going to be more of the same. People are going to slow roll stuff unless he just really does appoint sycophants around him. But, I guess I'll have a better eye for it if he wins, what his staff is like.
Right. Well, I know it was actually reported, supposedly, obviously, with all this stuff, that he did try to order the attorney general to go after Hillary and Comey when he won, and they both were like, "We can't just go after them. Like, there needs to be some reason, like some reason." And then they did basically do what you say, where they slow walked it. Which, I mean, I could see that definitely coming again. But on the other hand, it's like so much. I feel like so much of how he's running now is on the basis of revenge and the fact that stolen from him, where the first time was kind of just like arresting Hillary was a bonus. And the only thing I'm concerned about is that he will surround himself with like just sycophants, because a lot of the more serious people won't want to work with him anymore because his reputation has become what it has.
That's a good point. Yeah, like I said, I'll probably have a better mind for it when, like, if he wins, what his staff is like. So
right.
But I share your concern, and it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think it might. I think Donald Trump being president actually might be the best outcome, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's more likely to let it go. And as long as it's not the legal stuff. And I don't really know like his state of mind on these legal cases, if he sees him as a legitimate threat. I guess if he sees him as a legitimate threat, he could start investigating the people that are investigating him and really make it like a tit for tat thing. If he doesn't, if he thinks, this is all just bullshit, he'll probably just let it go. Just drop it.
Yeah. But it's also, the practitioner's veto also goes down to the rank and file. So it's like, in order to really use the government bureaucracy as his personal weapon, he would have to have loyalists all the way down.
Right. Yeah. So you'd have to have an AG, but that AG would go to somebody and the investigators would slow walk it, is what you're saying.
Potentially.
Yeah.
AG is attorney general for you guys as well.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
head of the DOJ.
I mean, I feel confident that America will survive. You know, I don't think it's the end of America or any of that stuff. But, you know, I think it's going to be, again, just the weakening of our institutions and the American ideas that made us great. So
all that's coming to an end shortly, though, Sitch. I mean,
I know that's true.
We're in the middle of the crisis turning.
The fourth turning.
Yeah, the fourth turning, the crisis turning. We're almost there. We got 10 more years to go. Probably going to be a giant stock market crash, huge restructuring of our institutions. Donald Trump is actually going to probably emerge as the next Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Why aren't they calling all these homeless encampments Bidenvilles? Why don't they call them that, Sitch? Remember the Hooverville?
No.
Why don't they call them Bidenvilles?
Bidenvilles?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good idea. That'd be a good idea. Yeah.
That is good.
Of course it is. Yeah. Did you know that the Supreme Court is hearing a case on whether or not people can camp in public?
I heard about that. Yeah.
No.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it? The
Yeah.
Supreme Court could literally fuck us all.
Well, considering the makeup, I don't think that's going to happen. But
I'll say this: it's the middle of winter here. It fucking sucks. It's like it was negative 10 degrees when I got up this morning.
Ooh,
It's just, and you guys live in like
So
warm
that's how you
states.
guys get rid of your homeless population.
That's
right?
exactly it.
Winter comes along and they all freeze to death.
Yeah, you get rid of the surplus population that way.
oh my god,
They freeze or they move to California.
Yeah, you guys don't have that luxury in Florida and California, so
Of course not. You see them sleeping out on the streets all the time.
No, I woke up and it was 60 degrees and I was like, it's cold.
So man.
I gotta put on a jacket. I gotta put on this light windbreaker. It's 60 degrees. What the hell?
Oh god, we had 14 inches of snow on Friday. It was awful.
I saw you posted on Twitter.
Yeah, the tree in my front yard was like, just like there was so much snow on it that it fell over.
You were
I'm
like,
lucky it didn't hit my car.
people who like winter. What the fuck?
I will never understand them, but to each their own.
So
Gotta
click
move
on
somewhere
the
warm.
click on the link for the watch together. We'll watch his view clip and then we'll talk about where
is the
fourth
link?
turning. I sent it in the Twitter.
Okay, gotcha.
In your Twitter DMs.
In
Is
the
there
Twitter.
any?
You mean
there's
in
a
the
$20 super chat from
Oh, I'm
Cyborg
checking.
that's pretty funny.
Let me read also. Lermer for 200 Kazarkazark says, listening to the Hassan stream yesterday made me realize that his thinking is as lazy as his pronunciation of consonants. There you go. That is true. I agree with that.
Was that the stream that that Vosh responded to about like the Houthis?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I saw that too.
That's pretty
Big
wild.
Vosh fan, Steve.
Yeah, I know. What the Steve
He-
watches Vosh's take on it, but not ours. Look at that. Terrible.
I will watch your take on it. I promise.
It's only 5.5 hours. So
Yeah, it's
you're
only
committed.
5 hours.
You guys
You're
do
committed
lengthy
now.
ones, so
Yeah.
I'll carve out part of my day for that.
Mhm.
We've got 1,300 live viewers, so thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yes, thank you.
If you
Thanks
feel
for
so
having me.
Smash
inclined
that
to,
like button.
I know, if you feel so inclined to hit that dislike button for Stephen Michael Davis's TDS, that would be great.
Wow.
They're already acute. Look, I'm not going to lose any sleep over Trump. I think the measure of whether someone has TDS or Trump
Mhm.
derangement syndrome should be
Yeah.
if they are going to wake up in the middle of the night in cold sweats after Trump is elected president again, right?
True.
None of
True.
us here are going to have that situation. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I don't want Trump to be president again, but somehow we'll muddle through if he is.
Yeah, we
Mhm.
will. Well, like I said, he's likely to emerge as the next big thing as far as presidents go. If the fourth turning is here is correct. Can you
We'll see.
imagine an October surprise of a stock market crash or something?
That would be That would definitely turn the election.
Yeah, it would be over for Biden.
Yeah.
Well, aren't the MMT people saying this year is going to be bad economically?
Yeah, I don't see how we're going to get out of more rate increases and higher inflation with the conflicts that are going on in the Middle East. Doesn't a lot of oil come through that Suez Canal?
A lot of everything comes through that Suez Canal.
Yeah. It seems like catastrophe.
Sure, but it's January. I would imagine, I don't know, it would depend on whether this becomes like a really protracted conflict or not with Suez Canal, or whether they can just blow up the Houthis enough that they just, screw off. I know the Houthis they attacked some U.S. ship, I believe, yesterday. So they haven't completely backed down, but we'll see what happens going forward. But no, with why is the Fed going to keep the interest rate up? What's the point of doing that?
If inflation comes back, they're going to raise interest rates to fight inflation.
And that's just going to just raise interest.
Yeah,
rates
that's going to increase inflation, and they're going to raise rates to fight it, and that's going to increase. Look, this is controversial. All the neoclassical economists think raising rates will stifle inflation.
Well, okay, so this will be a good test case for MMT, won't it, this year?
It is, yeah. Well, they've passed the test case last year with flying colors because
that's true.
All the MMT people said raising interest rates was stimulative. It's just like giving more COVID stimulus checks to rich people, and that's going to keep us from getting in a recession. And that's exactly what happened. There was no recession last year. Despite all these conservative channels on YouTube talking about how we're in a recession and they should buy gold. All that's a lie.
Right.
People have very negative biases when it comes to the economy.
Oh, of course.
Like, yeah. I forget the polling numbers, but it was like something like 70% of people thought the economy had contracted in 2023 when the exact opposite was true.
Yeah. We had record low unemployment. So we'll see.
Someone chat said, I just want to address this. So even though it's true that America produces enough oil on its own to be completely self-sufficient, American oil prices they're not cut off from the rest of the world's oil prices. It's still all, it's all sold on a global market, and our prices are still affected by the global prices. So if the Suez Canal, they can't send oil through, and that raises oil for Europe, that is going to affect us here too.
So, and we export a ton of oil and we import a ton of oil.
Yeah, because we don't refine. We need to refine.
Yeah, a lot of it's about
oil.
Refining.
Right, yeah. So, Cyborg for $20 says, I want to know how Steve feels about his initials being...
I love it. I'm all for
his initials being SMD or Suck My Dick. And I also want Steve versus Adam on MMT.
We'll do that sometime.
There you go.
But yes, I like my initials being SMD.
There you go. Perfect.
My dad's initials are MGD, like the beer. So.
Oh, there you go.
But SMD is better than that, I think.
Super mega douche. Yeah, a lot of things you can do with that.
You could. Some people would call me that too.
Okay, let's watch this View clip. Let's see what's going on here.
What's
View
the
celebrates
here?
Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Okay.
Yeah. The context here is, Steve, you are of actual white supremacist because you're white.
Sweet.
I knew it.
I think there's more to it than that. Look, I think what it is that Black history and other things, banning books, has been weaponized for political purposes to drive people to the polls based on outrage because my poor little white kid is feeling bad because he's learning about slavery. That's ridiculous. Learning about history should not make anybody feel bad. We learn about history.
It should make you feel bad.
No,
but it's important that it makes you feel bad.
I don't think it should make you feel bad. I mean, I don't think a white child that's had nothing to do with slavery should feel bad about slavery. I think we need to learn history so that we don't repeat the same mistakes about history.
It should make you feel bad.
Why?
Is that like accurate at all? Is that really happening? Are people going to the polls going, oh my God, my kid is going to learn about slavery. I'm so scared. We have to vote for Republicans.
Well,
Sitch?
okay. Well, I guess so first of all, the View is retarded, obviously, because all they do is you have, these women who sit and they just read like random mainstream news articles and they just assume what it says is true and then they talk about it, right? And so they'll just believe this narrative that like, oh my God, and I know I forget what's her name, the lady who was just talking, who
Anna Navarro.
Anna Navarro, right? She used to be a Republican strategist, and she's kind of like doing the whole like I'm a moderate Republican thing, like, oh, you shouldn't feel bad, but there's like the evil Republicans that are like, trying to make you feel bad about, teaching slavery and all this stuff. When that was never, I've never seen any evidence of this whatsoever. I've never seen any evidence of Republican red states trying to not teach slavery or anything to that effect. It's like all this like misinterpretation of that one line from all the anti-CRT bills that was about saying that teachers should not, by law, be teaching students that they personally should feel bad because of their race, which is something
but they should
agree with. Right. So, well, we'll get into that in a second. And so she's just kind of like regurgitating that. And it's funny because like, and then she gets, kind of interrupted by this woman on to her right here, who's saying, well, the kids should feel bad. But here, because I've seen this clip, but I haven't seen any longer context to it. When she says they should feel bad, does she mean that the children should feel bad because they're white? Or she just mean like, well, obviously, if you're talking about how like people were enslaved, you would feel bad because you just like natural empathy, right?
Yeah, of course. You feel bad for the people.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So I don't know if she means like, yes, you should feel bad because you are white and white people enslave black people.
You're a white
obviously
slaver.
That would be like
yeah,
an
obviously.
insane thing. Right.
That's what she means, though, obviously.
You think?
Yeah, she thinks you're a white slaver. She wants all the kids to learn that they're white slavers. They're descendants of white slavers. That's the way they want to teach this. I just think it's funny that they always go to this, oh, the Republicans are doing this because they're trying to scare people to the polls, at the same time that she is trying to convince everyone that, the Republican Party is full of a bunch of white supremacists so that she can scare everyone to the polls.
Right.
It's like, I'm so above using fear tactics to get people to the election. Donald Trump is a fascist. Vote. American democracy is on the line. We're all going to die.
How do you feel, Steve? Do you feel
Steve.
bad?
I mean, fear is a powerful weapon in politics, if that's what you're saying. Yes, I agree. Here's the thing. I remember when I stopped being a liberal, that's what it was called then. I don't know what my politics would be considered now, what they were then. I was not a socialist by any means. Maybe you would call me a progressive, but you know how people, the elephant in the rider, we think with our emotions, or our emotions drive us in a direction and we rationalize with our brains, right?
Yep.
So I kind of knew like 2014, 2015-ish, that the government's ability to solve problems was not very effective, but I still considered myself a liberal. And then it wasn't till like I heard all this stuff, the woke stuff, where they essentially felt like I was being guilt tripped for being white, that turned me away from the left. And again, that's not a rational thing, but it's how I reacted. So I definitely think that it's not a crazy interpretation of what these people are saying. You know what I'm referring to. I don't know specifically what she's talking about, but there is definitely an anti-white sentiment in a lot of this stuff. So
of course. Yeah.
And so that's, you're attacking people on their identity. That's a very powerful thing.
They've started a stereotype that white people are racist.
Yeah.
You look at a white person, you think that person's a racist. That person doesn't like brown people.
Or like the term that really got me was white privilege. It's like, I fucking hated my life when I was in like 2014. I was miserable. And then I would turn on like the Young Turks and they'd tell me I had white privilege. And when they say that, they don't really mean that you have a great life. And well, then it's a stupid fucking term. Get a better term. Because I definitely didn't feel privileged, but
What do you think of the term wealth privilege?
wealth privilege, I mean,
Yeah.
makes more sense. Usually,
Yeah.
if you're wealthy, things are a lot easier for you.
Yeah. I like that term better.
Okay.
I think the whiteness has to go. We have a what would we call dialogue always, Sitch? A hater of the show?
Yeah.
A hate watcher?
Right. What about him?
We've gotten in major debates with him about the term whiteness. He always insists that whiteness is not a derogatory term at all. It's just like a technical term.
Well,
It's
okay.
an academic term.
Well, his
I
argument
see you
is,
rolling your eyes, Steve.
his argument is BS because he makes two arguments. The first argument he makes is that, is what you just said. It's like a technical term. It's not like derogatory, blah, blah, blah. But then when we press him on it, it became, well, it's not our fault because white people, you guys, created this concept of like whiteness and blackness anyway. So we're just utilizing it, which is a completely different argument, a bullshit argument, obviously. 'Cause, like, basically the argument is, well, you guys were racist, you being white people. So therefore it's like, our time to shine, right? So, but it's
Yeah.
funny. I found a longer clip from The View that I was kind of like scrubbing through just now because I want to see if
Bring it
the
up.
woman, it's not worth watching, but I want to see if the woman clarified what she was saying. She didn't, because Anna Navarro kind of just continues talking for another like 5 minutes. But when it comes back to the other woman, she goes on this like long diatribe about how, oh my God, I knew that like racism was bad, but the one thing that really changed my mind and my world completely was the movie Hidden Figures. Oh, I just saw that movie and it really opened me up to how racism was so bad. And this is so funny because we did a video about
We
how
did.
so much of Hidden Figures was like embellished and not even real. And how like one of the main ladies that they were talking about in the movie was like, she was like half, or she was only partially black. And like when most people met her back even in the 60s or 50s, they didn't even know she was black because she didn't really look black. And so much of that movie is just like completely dramatized and nonsense. And this woman is on air talking about how it completely changed her life and her view on racism in America.
What is the premise of that movie?
It's like the three African American women that helped calculate the math required to do this, send the rockets to the moon and all that stuff.
Okay.
And they're like, because like there's a scene where like one of the women, she can't go to the bathroom. Oh no, she's like always late to the meetings, and her boss is yelling at her like, "Why are you late to meetings?" And like, "Oh, I'm late to meetings because I can't use a bathroom in the building. I have to walk like half a mile to go to the bathroom to go to like the black people bathroom." And turns out like that was just made up essentially. Like that didn't actually happen. So there's all sorts of things like that, right? But no, I think what you were saying, Steve, about how you were like more liberal and then you just enter this world in 2014, 2015 where people start attacking you because of your whiteness and talking about how you have all this privilege and you're like, what the fuck, my life is like kind of shitty right now. Like, what are you talking about? And like that really is, I think, how so many people felt, and that really changed the way that like so many people view politics, and it really opened a lot of people's eyes up to politics.
Well, and sorry to interrupt, but that's when the anti-SJW thing really started going on YouTube. Yeah. So I got really into that content.
Right. Well, I mean, that was, for me, and I assume for Adam too, like that was part of, me like, whoa, like what the hell's going on here? Like, why is the left so anti-free speech all of a sudden? Why are they so pro-censorship? Why are they becoming so racist? And it's interesting because if you go back and watch my really early videos, this is before I understood like what was going on with socialism, what was going on with like kind of neo-Marxism or whatever, whatever you want to call wokeness. Like I didn't understand, and most people didn't, the philosophies that were kind of guiding these people that had kind of snuck into institutions and colleges and on the internet, where now we, kind of can clearly see what's going on there. But now it's unfortunate because, MLK Day, obviously just happened. And there's like this not a new, but like an old new narrative now that's being pushed, and more people every year start gobbling this up, which is, the socialists are lying about Martin Luther King Jr. The Marxists are trying to claim Martin Luther King Jr. as one of their guys because everyone, generally in the mainstream likes MLK. So they want to say, oh, if you're against our woke nonsense, you're really against MLK. And this is all lie because, of course, MLK said very explicitly, repeatedly, that Marxism is not compatible with Christianity. And he had a whole, he's a preacher. He's a Christian preacher. He had a whole sermon about how these things are not compatible. And he explicitly said that he doesn't believe in Marxism. He explicitly said he doesn't believe in communism and that the ends don't justify the means, blah, 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 blah. And yet there's all these socialists now, all these Marxists now that try to say like, oh, well, some guy, and I'm not even exaggerating. The claim is literally that there's a guy who in a secret meeting, Martin Luther King Jr. told him that he was a Marxist.
And there are people who say that he was a secret atheist too.
Yes, yeah, right. And then also that he secretly was actually in favor of using violence, right? Despite him saying the opposite until the moment he died. And so it's like, so there's like all these articles you could look up about like, from the Jacobin, all these other bullshit, magazines like, oh, Martin Luther King Jr. secret socialist. And I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. But now, and this is where it's disturbing, I see more and more right-wing accounts buying into that, picking that up. They're pushing that too. They're saying, the End Wokeness account, which I follow on Twitter, is saying, oh, Martin Luther King Jr. is a fucking race Marxist. I'm like, what what are you talking about? The whole breakdown in the civil rights era was there was the radical left that were literally race Marxist or even classical Marxist that wanted to tear everything down. And then there was MLK and like moderate people who were like, no, we can work within the system of liberalism and we can, push for a colorblind meritocracy. And yet I'm seeing more and more people on the right get suckered into this narrative that MLK and the civil rights movement as a whole and the civil rights legislation as a whole is all just the secret socialist Marxist, takeover of America that for some reason, even though past 1960, took 60 years to manifest into wokeness now.
What's that make you think of other aspects of history, Sitch?
What do you mean?
Well, because in 5 or 10 years, that narrative is going to be the official narrative of Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King is going to have been a violent communist.
Don't say that. Oh no,
he is.
Stop. No, that's not going to happen.
So it might even be worse. Malcolm X might be a Mahatma Gandhi.
No.
Whenever you have, essentially, like, deifying people almost like Martin Luther King, like we do with the founding fathers.
Right.
There's a lot of discourse around like who they were as a person and whatever else they believed. And to me, that's largely unimportant. Like Martin Luther King's legacy is his work on the civil rights movement.
Right.
The fact that his politics are the left of mine, I don't really care because I admire him for his accomplishments. Insofar as racial equality goes. And I think I can admire him and revere him on those terms. And I don't really care that his politics are different than mine. And I don't care that he was a womanizer, which he probably was. Like, that's unimportant to his legacy as far as I'm concerned. And it was so much of the time we get bogged down in these discussions about every little thing they believed in. To me, it's just unimportant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like, when we're talking about these famous figures, what they became famous for and like the idea that they're famous for is the most important aspect going forward. And, with MLK, it's very clearly, the I have a dream speech, right? That's what everyone sort of, knows him for. It's kind of like, and I think the reason that line, specifically the content of the character line became like the central idea that we are taught about the civil rights movement, regardless, even if he was a secret socialist. I mean, that shows you that we were, at least for most of my life and for many, many years, pushing the liberalism idea about colorblind meritocracy. That was the one thing that we were supposed to, as children, take away from the civil rights movement. But to me, it is disconcerting to see that there are forces on the right who are basic, like James Lindsay talks about this and he says it's an op. I'm not sure it's an op, but maybe it is, that they're falling for this like we need to destroy liberalism. We need to destroy individual freedom in order to defeat the communists, which to me is a fucking insanely wacky idea. Like we need to become collectivists to defend ourselves from the left-wing collectivists.
Yeah, the thing I always admired about Martin Luther King, and I'm going to paraphrase here because I don't know the quotation off the top of my head, but he's basically said, I've come to make good on America's promise. You know, the idea that all men are created equal.
Right. Yes.
Let's expand that to include people who are not white. And I think that's a virtuous goal.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I agree completely.
America wrote a check that I'm here to cash.
That's
a
right. It was something
promissory
like that,
note.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the promissory note. Yeah, so it's an interesting back and forth, and a good segue into talking about the fourth turning is here, because there are kind of these two conflicting narratives that I mean, sooner or later, these narratives have to get resolved, right? We can't continue down this path where we have these leftist postmodernists who have one completely different narrative of American history and just reality in general, and another narrative put forward by the conservatives, the right wing, the more traditional faction. And
What's their narrative?
well, I would say it's more in line with American exceptionalism, probably the establishment narrative. Maybe a
I'm not sure
touch
about
of religious. Maybe the place they kind of diverge from reality is that America was once a Christian nation. I don't. Maybe that's actually true.
I mean, maybe I'm looking at the online right, and I think a lot about what Trump says. You know, there was this Fareed Zakaria op-ed where he talked about how Trump is a big blame America first guy. Like everything wrong in the country is because we failed. The people in charge are awful. And then I look at these right-wing meme accounts and they're like talking about how America's decadent and how we've embraced libertinism and how that's why we have the problems we do. So it's not necessarily both of them, both the far left and the far right kind of blame everything on America in that sense.
Right, but in different ways, right?
Yeah.
So one narrative would take supremacy over the other eventually. Well,
No,
let's
that's
lay
true.
out. Let's lay out I took a bunch of notes to kind of give people the broad strokes. We've been talking about the fourth turning is here. Famously, a lot of the stuff that Tim Pool talks about, the Civil War, he's getting from this book, The Fourth Turning is Here. I read it. I found the book fascinating. I'm not sure how true it is. I think the ideas in the book are interesting, very, very fascinating. So I'll describe the ideas, but I want to hear your take on the book first, Steve. Like, what's your?
I thought the fourth turning was pretentious.
Okay. So what was pretentious about it?
Oh, the saculum. It's okay. So the two books you asked me to read were The Fourth Turning and what was the other one by Turchin?
End Times.
End Times. Both of them kind of have this view of history. I wouldn't say it's Marxist, but it's very like there are cycles of history, there are seasons of history, and we're inevitably coming up on a crisis point where there's going to be massive rift in the country and violence potentially, and
Right.
that from that, presumably, new institutions will emerge and we'll have more of a homogenous culture. And
Yes.
they talk about this as if it's an inevitability, essentially. That's just where we're headed, and there's really nothing we can do about it. And well, I think they make some interesting points. I don't really buy it.
Okay, so you're a skeptic of it.
Yes.
Let me lay out the turning. So basically, Steve talks about the seculum. They talk about a seculum being like a period of time that's like a full cycle of history. And in that full cycle of history, there are 4 turnings. And they break it up into every single one of us go into 4 stages of life, basically. And a lot of the feel of each generation comes out of what is going on in the world where you're at a different point in your life, whether or not you're a child, whether or not you're a young adult, whether or not you're middle-aged or whether or not you're elderly, because some sort of crisis will hit. And, obviously if you're elderly, you've experienced, you've likely lived through other crises. So you'd be in kind of an advisory role, right? If you're a child and a crisis hits, you're just trying to stay out of the way. If you're a young adult, you're like picking up arms to fight, right? If you're a middle-aged person, you're like rallying the troops and organizing. So that part of it seemed really interesting to me, and probably there has to be some truth to that somewhere. But the part that I'm more skeptical about is the turning process. So he basically says all of history goes through this 4 cycles where we have a high, where we have strengthening institutions and weakening individualism. And this would be like after World War II, where the baby boom took place and we basically were like building America. Then there is an awakening period, which is the second turning, which is kind of a spiritual upheaval where all of these individualists come out of the woodwork and they start having different ideas about society and how society should be structured. There's kind of a civil order. The civil order is kind of under attack from this new regime. Then there is the third turning, and all these are about a 20-year period, and different generations are in different life cycles during these. So then there's the third turning, which is the next 20-year period, where he calls it the unraveling, where the individuals who are fighting the institutions rise up and the institutions start to give. There starts to be like a failing of the institutions, and this new values regime is under attack. And this is kind of like the culture war type period, where there's these 2 competing narratives, and one of those competing narratives is going to take hold. He uses the example of like the Civil War. Obviously there's the abolitionist narrative and there's the slave owner narrative. And those 2 narratives engage on the field of battle, and only one can survive into the next turning. So, and then the fourth turning is the crisis turning. So there's the unraveling period that leads to a crisis, which he describes as kind of like the waterfall period, the 20 years of turmoil. And he says right now we're in that 20 years of turmoil. He says it started with the housing crash in 2008 and the stock market crash. And this is like the climax of the culture war, where one of these new value regimes will install a new civic order. And he describes it as fanatical partisanship, a lot of the things that we're seeing now. But the interesting thing about this is, if he's correct, we're living through this culture war where, it's either the college postmodernists, woke people are going to establish the civil order around their narrative, or it's the anti-woke. Well, I'm not even sure, according to his criteria, if we can win, if individualism is going to wane. I kind of think of the 3 of us, our order would be something like liberalism, something like continuing the individualistic order, but I'm not even sure if that's a possibility. So does that seem like a pretty good assessment of the book?
Yeah, from what I remember.
Okay. So is there anything that you thought had merit?
I mean, definitely the generations have very different views on the world based on when they grew up. So like the Great Depression era, children of that, the greatest generation, they definitely had the crisis when they were young. And so they're less afflicted by, they're more jaded. They're more armored to the ways of the world. Whereas like my generation was very sheltered. So we're not used to people disagreeing with us or, getting pushback for things. And so there are generational characteristics that I think are true, but I don't think that really, I think there are so many more important factors for how, history moves. And I don't think it goes in a cycle, because if it did, I don't see why we've made progress on so many things. If it's just this constant rise up and collapse and rise up and collapse.
Well, I do think and one of the reasons why I think there is some merit to this is because it does seem to have kind of a scientific process to it, where it's or a cultural evolution type process where it's we're structuring society in a certain way, and maybe that way is the best, maybe it's not, but a challenger faction comes into play that thinks that they can structure a better society. And he does use the example of the Civil War in the book, saying, for having the Civil War, America is that much better because we did get rid of slavery and we did come out a stronger nation after the fact. So these crisis periods are kind of like a testing period that is useful in the end.
Sure. But I mean, there are always people pushing back against norms, trying to create a new society, aren't there?
Maybe, but I think the book would argue that whether or not they can take hold has to do with the receptiveness of the generation to those ideas. So if you have a generation that's like the greatest generation, that is like not individualistic at all, even if you have people stepping up and pushing back, they are the radical individualists. If society's not receptive to those ideas, then those ideas will not take hold. That's one of the things that I thought was the most interesting about the book. And people have often said this, like it's not the man that makes the times, it's the times that make the man. Like Lincoln is Lincoln because he lived during that period. It's funny that Trump was saying that recently, and the mainstream media was giving him such a hard time about it. He made some comment about how he doesn't want to be Hoover. And it made me think, he must buy into that. The times make the man, because obviously you don't want to be president when there's a giant calamity. He's like, I want the giant calamity to happen to Biden, and then I can swoop in and I can be the next Abraham Lincoln.
Sure. There's one thing that the author of The Fourth Turning, brought up, and he talked about how like the Generation Z, people younger than me, are like more communitarian. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, I get that. Like there's more, politics seem more collectivist among younger people on the right and the left.
Yes.
But I look on like social media, like real social media sites, not bullshit Twitter where it's, just few sub communities. If you look on Facebook, look on Instagram, look on Snapchat, it's people just seem so self-absorbed. Like I don't get the sense of community or collectivism there. I don't know. Maybe it's just a false view of, I mean, obviously social media is a false view of reality, but it doesn't seem like we seem more atomistic than ever.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I do think social media obviously has a selection bias. You're going to get every narcissist, individualist in the world. It's almost like the platform's tailor-made for them. And if you have people who have more communitarian values, they're buying a farm in Wisconsin and not weeding all day long. So
have you ever read Bowling Alone?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Like the number of civic organizations, non-governmental, are just on a decline.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I wonder if it's other organizations that are taking their place. Like people massively play video games and stuff like that, which is a kind of a social thing.
Sure.
Which is way more fun.
I mean,
than
maybe you're right.
Bowling. Yeah.
I always thought video games were about like isolating the world. I'm not a guy who games with other people.
Oh my God. A bunch of old people surrounded by me.
Look, we're going to talk about Pokemon later, you guys. I know you're both huge fans, so
yeah.
You're think big Pokemon fan, Steve? Is this true?
Yeah. My favorite Pokemon is Snorlax.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go through the generations too. So he also says that there are 4 different types of generations, which people might find interesting because we're all a member of a generation, obviously. I'm Generation X, the based nomad generation, I think you both are millennials, right?
Yep.
I think it is a little bit, and this is where I can see the astrology claim, like they're just picking things that are likable. So no matter which generation you end up in, obviously you're like, oh, that's cool. Like I'm in the nomad generation, which I think, look, I moved around a lot. I've lived in a lot of different places. Sitch, you've lived in one place, right?
Yeah.
Sitch is a
Not
member
a
of
nomad. I'm not a nomad.
Sitch is a member of the hero generation, though. Isn't that badass? Steve?
Hero, baby. It's true.
Isn't that badass? You're living through the crisis turning. You guys need to step up and be heroes. What the fuck? This is
so if we're the heroes, what are the Zoomers?
The villains.
They're the villain generation.
No, what are they? I don't remember.
The Zoomers are
the fuck up generation.
I believe they're artist generation. Overprotected children.
Oh my god, it's so true. I suddenly believe this. I'm a hero and they're a bunch of children. Yeah.
I mean, people Sitch, I think you and I are around the same age. People bitched about our generation being overprotected and sheltered. And it was true
comparatively, compared to, Adam was out like fucking latchkey kid over here.
I was. You're right. Yeah. Look, I ran away when I was 7 years old.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
When did they find you?
Yeah. How did they find you?
Well, I just went down the street with my buddy. We didn't run away for long, so.
Okay. Back in my day, when we ran away. Okay. But I mean, we grew up. Me and Steven grew up in the time period where it was like, everyone was so afraid of your kids getting kidnapped.
Yeah.
Yep.
What was the name of that kid? And like, was it the late 80s, early 90s that got kidnapped that like spawned the whole? You know what I'm talking about? It was like something Rice, right? There's some kid that got kidnapped and like America like lost its mind collectively.
I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was like some kid got stolen out of like an apartment store, and it's just like after that, like parents were like, oh, you can't, we can't go anywhere.
So the prophet generation is indulged. They're like the post-crisis children. They come up in the high of the seculum.
Those are the baby boomers.
Then there's the nomad generation who comes up underprotected children during the awakening. And the awakening is like when all the rabble-rousers are coming out and with their postmodernism and stuff like that. So our parents are all off doing LSD and going to Burning Man. And we're the alienated young adults in the post-awakening downcast world. I put extra notes in for the nomad generation because I'm nomad generation. So we're underprotected children during the awakening. That's turning to alienated young adults in a post-awakening. That is the turning 3. We're pragmatic middle lifers in the crisis turning. That's the current turning. And tough post-crisis elders during the new turning, which would be in 2033 if the book makes a correct prediction. So hero generation are post-awakening children and artist generation are overprotected children. So you guys are both hero generation.
Can I tell you what I think is going on with these two books?
Sure.
Okay, so
just fourth turning first and we'll talk about the other one next.
Well, I'm going to mention it briefly, but don't worry.
Okay.
So Peter Turchin is the guy who wrote the other book. And he correctly predicted there would be political violence in the 2020s. And he was correct about that. The fourth turning, the guy who wrote that wrote another book with a colleague of his who has since passed. And if I'm not mistaken, they made correct predictions as well.
Right.
Yeah. So we just, Iowa caucuses were yesterday. And about 6 months ago, somebody introduced me to this expert, this Iowa caucus expert, who was like, well, I see this and I see that and I see the other. And I think DeSantis is going to win because Trump doesn't have a ground game and he doesn't have this stuff. And what his claim to fame was like, oh, I predicted the last 12 Iowa caucuses correctly. Okay.
Until he blew it on this one?
Yeah. So and this has happened with Peter Zion, who I like. He predicted Russia would invade Ukraine. Really not that bold of a prediction in retrospect, but when somebody makes a correct prediction, people think they're prophets. And they like they take everything they say as gospel. And I think that's what's going on with these two books. They make a correct prediction, then they think they have it all figured out. So, that's just my general sense. I'm so skeptical of the cycles of history. It just, the generational qualities driving it, it just doesn't add up to me. And that's just my general sense. And, I read the book a few weeks ago. I've forgotten some of it, but I re-listened to some of it, and it's just, I don't know. I'm not convinced. And I couldn't tell you exactly why, but the generational thing just doesn't add up to me.
Well, I think Sitch has the same intuition about he just, the cycles of history is the thing that seems to be the tall barrier here. Like the idea that history has some kind of structure to it.
It might be my aversion to Marxism and my aversion to that stupid internet meme about like hard times create strong men create whatever, good societies create weak men create hard times. Like, I don't know. I'm repulsed by that. So that it could just be my a guttural instinct against it that's clouding my my perception of the book. But I don't know.
Well, I think the one thing that I think has merit to it is everybody is at a different cycle of life, and a crisis hits like that. That's going to happen, right? Obviously.
Sure.
So when that crisis hits, people fall into predictable roles, and they kind of play out history in whatever crisis it is. It's World War II. It's the Civil War. It's the Revolutionary War. That all of that makes perfect sense to me. I think once that plays out, I think we are so susceptible to this self-fulfilling prophecy idea that I just think once the cycle gets going with one crisis, it's easy for me to imagine that people just playing out their roles in society kind of create the next crisis in a self-fulfilling prophecy type way. And one of the things that makes me think there's merit to this is just, if we are living in the crisis period, so much of it I see as just it's us. We're driving ourselves to a crisis.
No, I think there's a point there.
Yeah, there's really nothing like all of us could probably, if we were dictator for a day, or we were controlling the simulation, we could probably make moves that would avoid that crisis. But since everybody is just kind of in their own bubble making their own moves, it's just, I see it playing out as just inevitable. Like it's inevitable.
So let me give you an example of where I think that has merit. I graduated college in 2011. Mm-hmm. That was in the aftermath of the financial crisis. So here I had this degree and I had these student loans I had to pay back, and the economy was absolute shit.
Yeah.
And it was like, it was really hard to find a job. It was really hard to, get my life going. And a lot of people who are my age were in the same boat.
Yep.
And so that created a lot of antipathy towards the current economic order, which a lot of people erroneously call capitalism. We have mixed economy. So, and I would say it's more of the government parts that were responsible for the financial crisis, but that's a different discussion for another day. But like I think that has fueled a lot of like the Bernie Sanders support, this antipathy towards capitalism, or what they believe to be capitalism. And therefore a lot of these people are embracing leftist policies. And should those leftist policies be enacted, it'll be worse.
Yes.
So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, as you say. So look, I get it. And I don't even think that's wrong. And I like the way you put it. So you're persuading me.
Okay. Sitch, have you been persuaded yet?
No. Well, okay. It's interesting. So you earlier were, making the argument that you think if Trump wins, it could actually de-escalate the situation
Mhm.
because he won't do anything, and that will kind of it'll create like a conclusion to some of like the the revolutionary right-wing energy, where if Trump loses, that energy will continually like grow. So if Trump wins, does that kind of like deflate some of the fourth turning?
Well, it
Under that
depends
idea?
upon if the left-wing revolutionary energy is going to could
Increase.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I don't look, we're headed towards Niagara Falls right now. We're in a fucking barrel. And look, I just think we're gonna go over this fall.
I
There's
mean,
nothing,
like,
nothing we can do about it.
but another Trump term could have so many different effects. Like, how many people will check out of politics just because they're so exhausted with it?
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
That's true.
these
That's a
things
good
could
point.
play out so many different ways. That's where I'm skeptical. It's like, so, or you can have like a black swan event, like another 9/11 or something like that. That could really drive things. And I think,
Right.
the author of The Fourth Turning, really discounts that. He's very dismissive of these things.
Well, he goes through a bunch of different things that could happen in the book. Like he goes through a stock market crash, some sort of world war. Like there's all these different things that he thinks are potential crisis that we're going to face in the next 10 years.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like, what if AI is like more than everybody thinks it's going to be, and it's just like puts everybody out of work?
Yeah.
Like
That could be it.
wouldn't that be a permanent like crisis mode?
Human
There's no
labor
rebuilding
becomes
after that,
superfluous.
is there?
No, this would be the great restructuring for UBI. The next turning would be, the upswing would be UBI. Like it would be a major contentious fight to get something like UBI passed. Once it's finally passed, it would be like the New Deal. Like that's what's interesting about this, because look, Abraham Lincoln was hated and thought of as a dictator, just like Trump is. Trump is fucking hated by so many people. But that same hatred and energy was aimed at Abraham Lincoln. Now, if Trump ends up becoming president and there's some sort of great crisis happens and like we end up having some kind of UBI, human labor becomes superfluous, and then UBI is the next New Deal, and that's a new stable structure going forward. I mean, that could be interesting.
But again, like Trump being in such an important position, he's so erratic. Like how I don't think his behavior is predictable. Like, so doesn't that kind of throw a wrench into the whole, well, this is inevitably going to play out a certain way?
Do you think Trump, I guess what it comes down to is whether or not you think Trump would be an FDR type president if we had another Great Depression type event. Like say there was a giant stock market crash or some sort of September 11th event or something like that.
No, I don't think FDR, whatever you think about his presidency, he was a brilliant politician. And he really knew how to work the levers of government. I just don't think Trump has that follow through or that know-how to craft a nation in his image.
Right. I think Trump would experiment like FDR. That's the thing about FDR. So many different programs were tried and failed. Like we only know the ones that survived, but so many of them didn't survive because they were an utter failure. And I think Trump would get in that mode.
How long has to pass in like time where nothing extreme happens that you would be comfortable in saying like, oh, fourth turning is like completely debunked?
Well, they say 2033 is when they say that we'll reach the climax and it'll be over.
Oh, so that's when Tim Pool's Civil War is coming?
Yeah.
Or will it be before that?
Well, no, that's when it will end.
This is Tim Pool's Civil War, yeah.
Yeah, but so do we have to wait 12 years before we're like, or whatever you said?
Well, he does say that like when the turning is happening, people don't even know they're in it, which is kind of convenient, but I don't know. Also, like, there's definitely some truth to it. Like, most people who live in weird times don't believe that they live in weird times. They just kind of take no more than a fish realizes it's in water.
Sure. Well, a lot of like the weird times are localized. It's not
True.
like to specific areas. But I think also like what you're saying is part of my problem with the idea of the whole fourth turning is that there's so much emphasis placed on just generation responding to generation, which exists, but I feel like there's not enough emphasis on like what like we don't know whatever are the material environmental factors that are going to be coming up in the next 10 years. As you were saying, AI could be some massive thing. There could be a black swan event, or there could be nothing. There could be nothing really crazy that happens whatsoever.
Well, and let's
People
talk
are-
about
holding pattern.
let's talk
Go
about
ahead,
another
Stu.
wrinkle in this theory, specifically in the American context. Native-born Americans are not reproducing. We are at below replacement rate.
Right.
That means we're importing lots of people from very different countries. And I don't know how many like immigrants but immigrant children are raised very different than, white kids like me. And they have very different values and generations, the generational dynamics don't necessarily apply there. So how does that
That's a
fit
great
into the
point.
narrative?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Because how they're not going to be responding to their parents the way that
Exactly.
the American race kids would. So yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
What are you saying? They're not.
They don't fit the same cliches about a generation necessarily, and they could be the same age.
Well, he talks about how there's different spheres of generations happening all over the globe, but that they've kind of synced up in the modern era since there's so much overlap. But the kids, I don't see much difference between immigrant kids that are coming here. I mean, unless you're talking about parents coming here and then having kids here,
Yeah.
which
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
so they're born just in a different environment.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
a lot of my friends who are the children of immigrants they very much, they listen to the same music I do. They have similar attributes to me on certain ways, but their household was very different than mine. Like,
Right.
my parents coddled me compared to the way their parents treated them.
Right.
And they had a very different mentality about work than I did
Right.
growing up. Not that my parents were like slackers or anything. My parents worked very hard, but like my buddy, his dad worked till the day he died, and he ran his own business and he did everything for that business. That's not something like my dad would do. My dad believed in leisure time and time with the family and stuff like that. And that's not to say that my friend's dad didn't care about his family or anything like that, but he was very much viewed himself as the most important thing is to be a provider and to build a home in that sense. But he wasn't like the most caring or nurturing guy.
Right.
So I think that when you have like a significant immigrant population and obviously different immigrants from different places don't always share the same qualities, but I think that they probably have very different views on what is a good life and what is the way we ought to go. And I think there's too much of that in America for there to be necessarily one generational dynamic.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Obviously there can be a wide variety of people across each generation. Just because you grew up in the 60s doesn't necessarily mean you did LSD and there are obviously, Mormon missionaries that grew up during the 60s that probably weren't out doing a bunch of drugs. But still, I think the feel, like the overwhelming majority of the generation kind of gives a feel to the generation. So, and I just think the whole how people respond to a crisis is where I see there's more merit here. Just because we have a bunch of immigrants who are raising their children differently, if America faces some kind of crisis, those people are going to be in the same boat as everybody else and going to act and behave in ways that are appropriate for those circumstances. Circumstances are really what's driving it.
I don't necessarily agree. And maybe that's just because of my personal experience, but I think that
Right.
the immigrant children I know see way more opportunity in a crisis than do non-immigrant children.
Right.
But again, that could just be the people I know.
So what was your take on the other book, over the elite overproduction?
No, they're definitely. Hold on, I'm going to turn some lights on in here. It gets dark at 5 in the winter here. Sorry.
Look at that. How are you doing, Sitch?
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 100 gifted memberships.
Yeah, I penned a
Thank you so
comment
much.
that was pretty funny.
Cosmic Vader says J-Mac's Green New Deal. There you go.
Look at that.
I like
We
it.
got the Green New Deal in the chat.
Yes.
The Green Leap Forward.
Yep.
That's what I call it.
Yeah. Hopefully. I mean, look, I hope all this is nonsense. I just know everybody's talking about a civil war and stuff like that. Did you like in the beginning of the book, he starts off quoting Jonathan Haidt?
Yeah.
Just in the very, very beginning of the book.
We're talking about Peter Turchin, right?
No, we're talking about Hal. Yeah. In the beginning of the fourth turning is here. He quotes Jonathan Haidt. Jonathan Haidt is basically putting forward the argument that we are living in the Tower of Babel time, where people can really communicate with one another. And that's why I do the place where I see merit is, I do think we're living in a time, and it didn't seem to be this way when I was a teenager. It didn't seem to me that people really couldn't understand one another's perspective. It did seem to me that Republicans and Democrats would go on talk shows about politics, and they understood where each other was coming from. And I feel like that situation no longer exists.
Do you think maybe some of that is idealizing your youth?
I mean, it could be, but we could go back and look at the shows. I've watched old shows and seen, okay, well, they seem to understand what's going on with one another.
Sure. I mean, there was definitely more of a monoculture back in the day, because there were 3 television stations.
Yeah, they understood that they were both two sides of a. I feel like Republicans and Democrats sort of sensed that they fulfilled different roles in the political landscape, and they were comfortable with those roles. Now I don't. It seems like a completely different dynamic.
I don't know. It's like there's this book called Playing with Fire. It's about the 1968 it's about the 1968 election. Like, that was a very contentious time. There were that was of course where they had the riots outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and there's this really heated debate between William F. Buckley Jr. and what's his name? Gay guy. Can't remember, but it's like clearly they were not getting along, and they had very different perspectives on the Vietnam War. That was a pretty tumultuous time in our country. And granted, that's before your time, but I don't know. I think that's where. Do you
contest that right now people are basically spoiling for a fight?
Think so?
When Occupy Wall Street happened, were people talking about civil war? I don't remember.
I mean, Tim Pool probably was, but past him, no, I don't remember.
No one was talking about Occupy Wall Street being a big deal. Like, at first people were like, oh, it's gonna be really big. We're gonna get some like economic reform, and then after like a week, everyone's like, this isn't gonna do anything.
Right. Why do you think that was the case, Sitch?
That it didn't do anything, or people didn't perceive it as a civil war?
Both.
Well, it didn't do anything because the people that were protesting had no ability to organize. Kind of the same reason, like the BLM movement, I think, utterly failed to really do anything except get body cams. Because, like, I remember, it's actually funny. I remember looking into this at the time, and you look at the charter and the list of demands that they were making during Occupy Wall Street were like retarded.
Yeah, ridiculous.
It was like 100 things, and like most of them had nothing to do with like anything to do with economic regulations whatsoever. It's just like everything. It's like they just threw everything into it. And then in terms of the Civil War thing, I think the issue is just like that before the housing crash, there wasn't like a perception of instability in America really at all, right?
Yeah, I guess not.
So someone who had an interesting perspective on Occupy Wall Street was Cenk Uygur. Excuse me. He talked about how he went down there and like he's like they couldn't even order pizza because it was like everything was done by democracy. And
right, yeah.
He's like, no. You need some leadership here. And they were reflexively opposed to that. So
yeah.
That really makes it hard to make a movement.
It was very anarchy, like ultra egalitarian. My favorite story, which I always tell about Occupy Wall Street, is when when John Lewis, House Representative John Lewis, civil rights legend, it wasn't at Occupy Wall Street in Wall Street, but it was at like one of the Occupy Wall Streets in like Atlanta or some other place. And he went there and he was going to speak, and they were like, and he's a busy person, he's a representative, like he just wanted to go up and speak. And they're like, no, if you want to speak, you have to stand in line to speak with everyone else who's standing in line and wait your turn. And it'll be like 5 hours.
Yeah.
So you had like a bunch of white kids telling a black guy who's a civil rights legend, he can't talk, he can't make a speech. It was so funny.
They shot him down with jazz hands. He started to speak and they all were
yes,
like,
right. Yes.
But yeah, that's egalitarianism to that's the logical end of egalitarianism. Yeah, it's
right,
like everybody's speech is as important as everybody else's. Like, no, it's not. He's like you said, a civil rights legend. He actually knows a thing or two about organizing and getting something done.
Yeah. So, but why did you? Because I got up for a second. I had to answer the door. What was the purpose, Adam, of talking about the Occupy Wall Street?
Just whether or not that they were contemplating the demise of the United States, whether or not they were saying like things are about ready to break.
Well,
I
mean, people worried
people
like economically that like what was going to happen right at that time period, but not like a social civil war.
It was Occupy Wall Street always felt very similar to like those black bloc protesters back in the 90s against like protesting the WTO. To me, it just seemed like the same bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, there was
like, and then they were like, oh, globalization is destroying the United States. And this was before the financial crisis. It seems like, I mean, there's always, like I said earlier, there's always some group of idiots griping about stuff. And they fold legitimate criticisms in with just a ton of bullshit.
Yeah, but the point is that the abolitionists were some idiots griping about stuff until they caused the fucking Civil War.
Well, okay,
what do you mean? Well,
okay. Well,
what do you mean? Well,
so first of all,
that's how every societal change begins, is a bunch of people griping about something.
Yeah, but okay, hold on. So the abolitionists were far better at organizing than any of the Occupy Wall Street people ever could dream of. And it was around a much simpler idea to promote, right?
Those Occupy Wall Street people learned something from Occupy Wall Street and took over all the Ivy League institutions.
That was I don't agree with you at all.
Aren't they the woke people?
The Occupy Wall Street people, no, because actually it's kind of actually like really different. And the example I brought of John Lewis cements that, because again, it's, as I said, you had white people telling a black person that they couldn't speak, right? Can you imagine that in today's modern woke environment?
Right.
It was like, because the Occupy Wall Street people were more like classical economic Marxist / anarchist. And the woke stuff was all like the CRT, neo-race, Marxist stuff. Right. So I don't think like the Occupy Wall Street people themselves are like the people who personally then went into the Ivy Leagues and stuff. And I think there's a lot of overlap between the philosophies.
The ideology. That's what I was talking about. More than anything.
But I don't think ideology. Right, but I don't think there's like a causation, correlation, effect going on there between Occupy Wall Street and like all the woke nonsense that went into the Ivy Leagues.
They ran the meetings with the progressive stack. You had to have certain number of
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Not at Occupy Wall Street, but that the whole progressive stack didn't, to my understanding, didn't really exist in the Occupy Wall Street movement. It was more just like
did.
Okay, I don't know.
I think in order to speak, you had to have a certain number of oppression points. You would see like everyone in a wheelchair would be in the front of the line to speak.
Right. That wasn't my understanding, but again, I don't think. Now, I mean, maybe you could show this is wrong. I don't believe the people involved with Occupy Wall Street then went into becoming college professors.
No, but I'm only talking about the ideology kind of evolving. Obviously, I mean, it's jumps from person to person, so it's not necessarily.
But let me go back to the abolitionist thing, because the thing is, like, not only, you had people that were advocating for abolitionism, and it became like such a popular idea that it for many reasons, many which were not even philosophical, but were just for financial reasons, it split up the country into that north-south divide where, this, what really led to the Civil War was this, it wasn't even really like getting rid of slavery or keeping slavery. It was really this, we need to maintain this balance between free states and slave states. And the fear that the free states are going to outnumber the slave states, as Western expansion continued.
That's playing out right now. Republican and Democrat, it's the exact same thing.
How so?
Well, we're both very evenly matched. Everyone is
right.
is terrified of the other side getting power. They're terrified of what the other side will do with power. This is an unshaky situation here.
Yeah, but it's not like there's no mechanism that it seems realistic to me where like suddenly we're gonna have states, trying to siege from the Union, unless, of course, the election becomes so contentious, right? That someone just declares someone the winner of the presidency and gets the vice president to throw out the votes.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's terrifying.
By the way, this
we'll
is
see what happens.
Little off topic. Who do you think Trump's going to pick as his VP?
It's either Carrie Lake or
Kristi
Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley, you think?
Yeah.
No way. It's Nikki Haley.
It's Carrie Lake or
shot.
Nikki Haley. Who do you guys think?
I think it's going to be Carrie Lake, or there's some other woman that everyone's pointing to whose name is
Kristi Noem, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Oh, that's right. She's the governor of South Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think having like a woman, obviously, and you want an attractive woman, definitely. I mean, that would be, well, here's the problem. That would be like the smart demographic move, but should we assume Trump is going to make the smart demographic move?
He did that in 2016. He brought Pence on.
He did.
To shore up the evangelical base.
Right. That's true.
But I could see him going for a sycophant this time.
Mm-hmm.
Carrie Lake she's attractive, so I think obviously he's picking Carrie Lake just like he picks attractive attorneys, right? He's like, oh yeah, of course.
yeah, I could definitely see it. And it would make sense. It's definitely possible.
She's the obvious pick here.
Mm-hmm.
It looked to me like Nikki Haley was dolled up in the last presidential election. It was making me think, oh look, she gets it. She's running for vice president here.
Okay.
Did you notice that?
I didn't notice that.
I did not. She looked like she always does to me.
Yeah, but I don't. I think
this is in the last debate you said.
The last debate. The last debate, I feel like the effort level was kind of off the charts. Whether or not she achieved it, I mean, that's up for debate. But it seemed like she was a lot more dolled up than in any of the other presidential debates. And I was look, she's running for vice president here. She's seen the list of Trump attorneys.
I think that's it.
Carrie Lake is better looking though, so I think he's going with Carrie Lake.
Did you
Trump
see
understands the power of attractiveness, which I think a lot of people deny because it's an uncomfortable truth. Did I see what?
Did you see the clip of Joy Reid saying that Nikki lost in Iowa and will not win because of racism in the Republican Party?
I
saw that,
did,
yeah.
Yeah, how do you feel about that claim?
Bring it up. Let's watch the clip.
Okay.
Do you have it?
It's on Twitter.
You mentioned it.
It's on Twitter. We can watch it on Twitter.
But
Yeah.
let's finish up with the books first, because
finish
I
up
just
with
want
the
to,
books.
but have DM it to me and we'll watch it afterwards. So, End Times basically can be summarized as Peter Turchin has this theory that there is a time in society where times are good, and it basically leads to a plethora of elites. He calls it elite overproduction. And society reaches a squeezing point where there's not really places in society for all the elites that society is producing. And this pisses people off. They're like, look, my parents are rich. I'm from a storied background, family. I deserve a place in society. And since there isn't really a place, they become counter elites and they try to tear down the system and destroy society because they're so pissed that they're not going to get their plot of land. So what is your take on that?
So yeah, elites are the rabble rousers in society. He talks about like, I think like Lenin and some others who are well educated and from like privileged backgrounds, like, and there definitely is merit to the idea of elite overproduction. And he talks about like how different military castes were overproduced and how different, like eunuchs in China or whatever, there were too many of them wandering around and they had, they wanted their place in society, but there just wasn't enough. And now it's in America, it's kids with college educations who don't necessarily have jobs that warrant that. And that these are the people who are going to drive the social change. And I think there's definitely some truth to that. Like, how many art history grads are there who are working at coffee shops? I know it's a cliche, but there's truth to it.
No, I totally agree.
And those are exactly the sorts of people who, post ridiculous shit on Twitter.
Of course. They're like, I'm a journalist. I'm a respected member of society. Everyone on Twitter is like, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about journalism anymore.
Right. And so I definitely think we devalued college, like in the literal sense, devalued college education by pushing so many people into it. And obviously the economy doesn't necessarily warrant that. There's just not enough demand. And so you have this, what is idle labor in a sense. And so that can really create dissatisfaction. If you remember, do you remember the revolution in Egypt? What was it, 2010?
Yeah. What was it called?
Young men who were like had an unemployment rate of like 50% or something ridiculous like that.
Right.
And they're not necessarily elites, but it's like you have these men who don't have work, who have a lot of time on their hands. What the fuck are they going to do? They're going to cause trouble, which is what they did. And so I definitely think he's on to something there, that's a potent combination. People who think that they should have more than they do, really not in the station of life they expected.
Right.
But then that's kind of bending the definition of elite, though, because then technically I would be an elite because I'm college educated. So I definitely don't think I'm elite, but I don't know. But I definitely think there's some merit to that. And what was the other factor? There's elite overproduction and economic
precarity,
malaise, whatever. Like, and they kind of go hand in hand with the college example. So it's like that's a potent combination for really tumultuous society.
Right. I was trying to. He uses this example of musical chairs. That's super fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
But I was looking for it, but I can't find it. I can only find there's an article here. Elite overproduction turns out to be the best predictor of crisis to come. It is essentially ubiquitous in the pre-crisis periods of all societies. I use a game of musical chairs to illustrate it, except in the usual game, you start with 11 players and 10 chairs, and one person loses. Here, instead of removing chairs, you keep the chairs constant, and we add more players, you can imagine the amount of chaos that is going to happen. Now let's connect this to the overproduction of wealthy people in the United States. And more of them become players in politics. They drive up the price of getting into office. And more importantly, and the more people are vying for these positions, the more people are going to be frustrated. They're going to be losers. But humans don't have to follow the rules. This is the dark side of the competition. If it's too extreme, it creates conditions for people to start to break the rules. This is why 2016 was such a revelation, because in the spring of 2016, we have 17 major Republican candidates in the presidential primaries. And because there was such intense competition, there was a lot of incentive for people to start breaking the rules. Yeah. So he's like, he uses this example of musical chairs, and he's like, yeah, but soon people start camping out next to the fucking chair, and they're like killing people that come close to it.
Right.
Like there's all this incentive to kind of break the rules once things get strained. And I mean, that does kind of play into what's going on here. I think, how is January 6th not the perfect example of like bending the rules, breaking the rules,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Or Trump, I mean, like, how many rules, informal ones of decorum did Trump break?
And, all of them.
Yeah, and he was applauded for that. And I think I can't remember if it was him or somebody else who compared Marco Rubio to him. Do you remember when Marco Rubio made fun of Trump's dick size because he's got tiny hands?
I do remember.
We all know what that means.
I do remember that.
Yes.
Yeah. And I can't remember if it's Turchin or somebody else, but they're like, this sort of dynamic naturally, it benefits somebody like Trump, who rule breaking comes naturally to, whereas like Marco Rubio essentially not sank his campaign, but like he didn't help himself. But like this sort of dynamic, it really is a bonus for people who are already comfortable living on the edge, which Donald Trump is.
Yeah. Did you see?
So you have a selection bias for unscrupulous people.
Someone was sharing a quote around. I should have saved it because it could be fake. I'm not even sure if it's real. But it was somebody asked Trump how he handles all the chaos. And his answer was basically, I just tell myself, none of this fucking matters. None of this fucking matters. And I was like, oh man. I was reading that book about him not sending anyone to transition the government effectively, and I was thinking of that quote the whole time. Like, none of this fucking matters.
Well, he didn't.
Sometimes things do matter.
You guys were talking about this before I got on, but he didn't expect to win. So.
Yeah, but still, why wouldn't you jump in with both feet once you actually won?
Well, he campaigned on like, I'm going to get things done by the power of my personality. He probably thought he could do that.
This is why Republicans terrify me, because they have zero faith in government. They have zero faith in government, and therefore they don't see it as something valuable, even though there is something valuable there.
I don't agree. Trump basically wanted to manage the economy with the government through protectionism.
You're right. Yeah.
So
maybe, maybe it won't be that bad.
Their rhetoric has always been anti-government, but the reality has never lived up to that.
Right.
Like, name me a Republican president for whom the government did not expand under.
I don't know.
Herbert Hoover.
No, the government expanded massively under Herbert Hoover.
Oh, damn. Harding.
I don't know anything about Warren.
Got him. Andrew Jackson.
Well, Andrew Jackson.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah,
well,
right.
It's the pre-switch. Okay. So let's go with the others.
Like, understand the Republican Party was not necessarily the party of small government pre-Reagan.
Yeah.
That wasn't their shtick.
Right.
I sent you the clip we were going to watch. Well, do you have any final thoughts on End Times? It seems that one seems more.
It seems more grounded in reality.
Yeah, yeah. And the theory is not as complicated, obviously. There's not like this huge generational cycle that keeps going over and over again. The seculum.
Yeah. God. How many times did that word appear in that book?
The seculum.
That's why
What's
I think
the
that's
matter?
why I thought that book was pretentious, just because he said seculum a million fucking times.
There's a bunch of good terms in end times.
What is seculum?
Cleodynamics. That's a good one.
Cleodynamics, yeah, that was the science of history that Turchin developed, or not? He helped develop cleodynamics.
Right. What's your take on cleodynamics? You think so? Cleodynamics is the idea that you get a bunch of people to read original history sources and turn it into data that you can mine in data in algorithms and data sources, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's very similar to the cycles of history. I'm just skeptical that you can map something as complex as all the sum total of human action in an algorithm like that.
Steve, are you a frustrated elite aspirant?
Yeah, I've been muddling at 20,000 subscribers on YouTube for forever.
Are you?
I want to be at 1 million.
Are you a member of the precariat?
I don't know. Am I? Maybe.
The terms in there are so good.
Yeah, they are.
Are you willing to play elite aspirant games to get ahead?
Of course.
Perfect.
There we go. That's why I'm here.
Win.
I'm an elite aspirant.
Look, we're frustrated elite aspirants over here too. We can't break 50K on our channel, so I think YouTube hates our guts.
That must be it. We have to blame the algorithm, the magical algorithm, right? That's the move.
But then when you blow up, it wasn't because the algorithm benefited you. Just remember that.
Yeah, of course. There you go.
Yeah, when you succeed, it's by your merits. When you fail, it's because of the algorithm. It's the key to YouTube right there.
Right.
There's
Classic
a lot of
self-serving
people.
bias.
There's a lot of people I think just have benefited from the algorithm.
And I don't think it. I think it really, the algorithm in a lot of ways rewards like short form lazy content, which is too bad. Obviously, we're getting off topic here, but that's a whole.
No, this is the purpose of this channel is short form lazy content. What are you talking about? Sitch, we never brought up the thing that you sent me. I don't know if you wanted to talk about that or what.
Well, we'll talk about it after we watch this clip because it's related, right?
Okay, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
So I guess we're gonna do a 1, 2, 3 thing here.
Yeah.
Let me bring up the watch together. Even though it's technically not going to be the watch together.
Bring up the Twitter together.
Where's Blunty Fly?
No.
I miss Blunty Fly.
Man Bear Pig for $20. Thank you. Says question for Steve Michael Davis and Sitch. The New Deal did the New Deal by FDR make the Depression worse, or did it prevent it from being as bad as it could have been?
It made it worse. It's a counterfactual, but I thoroughly believe it made it worse. No, not all of FDR's presidency made it worse. He lifted a lot of the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, which I think was good. But I generally think that a lot of the New Deal programs were counterproductive.
How do you know all this shit, Steve? Come on.
The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act?
Yeah.
It's, everyone who
everyone knows about the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act.
Come on.
Get the
anyone
fuck
who's familiar
out of here.
with international trade knows about the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
right.
Come on, Adam. I'm going to say FDR saved us from the Great Depression and single-handedly built the middle class.
That would be an interesting topic to discuss on the show.
There you go.
Sitch thinks FDR is the best president of all time.
That's right. He is. Yeah. The greatest, the GOAT.
Better than Benjamin Franklin.
Much better than Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, there you go.
Was Benjamin Franklin even a president? Right? I'm not sure. Was Benjamin Franklin a president?
No.
I thought that was the joke you were making.
Yeah, I thought you were joking. I was once on a train from Minnesota to Milwaukee, but it goes all the way to Chicago, and there are these two fucking bimbos in front of me. They were headed to Chicago, and they're talking. They're like, "What's that building named after that one guy who was president? John Hancock? Oh yeah." It's like,
oh yeah.
John Hancock was never president.
Yeah, that was named after Will Smith. Obviously, were they retarded?
All right, good.
Bimbos.
But no, I don't think it's like, even though his politics are very different than mine, I don't think that it's crazy to say that FDR was one of the greatest presidents.
There you go.
I mean, he beat the fucking Nazis. Come on.
Yeah, base. That's true. Look at that.
Yeah. What generation were the Nazis a member of?
I don't know. They
Better
were
not be
overproduced
the-
elites. That's what they were.
The villain generation.
Better not be the hero generation. All right, ready to go? I am all set.
3,
3, 2, 1.
New Hampshire.
And I think to the point that you made, Steph, I mean, it's the elephant in the room. She's still a brown lady that's got to try to win in a party that is deeply anti-immigrant and which accepts.
You got to press the button yourself.
What button? Where is this button?
I guess we're starting over here.
I don't know what button to press. I'm sorry.
Did Adam send you this tweet from Libs of TikTok?
Is it on my Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you can open it.
Where's the button?
Listen, he's a
I told you,
spirit. Okay?
I told you I'm not an elite, man. Come on.
Yeah. He's just a simple man from the
We've
Midwest.
got elite underproduction on this show.
There you go.
Okay, so we're all just gonna play it at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what the 3, 2, 1 was.
Okay. I totally
ready?
missed that.
You ready for the 3, 2, 1?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, play.
New Hampshire.
And I think to the point that you made, Steph, I mean, it's the elephant in the room. She's still a brown lady that's got to try to win in a party that is deeply anti-immigrant and which accepts the notion that you can say immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. She's getting, birthered by Donald Trump. And I don't care how much the donor class likes her, which will ramp up a lot, the better she does in New Hampshire. So it's still a challenge. I don't see how she becomes the nominee of that party with Donald Trump still around. I can't picture it happening. Maybe it could happen. Ron DeSantis' only argument for staying in it is he's the white guy, that he can still make the appeal to white evangelists.
While we have New Hampshire.
And I think to the point that
All right.
I like how Steve Kornacki is just futzing with the map while he's running her mouth
You're
about
right.
some stupid bullshit.
He's like, oh no, I'm the white guy over here. I hope she doesn't come for me.
How many people even know that Nikki Haley is half Indian?
That's
Probably
what
not
I
a
was
lot.
wondering about, because I feel like most people don't know. That
She,
she's
as they say,
Indian.
she's white passing. Like,
Yes.
she doesn't look very Indian. Her name, as she presents it, is not very Indian.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, because she has her husband's last name, and then I think her first name is something like I can't
Nimrod.
remember. Yeah, something like that. But she goes by
changed
Nikki.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, her original name was Nimrata. That's right. It was Nimrod. Nimrata, Nikki Randhawa. And didn't Vivek actually criticize her for
He did.
anglicizing her name at some point? I remember this. But yeah, I don't think most people know that she's Indian or half Indian at all. So I don't buy it whatsoever that racism had any effect on Nikki winning or losing the primary or the caucus, I should say. It seems like people are they kind of view, whether it's correct or not, they kind of view Nikki as like neoconservative. They kind of view her as like Bush Jr. And if you're a populist, if you're a MAGA guy, then you're not going to be on board with that.
She really leaned into like, I'm a woman thing.
Yes.
And Republicans, I mean, a lot of people find that distasteful, but I think that's especially unappealing to Republican voters.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, like, no, at the very least, it doesn't do anything to help her. But like, why people found that annoying when Hillary did it, right?
Yeah, but that's Hillary. Nobody liked Hillary.
Well, it's a weird move for a Republican to do, and she did it twice during the debates, which is weird. You think that she would have been warned against that. Republicans generally don't want the, men are all terrible kind of attitude. When she's like, it's time for a woman to fix politics, everybody. It's like, oh God. So, but
the way that she frames just any discussion of immigration has to involve racism.
Right.
Bugs the crap out of me.
In a way, I think it's sorry. In a way, I think it's really overthinking it. How many people voted for Trump because they knew his name, as opposed to Nikki Haley?
Massive. He brought a bunch of people in that voted for the first time because he's a big time celebrity, and they're like, "I love The Apprentice. Oh my God!"
Yeah, exactly. Like,
people. We have your fired as president.
People ascribe motives to voters that they often don't have. Most voters are very superficial.
No, that's a great point. And I wonder, because in 2020, 16, right? Or was it no, in 2020 there was like record voter turnout. And I guess 2016 there was a lot of voter turnout too. I mean, I don't think there's going to be that massive record turnout in this coming election that there was in 2020.
That's another metric that he uses in the fourth turning is here. Election turnout skyrockets during the crisis period.
I mean, both sides are going to be hyping this election up as like the final election for America.
Sure.
So it depends on how much people buy into that. I don't know. Like I told you, like I said, I don't buy into it, but some people might.
But I think there's a lot of people like you're saying that are just kind of normie about the whole thing. Like, oh, I'm voting for Trump because of the name. And I don't know if those people, I feel like a lot of people are going to be turned off to not vote at all. They're like, I don't really care.
Could be.
So the context that Joy made that comment, though, even though I think the comment was wrong and stupid, is this poll that I sent you, Adam, and we could bring it up because it is interesting and possibly concerning. This was a poll by CBS News, and the question was to Republican registered voters. It was, do you agree with the concept that illegal immigrants are poisoning the blood of America?
Right.
And this was because Trump made a comment about that. And they asked it in two different ways. They asked it once with the attribution to Trump, and they asked it just on its own. And according to the poll, it said if it was attributed to Trump, 82% of registered Republicans agreed that immigrants were poisoning the blood of America. Without Trump's attribution, 72% agreed with this concept.
10% just because Trump said it, we're like, yeah, based.
Right. So I have some thoughts about this, but what are your thoughts on this poll, Adam?
This is kind of a weird thing because I don't necessarily know if people are making the Nazi connection, and it doesn't seem like they mention that in the poll. They just asked them. So I don't know if people just
Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know if I misspoke. This is for illegal immigrants specifically, not immigrants.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That definitely changes the context. Okay.
Yeah. But just the whole reason of doing the poll is because, you're supposed to make the connection that poisoning the blood is this Nazi dog whistle. And all the people who are answering in the poll are obvious Nazis because that kind of language really just gets them hard. So I'm not convinced that that's the case. I don't think a bunch of people are going, they're probably just looking at it factually and going, oh, poisoning the blood. That means like ruining things in America. Yeah, that's happening, right? There's not this Nazi connotation that, this is damn near like push poll levels of polling here. So I would think, I'm not necessarily sure that this is just, I'm not going to lose sleep over this poll.
And again, I think if you attribute Nazism to this, I think you're giving voters too much credit. Like,
yeah, exactly.
How many people really know the context of that? Like you said, it's a stand-in for illegal immigrants bad, essentially. And the fact that 10% swung when Donald Trump endorsed it, people, most people, of course they're going to go, more people are going to go along with it if a man they admire said it.
Right.
Or at least some of them will. But
the people, part of this 72% and 82% are definitely Nazis who do understand the language and are like, this is great. But I don't know that the predominant, I don't know that the majority of it is the Nazis. What is your take, Sitch?
Well, I agree with both of you in terms of that. I would imagine that the average person answering this poll just sees it as immigrant bad or illegal immigrant bad specifically. I would really have liked for them to do the poll and ask them specifically to do you feel illegal immigrants are poisoning the blood of America? And then ask, do you think legal immigrants are poisoning the blood of America? Because I think that would be an interesting to see if they're like, because if there's a big drop off where like, oh, only 20% think legal immigration is poisoning the blood of our country. And then 72% to 80% feel like illegal. That would make me feel a lot more comfortable. Because even though I do agree that most people are not looking at this with the Nazi connotation, obviously there's definitely a Jordan Peterson right-wing I mean, not that he supports it, but in terms of what Jordan Peterson talks about, like using the toxic purity intuition here, like that the Nazis would use, that any sort of ethnic cleansing sort of ideology uses, is to, hit the purity, the disgust mechanism. And I think you should always be very cautious when you talk about a group of people and you associate them with some sort of like dirtiness or toxic, like physical toxic quality, especially if they're immigrants or a minority or whatever, because you're definitely hearkening to that intuition. So I really don't like that Trump used this language. I think it's horrible and definitely irresponsible for him to use this language, regardless of whatever his intention was. And, it does, even though I agree that I don't think most people look at it like from the Nazi perspective, I do think the problem with this sort of rhetoric, it's kind of the same problem with the left in terms of when they talk about equity or CRT or something, and you see like, 70% of Democrats agree with like CRT should be taught in school, or what. I just made up a poll, but like, something to that effect. It's because they believe, they don't know what it is, but they just believe sort of like some mainstream version of it. And then that allows the people that do know what CRT is, the actual, socialists, to push that shit under the radar. And I feel like this is the same problem where, I don't think the majority of Republicans are Nazis, but this does allow some of the far right racist ideology to be pushed into the conversation every time something like this is brought forward.
Vague language really benefits extremists because because they can say their shtick, and then when somebody calls them on it, they can wiggle out of it real easily. It's sort of like defund the police. When some people said that, they meant, oh, well, we're going to redistribute money from the police to different social programs.
Right.
And some people literally meant abolish the police. And so when you have people repeating your rhetoric, it's like you can do the Mott and Bailey tactic where it's like, get rid of the police. And then you're like, oh, why would you do that? And then they retreat to the, oh, no, well, we just want to redistribute money from social programs. It really gives them an out, but also at the same time spreading the rhetoric around.
Did you look up this poll? Do you know exactly the question that they asked? Because this graphic is kind of, it says percentage agreeing with poisoning the blood language in describing immigrants who enter U.S. illegally. But I doubt they didn't ask the question that way. That was completely confusing.
Let me see. Yeah.
Do you agree with politician? Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the exact question was. And look, this poisoning the blood thing, I don't know. You could probably ask him right after that. What is the blood type of America? O positive, B positive, and you'd get 72% think America's blood type is O positive. It's just such a weird thing. Of course, this is a CBS News poll, right? Because they're the ones that are like playing the race game.
Well, here's an interesting thing. This is from the same poll. I haven't found the blood question yet, but it's kind of interesting. It says, in the Republican Republican presidential primaries in 2024, would you prefer to vote for a Republican candidate who, and then it gives a bunch of issues. 58% said make liberals angry.
No way. This poll, that's the best poll ever.
Well, no, but I'm actually shocked because 42% said no to that, which is kind of surprising. I would have thought it'd been much higher. Isn't that kind of interesting?
It's still an overwhelming majority.
That's like the one thing. That's like the one thing Trump is good at, is like pissing people off.
Right. The 82%, and this is the second highest thing, 87%. And this is important. 87% said challenge woke ideas. So this really shows you how detrimental wokeness is to the left. We have a lot of people on the left that say wokeness isn't a big deal, just ignore it, fall asleep. And it's like, that's not how the right's saying it.
I mean, but if that was really that much of a focal point, wouldn't Ron DeSantis be winning now? Because he made that his big issue, was like, where woke goes to die, Florida.
Right. Yeah, but the problem is he has the charisma of a piece of wood. So
this is true. This is very true.
And Trump can make fighting wokeness funny.
Yeah,
right,
this is true.
Yeah.
Good, fair point. Yeah.
It says 43% oppose. 43%. Oh no, wait. Sorry. 43% support U.S. aid to Ukraine. 57% are against it. 65% say oppose any gun restrictions. 86%. This is interesting. Very high. Say ban surgeries that change a child's gender. 45% favor a national abortion ban. 55% don't. So the majority, according to this poll, are against a national abortion ban.
Yeah, they know. They're trying to get their shit together on abortion.
Still the highest rated thing, 88% say promise to cut taxes. So there you go, the old classic.
Look, I'm in favor of cutting taxes. I hope you are too, Sitch.
Well, for me, not for anyone else.
I hate paying taxes.
There you go. 54% say that Trump won the 2020 election. 46% say no to that. 40%.
I'm surprised
terrifying.
that number is as even.
Yeah.
I thought that number would be higher.
Yeah, me too. But I guess that's I'm glad. This is kind of interesting. This is weird. 40% say they want their candidate to say that they favor Christians over other religious groups.
48%?
40%.
What do they mean by favor?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
Tax cuts.
Favors. Yeah.
If some people might just mean like, oh, we should say Merry Christmas.
Right.
Look,
right.
If they are giving tax cuts to Christians, I'm converting again.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
Instantly.
hey, let's start a church. We won't have to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Those 60% said no to this. So the majority were against favoring Christians over other religious groups. And 67% said that they would be in favor of the candidate saying that they would pardon those charged for January 6th related crimes.
Yeah.
So there you go. Okay, so where is...
So it's not even in there.
Well, no, it's in there somewhere. I just haven't got to the question yet. So, oh, wait, there it is. It's a big, long poll.
That's cool.
Okay, here you go. Do you agree or disagree with the statement, or do you agree or disagree with Donald Trump's statement that immigrants entering the U.S. illegally are poisoning the blood of the country? That was the question.
Okay. Yeah, people are not gonna make the Nazi reference there. Well, the Nazis are. There's some percentage in that poll that are actual Nazis that are like, hell yeah.
Do you think Donald Trump is deliberately dog whistling when he says that?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it's such an... I feel like... I mean, he'd have to be really fucking stupid not to be, right? I mean, that's such a obvious,
I don't know. I think you're underestimating Trump. He probably heard that somewhere and he just picked it up as like, oh, that sounds good, and like repeated it. I'm not saying he's not dog whistling. I'm just saying consider the alternative. It's possible when you think about Trump.
No,
he's
I mean,
like, I am the blood of America.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's still hanging out with Miller. You know, Miller says some crazy racist shit like that. You know,
isn't Miller Jewish?
He is, but he's he's like so anti-immigration. So, you know, I would be surprised.
Donald Trump literally thought like exercise wore down your life force, and like you're a battery, and the more you exercise, the more you drain yourself. And so, therefore,
me and Adam have actually debated about this topic.
Okay.
So Donald Trump's position is that, yeah, the more you exercise, the more it drains you. And then Adam tried to defend this by bringing up like the amount of heartbeats a person has in their lifetime.
Adam, are you serious?
It's true.
Oh.
Most organisms get a set amount of heartbeats, and it's like 10,000 or 10 million or something like that.
Yeah, but if you're in shape, your resting heart rate goes lower.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So you're like extending your life.
Yeah. I mean, you're if it averages out, so you're at lower heart rate when you're done exercising, it could be good.
Oh my God. Okay, so here's the data officially.
It's 100,000. Your heartbeat's about 100,000 times in about 30 million times a year. 2.5 billion during an average lifetime.
So if you're having sex all the time, you're gonna die sooner.
Well, you die happy, so that's
there you go.
What it's all about.
Fair enough.
Okay. So here's the full breakdown of the data from the question. Do you agree or disagree with Donald Trump's statement that immigrants enter the U.S. illegally are poisoning the blood of the country? Okay. The total number of people that answer this question was 960. Okay.
Wow.
In terms of, let's see, genders, about 20% of people who identify as liberals said that they agree that immigrants are poisoning the lifeblood of the country. 36% of moderates agree, and 79% of conservatives agree. 80% of liberals disagree, 64% of moderates disagree, 21% of conservatives disagree.
Is the poisoning the blood language just I mean, that's the thing that makes it so terrible?
Yes.
The poisoning the blood thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
What makes it why does poisoning the blood? There's two ways that you can think about poisoning the blood. You can think of it as it's the people, this like a genetic stock type way,
right?
A eugenics type way, or you can think of it as America as an organism. And
well, so I think
some
this
sort of pathogen.
I think there's two reasons. One is, as you said, poisoning the blood has the dual or the double innuendo of, or the dual meaning, I should say, of like, yeah, are they talking about it's hurting the country, or are they talking about like it's hurting the
genetic stock of America,
the genetic stock of the country, right? Because then obviously, if it's the genetic stock of the country, then it's obviously just racist, right? There's no denying that.
But this is why the poll is bad, because it's unclear.
Well, no, but that's what Trump's statement was. Trump's statement was unclear, right?
Yeah, but if you want to find that out, you ask the poll question: are illegal immigrants hurting the genetic stock of America?
I agree with you. They should ask they should ask, more specifically, right?
Then you know exactly what people are thinking.
I agree. I agree completely.
How many people know what genetic stock means?
Well, that's a good question too, right?
You have to have a little illustration.
Like, the thing about opinion polls is, like, I tell this to progressives all the time. Opinion polls and 50 cents will buy you a phone call. Like, they're largely worthless. But, like, are they predictive of future behavior? I don't really think so.
Well, you could say...
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not alarmed by the rhetoric, because it is gross rhetoric. And I'm a very pro-immigration guy, so I don't even like the negativity of
traitor.
Okay.
Well, everybody has this is what I always try to impress upon people, and especially in the context of the clip where she's basically saying, look, if you're even talking about immigration, you're a racist. Like at some point, everybody has a breaking point on immigration, because they understand there's only so many people you can assimilate at once. You can't double the amount of people in the country overnight and expect everything to go off without a hitch. Yeah, exactly. Right. So at some point you have to have a conversation about immigration outside of the context of you're all just a bunch of racists.
Of course. Right. But this is why this statement is so fucking stupid that Trump said, because he's giving them the easiest ammunition to say you're just racist.
Yep. Yeah.
Possible.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's intentional or just stupid or what the fuck's going on here. So,
well, if it's intentional, it is good politics, because we're talking about it, they're talking about it, everybody's talking about it.
He's playing 3D chess. Scott Adams was right.
No, Scott Adams was not right.
No, Scott Adams was not right.
I mean, you're probably right, Steve, that he just heard someone who maybe is fucking racist say it, and he's just like, oh, I like that. That sounds very like, it's like a visual imagery, and then he repeats this fucking idiotic line.
So here's how Trump comes up with his shtick. He plays it in front of crowds, he'll throw something out, and he'll gauge the reaction based upon how, the amount of applause he gets or whatever.
Right.
If something doesn't get a reaction, he doesn't stick with it. Something does, he goes with it. When he started to get into politics around like the birther thing, he went on a lot of AM radio shows, and he would listen to callers and what they had to say. And he's like, oh, they care about immigration. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about immigration. He used illegal migrant labor in his construction projects. Like he just picked up on it because he realized that that's what a lot of GOP voters care about. And so at some point he probably said this, he picked up the poisoning the blood of the immigration or of the nation, and he either liked it or he got a good response from it, and that's why he's going with it. That's my guess.
Do you think he believes that there's no such thing is bad press and that he's just going to say
Yes.
progressively more incendiary stuff until he gets this kind of reaction.
Donald Trump cares first and foremost about his name being everywhere.
Right.
And so if he can get that with positive attention, he'll do it, but he'll absolutely resort to negative attention getting.
How long before he does the Roman salute?
I don't know. He'll do something kind of like it, so he has plausible deniability and be like, "Oh, the press is attacking me. I was covering my eyes.
I was just fixing. I was fixing my hair."
They're actually. I'm see if I can find the full speech, because now I forgot. I remember when I looked it up originally, it was kind of unclear to me whether he was talking about immigrants themselves or like poisoning the lifeblood, or if he meant Democrats are poisoning the lifeblood.
He also, like every other president, he doesn't write his own speeches. So like it's possible an advisor slipped that in. Stephen Miller, potentially.
Right.
And obviously Trump riffs, and if he must have liked that line for whatever reason, so he kept it.
Well, it definitely got him in the press.
Yeah.
Everyone was talking about it immediately. He gets extra points if he can piss off Joy Reid. So anything that's going to piss her off is definitely a win for his coalition.
Okay. It says, let's see. He says, where is it? Had I lost it.
What is your take on Vivek, Steve?
Oh, I can't stand that guy.
Oh, really?
How dare you?
He just seems so phony to me. Not everything he says is ludicrous, but I don't know. He's very clearly positioning himself for a cabinet post. So yeah, I guess that's how you do it these days. You run for president.
It seems like he stayed in the race just to see how much he would get in Iowa, and then obviously he can use that as leverage. He's basically saying, look, I have 7% of the vote that I am bequeathing to you, Donald Trump. Why don't you make me press secretary?
Right.
Yeah. We'll see. He's probably going to be on the campaign trail campaigning for Donald Trump now.
More than likely. He basically was already. Like,
right.
If you watched any interviews with him.
Right.
Will
Donald Trump come out and say, there's my Indian over there?
Well, he could be referring to Nikki Haley. Well, according to Joy Reid,
he'd be referring to Elizabeth Warren.
People will not be happy about that. So we'll see.
If he is referring to Elizabeth Warren, Sitch, then he did a racism.
There you go. Well, no, listen, some Native Americans like to kill Indians. It's unclear. Okay. Bricknose for $20 says, wait, Adam thinks the authoritarian who tried to overthrow our democracy, Adam has agreed this is true, should be given power again. Are you high? If Trump loses, that's the end of MAGA. Proven 2 times loser. Reject this Trump apologia.
If he loses, they're just going to say he didn't lose. And most of the MAGA guys will go along with it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what will happen.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're going to say. And they're going to say that the election process is unsound.
It's rigged.
Yeah. America's a banana republic. They're all going to say that.
This is a color revolution.
But isn't the left going to say that if Trump wins?
No, that was when Jack Posobiec, or however you say his last name, rolled out. Posobiec. We're currently undergoing a color revolution. It's like, you fucking idiot. But whatever.
But what do you say, Anne, about why would you think the authoritarian who tried to overthrow our democracy should be given power again?
I don't. I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump, but
okay.
I'm trying to find the silver lining here, right?
Cameraman 502 for $5 says, if you give a bunch of Republicans a poll that looks like it's setting up an attack on Donald Trump, a large portion will bite the bullet to support their guy. That's a good point.
Yep.
That is a good
point.
Toxic Mix for $20 says, there isn't much Trump can do to guarantee a win, but adding Haley to the ticket guarantees a loss. For every independent he pulls over, he'll lose a dozen populists who hate everything she stands for. Yeah, I think it'd be a huge mistake to do that.
I disagree. Very few people vote on the VP, and all the mega populists are going to go along with Trump anyways. But
John McCain.
I can't imagine they're gonna not vote Trump.
John McCain.
These diehard MAGA people are not.
John Cena McCain.
He picked a VP that was literally incompetent, though.
Yes. A lot of people, I don't think, voted for John McCain because they were so afraid of Sarah Palin.
Yeah, because she's an idiot, though. Nikki Haley's not an idiot. She wants to start World War III. That's a big difference.
John McCain was appealing to a very different demographic than Trump.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I think that was an instance where VP pick did hurt his chances of being president.
Do you think he would have beaten Barack Obama with a better VP?
No, but I think he would have done better in the election.
Maybe, yeah.
But I don't know. It's going to be, I think it's probably going to be close, whatever the turnout is.
Oh, it'll be close.
Biden. Yeah. And I do think that if he does pick Nikki, I don't think that's going to grant him any swing votes in his favor. But I think it would end up hurting him from not a huge amount, but some amount, I think, would not vote for him. They'll just stay home.
I don't know. I'm skeptical that people vote for VP, but
okay. Well, they'll say, listen,
close.
Trump is old. He's going to get taken out by the deep state, and then Nikki Haley will be president, right?
Yeah, I mean, people will concoct theories like that. How much traction will they get? I don't know.
Right.
I will say this: as much as it sucks to have winter in Wisconsin now, living in Wisconsin, my vote matters like 20 times more than either of you.
That's right. My vote doesn't matter at all. That's true. Neither does that.
Are you voting
you live
for
in
Trump?
Florida. That's kind of a swing state in presidential elections.
It hasn't been for the last 3 elections.
Yeah, I mean, when was that? Obama won in 2012.
No, he didn't. Did he?
Yes, he did.
Let's see. 2012 Florida election.
Steve, are you following this post-liberalism?
Oh, you're right.
Argument?
Oh my God! He won by he got 50.01%.
Florida had a fucked up election, and they were the last to report the results. Florida was in 2012. They had a totally fucked up election, but the country wasn't held hostage by it, unlike 2000.
But then it was weird because then because I remember this, in 2016 there were 5 states that went for Trump, that went for Obama, that were the swing states that Hillary lost, and but all of them except for the turnout was higher, and Trump still won anyway, and he just drew more Republicans.
At this point, I think Florida is a pretty safe red state.
Yeah,
yeah,
it seems like it. So
I'm the swing state guy here. Sweet.
There you go.
Wisconsin is the new Ohio. Remember Ohio used to be the big swing state?
Yep.
Now that's safely red too.
Interesting. What were you saying, Adam? I think I interrupted you.
Am I paying attention to the post-liberal?
Oh yeah, that's it. Curious if you have a take on this post-liberal fight that Sargon keeps having. Most recently with James Lindsay and Helen Pluckrose.
No, I haven't been paying attention to that.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, speaking of YouTuber drama, what happened between you guys and Christian Watson? I don't know the context here. Because Christian's my friend and you guys are my friends. But
Christian, you tell Christian Watson that I think he's a sophist and he needs to get his shit together. No, he came on our show and he was having a conversation with Sitch, and I was just getting super frustrated because he kept being he was dancing around, not really answering things straightforward. He was being he was obfuscating.
Okay.
And I called him a sophist because I thought what he was doing was sophistry. He was basically nitpicking certain terminologies.
Okay.
And I don't remember what the conversation
was.
I think
I made a claim about the state of nature being might makes right, and he tried to spin it into some major philosophical thing when I was saying, look, you understand what I'm saying. You don't need to nitpick the language.
Right, because you meant law of the jungle instead of might makes right, and that became
and he started trying to make these big distinctions between law of the jungle and might makes right, and how one was a moral system and one wasn't. And I was just like, fuck this, man. So, yeah, look, people are saying in the chat that I was a jerk, and look, that's probably an accurate assessment. So, but he did try to solicit a public apology from me on the show, and that's when I really lost it.
Really?
I was like, dude, I didn't do anything wrong. I did. Look, I called you a sophist. Big fucking deal. Prove to me you're not a sophist.
You know, he was a little too sensitive about that. Like, I was like, okay, like, relax. Okay.
But look, Steve, if you can, I have zero hard feelings here. I don't carry grudges against people. If Christian Watson wanted to come back on, I would have I'm not going to apologize, but I would have a perfectly good conversation with him. So, but I don't think he wants to come on, and I've tried to bury the hatchet with him, but like to no avail. So,
gotcha.
Look, you can smooth the waters here. You be the peacemaker.
I'll be the emissary. I'll ask him his side of the story.
Yeah. I mean, if you need to tell him I'm a sophist, you go ahead.
Matrix 07012 for 100. Kazark says, Stephen touched a good point. A lot of historical and especially modern political analyses and predictions seem to be overlooking the key component of demographic changes. There you go.
I think that matters.
Mithram 6 for 200. Kazark says, the problem with these grand theories is that they're useless analytically. It's like using climate science to predict tomorrow's weather. It may be true over long periods, but current events are more important in the short term.
That's a good point. What exactly let's say the seculum or whatever the fuck it is real. Mm-hmm. And it's absolutely ironclad.
Oh, it's real. What
do we do with that?
It's real and it's spectacular.
What do we do with that information?
We make bets that certain things are going to happen historically and use it to get rich beyond our wildest dreams.
I need to find another $500 bet, Adam, to negate this $500 bet.
What is the bet again?
Whether Trump would drop out or actually run for president.
Oh, why did you take that?
Why bet? Are you? What? Look,
it was like 3 years ago, Steven. Okay.
Yes.
Listen,
I knew from the moment he lost, he was going to run again.
Because listen, he has a history. Trump has a history before 2016 of saying he was going to run and then dropping out. And I was like, he's rich. He's going to just be like, I'm going to just fuck off and, do nothing for the rest of my life and just be rich.
Damn, I wish I had gotten in on that.
Yeah, you and everyone else. Okay.
Here's the argument I made, Steven. Okay. I said, look, Trump right now is sitting in his home, and every single friend that comes and talks to him says, oh man, they totally screwed you. So there's no way in hell he's not. This is like his trying to save his status.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely no way he's not going down like Jimmy Carter, man. He's like, fuck you. I'm a two-term president, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like I said, the most important thing in the world to Donald Trump is what people on TV are saying about him.
Of course.
And the fact that he's not president anymore, people don't talk about ex-presidents much. And so naturally he doesn't want to be in that sorry state of not being the center of attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is too, I mean, it's all going to be, not all, but like it's going to be mostly negative attention if he wins.
He doesn't care.
Okay.
He doesn't care.
No. Okay. So he just wants people talking about him. He doesn't care what they're saying.
And this is a direct quotation. It doesn't matter what people are saying about you in the news as long as you got a sweet piece of ass on your arm. And so yeah.
Is that what he's,
as long as they're talking
is that really a quote? Is that a real
I believe
Donald
that is an
quote?
actual quotation.
No, you made that up.
No, look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, I also think the whole one-term president thing, just he couldn't live with that.
No.
Yeah. Think about it. When when you're an ex-president and the ex-president is showing up to speak, everybody's like, oh, it's Obama.
Yeah.
It's Clinton, right? Oh, it's Jimmy Carter. It's a one-term president.
Yawn, get him out of here. How did Gerald Ford feel? He was like a 3-year president who was never elected.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Did he run, or was it someone?
No,
else?
So when Spiro Agnew resigned,
Yeah.
Gerald Ford became vice president.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying, did he run like at all? Like when
He ran in 76.
Who was it? Who was he against?
He was against Jimmy Carter in 76.
Oh, Jimmy Carter, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, and he lost to Jimmy Carter, the other
Wow.
one-term president.
Well, yeah, but I mean, was he any fucking chance? Because after he pardoned Nixon, wasn't that like
that was probably what did him in. And then Ronald Reagan actually primaried him in 76, and he barely won the nomination.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
They almost put Gerald Ford on the ticket with Ronald Reagan in 1980, which would have been very interesting.
That would have been interesting.
Donald Trump is dreaming, just dreaming of the meme where it's him standing with Obama, Clinton, and Biden. And it says over Obama's head, it's like 2-term president. Over Clinton, it's 2-term. Over Trump, it's 3-term. Over Biden, it's 1-term.
Yeah,
that's the meme he's dreaming of. He's like, it's gonna be so based. They're gonna be sharing this meme all over True Social. I'm gonna be back on top again. 3-time winner. That's all he cares about.
No, I mean, you're probably right. Boba Peck for $20. Thank you. Says, Adam, congrats on winning the best. S-class is the last class. Wow. Love you, Sitch. Well, thank you. Adam says the best scenario for repairing civil tensions, unless I'm misunderstanding your stance, is Trump winning. So hypothetical for you guys, what would happen politically to civil tensions if one or both candidates died of natural causes well before the election day? P.S. I know this is a super cynical scenario.
I mean, first of all, it may be cynical, but it's not unrealistic. Biden is a mummy. No. Donald Trump is fat. He loves to snort Adderall. He's also old. Like he's a heart attack waiting to happen. Yeah. And the funny thing is if Donald Trump dies of a heart attack, all the conspiracy theorists will be like, yes! Oh my God, the deep state killed him. It's like, no, he's fat and he doesn't take care of himself. All he does is eat fast food. Of course he died of a heart attack.
That's not funny. See, that's going to literally be like 30%. Oh, yeah. 40% of Republicans will think that till the day they die.
Trump killed himself. Sure.
That Trump died of, the deep state poisoned him or whatever.
Like you could literally see footage of Donald Trump on the toilet croaking. And like there'll still be conspiracy theories about it.
Well, he was poisoned. That's why he had the heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so if Trump dies, it's going to be like a big conspiracy shit, but I don't think anything will matter. Like nothing's going to become of it. I wouldn't imagine. Nothing important anyway.
What?
Just all the idiots online will be crying about it.
It'll just become part of like the Alex Jones lore. Like they killed Donald Trump because of the deep state or he was going to drain the swamp.
Right.
That's it.
If Biden dies, I don't think anything will matter.
Everyone would be like, old man obviously dies. Go figure.
Yeah, right. It's like, whatever. I don't know. Like, if Biden dies and it's Kamala versus Trump, do you think?
Trump wins.
You think? You think Trump's going to win? Definitely. If
Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate,
I agree. Yeah, but I think Biden is kind of a terrible candidate at the moment too.
Biden's a lot better of a candidate than Kamala Harris is.
Yeah, I would agree.
He still invokes that. He can invoke that Obama nostalgia that people like so much.
Right. If Trump dies, it's hard to say because we'd have to see whoever would be his replacement, which we don't know currently. So,
don't you love Biden's serious voice when he mutters under his breath? Can't even understand what he's saying, but it's supposed to be very profound.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. What the heck?
I think most, like if he picks, Carrie Lake or even the other lady, I think they'd probably, if Trump died and it was like one of the popular right-wing female, candidates, I think they would have a really good shot at winning. People would be upset about the death of Trump. People don't really like Biden. A lot of the people that are so terrified of Trump wouldn't be so motivated probably to come out and vote for Biden. So
A lot of people wouldn't say it, but they'd be relieved.
on both Democrats and
Yeah.
Republicans. Yeah. Yes.
If either one of them died, they'd be relieved.
More so Trump than Biden.
Yeah, yeah. Potato for 18 months outside the simulation. Thank you so much, Potato. Look at that. Ultimate free will. Says, I can't believe Stephen Michael Davis missed my super insightful super chat on his stream with Adam, shaking my head.
What? I'm sorry.
Damn
I missed
it.
that. I thought I got all of them. What did you say?
He probably did it on purpose.
I feel bad.
You should.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
Look it up.
How do I
Look
look
up your
it up?
history of super chats.
Where do I go to do that?
Oh my God.
Read
Aren't
it
you like
right
a
now.
professional YouTuber? You don't know how to
No.
do this?
It's my hobby.
You go to your channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You look up
Go to
history,
little
super chats.
Creator Studio.
Okay.
All right. You hit earn.
Creator
So earn
Studio.
button.
View your channel.
No.
No.
You go to Creator Studio. You don't go to view your channel.
Fuck you. Creator Studio.
Okay.
Where is that? YouTube Studio?
Yes.
Okay. I go to earn.
Yeah, you go to earn, and then
Okay.
you click on supers,
Supers.
and then you click see all.
See all.
And you can probably do a control F on like potato.
Yeah, his name was Potato.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got one for $20, 20 Norwegian kroners of smiley face.
You
That's
didn't
all.
read the smiley face?
You didn't read the
I read the smiley
face?
face.
Was that it?
I think that
wow.
I
I can't
appreciate
believe you
it.
didn't read the
Kroners,
smiley face.
regardless.
Oh my God.
And he sent another smiley face
There you go. Well, thank you for the smiley face.
and a
Potato.
third smiley face.
There
Look
you
at
go.
I like
this.
smiley faces. Thank you. Thank you for the
There you
smiley
go.
faces.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, he put the smiley face in his his member message. I just didn't realize that was the
Okay.
message. There you go. Well, thank you, Potato.
Very insightful, like you said.
Yes.
Now you've
Uh,
learned how to check your old supers too.
Well,
Yeah,
I
there you
learned
go.
something new today. Look at that.
There it is. Stug for $10 says, do you think the Senate will become a Republican or Democrat majority? If it's a Democrat majority, then how will he manage to put sycophants in the cabinet? Even if it is Republican, how likely is it?
That's a good point. I don't know. I'd have to
yeah.
know which way it's going to go. I'd have to look at the map. Which states have races that year?
Let's see. Yeah, Senate races, because I don't know. That is a good point. I think if it's Republican, they will 100%
Yeah.
confirm anyone that he basically. But yeah, if it's the Democrats, then yeah, that's a good point.
And
I think
given that
they're-
it's going to be a presidential election, it's safe to assume there's not going to be much ticket splitting. And so, like, the Electoral College will look very similar to the Senate map. So,
Right.
I think we talked about this before, and I think the advantage was going to the Republicans in both the Senate
probably. I
and
know-
the House.
I know that, I mean, the Republicans are going to pick up a seat in West Virginia because Joe Manchin isn't running.
So right
But I
now
don't
it's
know about the rest.
So right now it's 48. Well, it's technically 50. No, wait, no. What is it? Where is it? It's 48, 49, 48 Democrats, 49 Republicans, and 3
Two independents.
Oh, 2 independents?
Yeah, Angus Young or Angus, whatever his name is, and then Bernie Sanders.
Why is it? This says 3 independents on the Senate.
Oh,
side.
Kristen Sinema. She's an independent now.
Oh, okay. Who do they caucus with? Between them?
I believe they all caucus with the Democrats.
So the Democrats technically have the majority,
I mean, kind of.
sort of. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The states that are up for grabs in 2024 are North Dakota, which I'm assuming is already red, Wyoming, Nebraska, Utah, Texas, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, Tennessee, Mississippi.
Those are all
Florida.
red states.
Those are the red states that are up.
Okay.
The blue states are Minnesota, Washington, Nevada, California, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, New York, and a bunch of others. And then then I guess the contested would be Ohio, Arizona.
I guess you have the video up, don't you, Steve?
Yeah, I do. I'm looking at the chat right now.
Yeah, for the Blanty fly.
So I took the fly out and gave Steve the blind.
Oh, okay, good. Anyway, no one cares. Whatever.
Everyone loves Blanty fly. What are you talking about?
No, I mean no one cares what I'm saying. Who gives a shit? Whatever. We'll find out, Stuck. We'll find out. Okay.
No, I want to know.
No.
Look,
No, it's too late.
Blanty fly could be president.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's know what was the answer?
We'll see.
It's close though, right? Because
We'll see.
it's neck and neck in the Senate, and the Republicans have a tenuous lead in the House. But I think they're supposed to pick up seats in the House and in the Senate. Look, Trump is going to be unopposed. He's going to be able to pass whatever he wants. We're going to get to nuke that hurricane. It's going to be great.
God. I
Dude,
mean,
he
if it
couldn't even
works-
overturn Obamacare when he was president. Like,
He didn't
That's-
want to.
I
And
think
he
that is
passed
true.
the transparency, the hospital transparency.
that wasn't
Um,
overturning Obamacare.
But it is making hospitals publish how much things cost.
Well, that's a step in the right direction, but he campaigned on overturning Obamacare and he had majorities and he couldn't get it done.
Right.
Yep. That's because
He got rid of the mandate.
They didn't. No one wanted to because no one had anything to replace it with. They're all full of shit for the last 8 years.
They're Republicans. What do you want?
There you go. True. BNT095 for $5 says thoughts on RFK Jr. if either candidate dies. I mean, I think he has zero chance of winning. So regardless of what happens.
I cannot even listen to RFK. Like it's like nails. His voice is like nails on a chalkboard for me.
Mm-hmm.
It literally makes me sick to my stomach to hear that guy talk. Yeah.
So ableist.
I don't know what it is. It's so weird. He sounds like, I just imagine like a dying person outside your glass slider. No, come save me. I'm not dead yet. I'm still alive. Like the zombies. You're like, I wish the zombies would just get this motherfucker and die or something. No, come out and save me. I'm still alive. Help me.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about RK, Stephen? I assume you're a big fan.
I agree with Adam. His voice is annoying.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I
Can you
think he has no
imagine?
shot because of his voice.
He does have that
imagine?
last name going for him, but that voice is holding him back.
Yeah.
Look, having an annoying voice didn't help Hillary either. Like, you need to having a good voice is part of the charisma.
True.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear a State of a Union speech from that guy.
Yeah. Maybe we'd go back to
strong.
Maybe we'd go back to written State of the Unions if RFK was president. They used to do that.
Here we go. Okay, RFK, he'll have a little speaker on his throat, and he'll have like a deep fake of his own voice.
America is powerful.
No. So it sounds totally normal, and he'll just like lip sync like himself.
Oh, yes. They give
There it is.
him like a charismatic voice.
Yeah, you know how like sometimes singers get in trouble.
He sounds like Tom Cruise.
No, it'll be his voice. Like, you know how it's like singers get in trouble because they get caught lip syncing their own concerts.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Totally.
That'll be the big controversy. RFK wins, and then he gets caught lip syncing his own speech. There you go.
There's no way that guy. I mean, he has the same problem Biden has. Biden just sounds like a doddering old man. It doesn't
Yes,
work.
he does.
Yeah.
Brick Nose for $20 says, in 2016, I abstained because I thought it'd be interesting if Trump won. In 2020, I voted for Biden because I dislike Trump. In 2024, I'll do all in and make sure that psycho, liar, tyrant Trump never sees power. This is serious. There you go.
Brick Nose. Look, I want you to prepare yourself. I want you need to start looking yourself in the mirror in the morning and telling yourself, Trump could be our next president. Look, I don't want you to get
Prepare for the worst. There you go.
I don't want you to get blindsided on election night.
Right.
Yeah. Because it could happen. Yeah.
Very well.
You got to think of your health. We're going to make it through.
McGore for $6 says, ask Stephen if Wisconsin would annex the UP to finally liberate the Upers.
We should. It's long overdue. Seriously though, that's bullshit that's part of Michigan. Like, it's this growth on Wisconsin. It's fucking Michigan. It's garbage.
Mm-hmm. How'd that even happen?
Something to do with the terrorists. Some anachronism. Something to do with the. It was like, oh, this is the Michigan territory.
Okay.
Make it part of Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's Dialogue Always for $2, Adam, our good friend.
Is it the real Dialogue Always?
Well, I'll read this and then you can find out.
No.
He says, colorblind meritocracy is a utopian dream. We will never achieve it. Look at the past 60 years that my critical social justice mentors have spent creating anti-colorblind policies and practices, and we're still not even colorblind yet. There you go.
Damn, you fit that all in a $2 super chat? That's impressive.
Well, the Streamlab, so you have a lot of space.
I don't think that was a real Dialogue Always.
No, you don't think so?
It was a good impression.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, just got back from Georgia, can say that I saw a lot less turn signals when you go over the state lines. Generally, the larger the vehicle, the less likely you see it, except for 18-wheelers. Also, Georgia sucks. Well, there you go, an anti-Georgia take.
Wow, I was going to say based people of Georgia.
Oh, that's right. Adam is anti. How do you feel about turn signals?
Turn signals are like government regulation gone amok.
I don't know. I think they're kind of useful.
I agree with you, Steven. I think turn signals are pretty
bootlicker.
Let me guess, you don't like brake lights either.
Statist. We got a statist bootlicker here.
No. Listen, turn signals put the responsibility in the hands of individuals so that they can manage their own, mobilization on the road.
I'm pretty sure cars would have come, or like car companies would have come up with that by themselves.
My favorite thing to do is to change lanes and turn the turn signal on when I'm just almost in the lane.
Oh my God.
I give it like one click.
I hate drivers like you. Oh my God. Dude, having moved from a small town back to the city in the last 6 months, I realized how awful people are drivers, or how, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm jumble. Just how much crazier people drive in cities. And I hate it, but whatever.
Yeah, we all drive like 90 miles an hour. It's great.
Yeah. People are so impatient.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be going 70 on a 55 and there'll be some asshole tailing me.
Basically. LA has ruined your brain, Adam, for driving. I think that's the problem.
Oh no. Wooster and Bricknose are going to get in a super chat war here.
Oh, I like
Which the only one that's going to win this war is us.
Wooster for $10 says, Trump was robbed. Anyone who is against him winning is either psycho or delusional. We are in the Return of the Jedi part of the timeline. USA. There you go.
See, look, this is the perfect example of the fourth turning. These are two narratives that cannot coexist.
Mm-hmm.
True.
One of these narratives has to win. Trump is either going to become the next Abraham Lincoln, or he's going to become the next Adolf Hitler. It's like those are the two paths.
That's a little too grand for Trump, if you ask me. He's like a low life golfer. That's how I see Trump.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe it's someone else. Look, according to their calculations, it's 2033.
It could be Tucker Carlson.
It could be Tucker right after Trump. Yeah. It could be AOC. Could be President AOC.
I hope not.
We could get the Green New Deal and UBI all in the same presidency.
So I had a conversation with someone, I'm not going to say who they believe that people who support Trump will turn around and vote for AOC to be president in the future. How do you guys feel about that take?
What's the logic there?
She's a populist. I mean, a lot of Bernie voters did support Trump. Probably still do.
The logic is kind of the populist logic / like just the chaos candidate, sort of like tear it all down idea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know. It seems like that person's way too online.
I mean, I think it's retarded.
Yeah.
I think it's retarded.
But you're going to vote for AOC, right?
Uh-huh. Me? No.
You're not?
I'm not going to vote for the big booty Latina, no.
Why not?
Well, I mean, is it time for America to have a big booty president?
Donald Trump's got a fat ass.
Well, oh, that's true. Shit. We already did have the big booty president. Damn it. Okay.
Did you ever see the image of him and Biden at the debate, but it's from behind?
No.
Oh,
What
it's
was it?
hilarious. Look it up.
Bring it up. We'll look at it now.
Biden Trump debate from behind picture.
Yeah.
It was Biden standing on a little box and Trump has a big fat ass.
You'll see.
Well,
I was
not
looking.
working. I need to put butt. Like
I'll see
Trump
if I
butt.
can find it.
Yeah, I can't find this picture. I can't find the Trump butt picture.
Oh, finally.
The person who I've been sent a message, Stephen. The person said in regards to your comment that they're not online; they're just high IQ.
Okay.
What's going on here? Someone is arguing with you in the DMs against Steve?
About the AOC take.
Oh,
Gotcha.
okay.
Yeah.
I think America wants the first female president to be physically attractive. I think that's
I
the
don't
ultimate
disagree
goal of
with
the
that.
American people. So
I don't disagree
just
with
it
that.
could be a full-blown commie, and if she's physically attractive, people are going to go, yes, that's the one we want in the history books.
I don't think the hotness is enough to win an election.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Look, Shady has a good point. Shady Durag says, I highly doubt the majority who voted for Build the Wall Trump are going to side with the fake crying at the camp's AOC. True. Very true. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you.
Underestimate the power of the big booty Latinas.
There you go. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much for the $100. Saying, I would just love to have a presidential election where both of the front runners didn't make me feel sick to my stomach. I know.
Yes.
Isn't that, like, so sad? Yeah.
Yes.
It's true.
Wouldn't it be awesome?
Sitch, if a hot 35-year-old mama ran for president as a Republican, would you vote for her? Ooh. I mean,
he's like, how hot?
I mean, listen, we never had a MILF president, so it's about time, right? We need equal representation here.
Yeah.
So, like, man, I probably would. Listen.
All right, Sitch, I'm sending you this image on Twitter.
Okay,
oh, good. Send it to me. I can bring it up.
All right, I'll send it to you, Adam.
Yeah.
Is it the Donald Trump?
Yes.
It's the butt picture.
This picture is for you, Bricknose. Bringing this up just for you.
Okay. Turd Ferguson. Oh, I'll wait that in a second. Malik for $10 says, what drives me nuts about this election is that Biden would get creamed. Ew. Creamed by Nikki or Ron, and Trump would lose to Newsom, Harris, or even Dean Phillips. Why are we so determined on Trump versus Biden too? Yeah, it is weird. It is weird, this matchup, because I do feel like, well, actually, no, I think, and I said this in the video, I think Nikki can't win against Biden at all, but I think DeSantis would handily beat Biden. But I think Biden can only win against Nikki or Trump. So it is a weird matchup that we're getting into.
Gotta get Blunty Fly out of there.
Okay, is this a real picture?
Yeah. I mean,
no, that's
real.
edited, right?
No, that's real, dude.
Oh God.
I want to get Steven up there as moderator.
That's awful. That's awful.
Dude, Donald Trump, somebody made this joke. I wish it was original to me, but it's not. Donald Trump looks like a centaur standing without his hind legs.
Oh my God. He does.
That's a centaur.
Joe Biden this is why Donald Trump is pissed. Look at Joe Biden. He looks just meek.
I know.
Like a wind could blow him over. How is that our president?
It's
Trump's
America, what have you done?
He's so sturdy. It looks like he should have 2 extra legs.
I take it back. I think the election was rigged. Now that I see this picture, it's the only logical explanation.
He does. He almost looks like a satyr instead of a centaur. Just the way his bottom half is. So expect some goat legs on there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Well, thank you for this picture. This is for you, Adam. Turd Ferguson, thank you so much for being 50-month member. Says, that's it. Adam is officially a terrible person. Oh, my God.
What?
First, he doesn't return the shopping cart.
Oh, shit. Here comes a list of my indiscretions.
Second, he's trying to cause traffic accidents by not using turn signals properly. There you go.
Yeah.
People don't like the turn signal or the shopping cart take out.
Look, we got a lot of these Palestinian protesters out here, okay? You think I want them to know I'm coming for them? Gotta hit them with the element of surprise.
Oh, my God. Terrible.
Now, how do you feel about me?
Listen, we do not support any of this. This is all for comedic purposes. This is a comedy show, okay? It says comedy show, all right?
Yeah, look, it says comedy show right up here, okay?
There you go.
This is a comedy portion of the show.
Right. Sly Goose 77 for 2 Canadian says, President Lisa Ann, please. There you go.
Who's Lisa Ann?
Oh, look at him. He's pretending he doesn't know who Lisa Ann is.
Is she a porn star?
Yeah, look. I've never heard of this person.
Oh, no, I gotta look her up now. I never
just
heard of
Google
her.
Lisa Ann and go to the images and tell us what you
I have no clue who she is.
No, I really don't. She's on my radar now.
She's a porn star who famously in the late 2000s did a porn where she was pretending to be Sarah Palin.
Oh, yes. I know who that is. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah.
I know who that is.
I think she's kind of old now. I don't know how old she is.
Yeah, she's old.
She's 51 now, according to the Google.
That's like perfect for you, Sitch. What are you talking about?
There you go.
She's just coming into her prime.
There you go. That's true.
They make like 60 plus dirty magazines. I don't know if you knew that.
I'll have to look into it now.
I saw one in the wild. I'm not joking. Yeah. I was like, oh,
I get that Gilf action, right? I get that Gilf action. Okay. Dr. Dealer for $2 says CNN exit poll had abortion at 11% for voters' highest issue. Just phenomenal job by the Democrats for dropping the ball. Really well done. Interesting.
Only 11%?
Was that for everyone or just for Republicans?
That seems pretty low.
It does.
Yeah, look, I totally agree. The Democrats should be hitting them with that abortion stick over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure they will closer to the election. I'm not sure. Like a lot of these polls, I don't think really matter until we get really close to the election. But it's interesting that it's that low. Okay, I found it. Let's see. Most important issue. Wait, what is this? I don't understand this.
What's going on?
Oh, no. Okay, so this is for Republicans. Okay. Overall, 11%. Huh. Well, you know, this poll is actually interesting. So it says for people that voted for DeSantis specifically, out of the choices of foreign policy, abortion, immigration, or economy, 46%, the highest for DeSantis voters, said it was abortion issue. Isn't that interesting? I wouldn't have expected that. That's weird. For Haley voters, the highest, 45%, was foreign policy. And for Donald Trump, the highest was 64% said immigration was the most important issue. So there you go.
Immigration. Yeah, they're hitting that in the press all over the place, the immigration stuff. So I don't know if you've seen the number of immigrants that are piling into New York City. It's insane.
Even Eric Adams is bitching about it.
Yeah, it's like thousands and thousands of people a day. And now they made some regulation where there's only one area of the city where they can drop them off.
Really?
So I think they're taking them to like New Jersey and saying, here, take the bus into New York City. Since there's literally like 5,000-10,000 of them a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's totally crazy. But I've seen news stories like that on both left and right wing news outlets. So it's actually made it outside of the right wing echo chamber.
Dr. Liv for $2 says the Civil War was significantly easier to predict because Southern leaders straight up said they'd secede from the Union if Lincoln was elected, and then they had been threatening for decades prior, but it was a top-down movement. That's a good point. It wasn't a surprise, I should say, I guess, when it happened.
Top down, huh?
Yep. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, to be fair, I think I have conservative intuitions, and for the first time I heard it, I only interpreted it in the sense that illegal immigration hurts the country, didn't even consider the Nazi thing. Yeah, no, I assume that's most people. But I mean, to me, I guess my liberal and my softy hippie leftist intuitions, I was like, oh, that's a big yikes. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, to be fair to the Georgians, I don't think I was going the speed limit at any point. If you're driving 95 and you don't hit 95, what are you even doing? There you go. There you go.
95 on 95. That's the way to go.
There you go.
We have one of the most popular freeways out here is the 101.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Have you ever driven on that road that Jim Morrison sings about in Roadhouse Blues?
What?
Yes, Highway 69.
Is that it?
No, I think it's 66.
Okay.
Get your kicks on Route 66.
Which are the ones that go horizontal? Which are the ones that go vertical?
I can't remember.
The interstates go vertical, and the
highways go horizontal.
And the highways go east and west. Is it the highways? I know the interstates go north and south.
Yeah, I-95 goes north and south.
Yeah, and they're usually odd numbers, like Highway 1 or Highway 5. 101 goes east-west. Oh, no, wait. 101 is also odd, so it has to go north-south. Not many people know that, though. This is what Trump wants to get rid of. Trump wants to change everything so that east and west freeways can be either.
Oh, no, I think so. It says
odd.
interstate. I think it's east. I mean, I'm sorry. I think even interstates go east-west and odd interstates go north-south. So there you go. Learning something every day. Arithmus for $2.
Do you have any more videos you want to watch that I can bring up, or
no?
Okay.
Arithmus for $2 says, I've been feeling pretty firmly A-team lately due to Adam's ardent defense of Christianity, but this turn signal take, you're completely losing me. Not using your turn signal should be a capital offense. Wow. People really in favor of turn signals.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's like needless government regulation. Get out of my face with your turn signal nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tail you, Adam, and I'm going to shine my brights.
There you go.
You're going to give me the old brights, huh?
Yeah.
That's when I just turn my turn signal on and I just leave it on. I don't do anything.
You're slowly making a trip around the world.
There yeah, exactly.
I just plug it in and let it go. Let her rip. Take this.
Mm-hmm. Shoot. Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the $100. Look at that. Says, New York is a meat grinder. Many young people go into the city full of hopes and dreams. A few make it big. Most struggle until they eventually leave. Others wind up that one crazy person who's yelling in the middle of Grand Central Station.
That happens a lot in Los Angeles, too. Obviously, Los Angeles is a big focal point for a lot of people to come and make it big, become famous, become the next big thing, the next star. So, yeah, you see that a lot. But I lived in New York for a while. You see that. You definitely see that. People trying to make their way.
Right.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Fascinating.
The Wooster for $10 says, regarding his previous super chat, it's because I had the completely opposite experience of the previous chatter, Bricknose. I didn't vote for Trump in 16 because I was skeptical of his foreign policy. I voted for him in 20, and I will vote for him again because he was robbed. There you go. Wooster in favor of the stolen election narrative, which is false.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wooster. So, should we talk about Coach Red Pill?
Sure, we can talk about that.
Wait, is that the guy who died?
Spoilers.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all fine. So yeah, so Coach Red
People
Pill,
have been watching our video on that because
right.
Yeah.
So Coach Red Pill, according to his father, or I believe the chain of custody of information was Tucker Carlson said that Coach Red Pill's father told him that he has now died. And the explanation supposedly is that there's a handwritten note from Coach Red Pill that I saw online that were apparently while he was in Ukrainian prison, he got pneumonia in both lungs, and they basically just didn't treat it until he died. That is the explanation of
that's such a horrible way to go.
It's a very horrible way to die. Yeah. So obviously, I don't like Coach Red Pill. I don't think he should have been killed or died due to neglect. I think it's really gross if that is true, if the Ukrainian government just allowed him to die via neglect. But I also don't really care. So
really,
that's my take, I guess.
Why
I literally
first
heard about this guy when he died, so it's hard for me to care. Yeah,
right. Well, my take has always been, I don't care if you die. If I don't care if you die resisting arrest. And my take is the sort of just the fuck around, find out. Like, there's a level of fucking around, find out that even if you don't deserve it, I say you don't deserve it. You shouldn't die, but I don't care. And I feel like with Coach Red Pill, I have the exact same feeling. Like, he was basically championship level of fucking around and finding out, and he found out. I don't think he deserved to die. I think it's awful that he died, but I also don't care. So,
what did he do to get arrested?
So he essentially, you don't know anything about him at all?
Not really.
Okay. So he's a YouTuber who at first was doing like red pill advice, essentially. Sure. And this was after he had done some other scams that were not worth really getting into. And at one point, I don't remember what really caused this, but at one point he basically leaves America, moves to Ukraine. This is before the war. And it's like talking about how like the West is going to fall and people should move out of the West and they should move to these like Eastern European countries where you can like, American dollar goes a long way and you could basically trick, young women to marry you or something from those countries.
Cool.
He got into a lot of like weird fights with Carl Sargon and was like doing a bunch of weird shit. I don't remember the exact genesis of that fight. But anyway, I think it has something to do with like the doxing server from Crowd. All this deep lore. But then when the war started between Ukraine and Russia, he basically became like super pro Russia.
Okay.
And he was putting out a bunch of videos attacking Ukraine while living in Ukraine in the middle of the war and just basically supporting Russia in the conflict. And so eventually after doing this for like I think like 6 months, the Ukrainian government was like, they arrested him and they basically, I think, told him to stop, and they told him not to leave the country. And he neither stopped and then attempted to leave the country and then got detained at the border and then was in jail and was basically just in jail indefinitely and until he died. So
what a way to go.
Yep. There were people claiming that he was doxing or putting out troop movements or some kind of military intel for the Ukrainian government. I don't know if that's true. I was never able to confirm whether he actually did that or not. So.
Interesting. Well, he is right about one thing. There are Eastern European women tend to be hot.
There you go.
Hey everybody, I'm Brad.
That's true.
I think like 70% of the world's supermodels come from this former Soviet Union. So
Really?
yeah,
Interesting.
it's some very high statistic. So
right. I mean, I had a really hot piano teacher that was from some area in Eastern Europe, one of those countries. So okay, sure, makes sense to me. What is this video that you brought up at?
Reacting to unhinged MMT, just print more money TikToks. It's Brad Polumbo, who's been on the show before. And a lot of people want Stephen Michael Davis to
argue
us
MMT
to
with you?
engage over MMT. So I just thought, look, I'll bring this up and see what happens. But I mean,
Okay.
we don't have to. Do you want to
Do you
call
want
it
to watch
quits?
this, Steven?
I don't care.
It's got
That's a
your
ringing endorsement.
look. It's got your favorite. It's got the MMT cowgirl or
Who's
cow.
that?
Jessica Burbank.
Oh, she's in this? Okay, let's watch it.
Oh, look.
Now he's excited. Listen, people that steal cars are just doing that because they want to feed their family.
Look,
and
we
they
should
can't get another job. All right.
we should bring that video up. Why don't we watch that video?
Yeah.
Everyone would love that video.
Jessica Burbank, who, if you don't know, she's on the Hill, and she had this weird take about what I just said, unironically saying people just stole cars because they couldn't get better jobs. I think Sean did a full video on it.
He did.
Yeah.
She used to be on the Young Turks, by the way. That's where she
Really?
yeah.
I know.
Okay. Interesting.
I know she was briefly, but
Right.
we got to ask Anna what happened there. Maybe she
There you
can
go.
spill the tea, give
What's
us the
the-
inside.
She
Yeah.
probably just had a better opportunity. She was just a contributor, so she's probably
Mhm.
making jack shit.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, what's this video? Oh wait, I need to refresh mine. It's all messed up. Okay.
So yeah, I think Brad came on and was like laughing about MMT and stuff, and we were like, he should come back and talk to us about MMT. Which
what did
is
we
always
talk to
funny.
Brad about?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't remember?
No, you're asking. I don't remember anything. Okay.
I mean, I remember this live stream because we talked.
I do remember. I listened to you, Adam, on Steven's stream the other week.
Oh, okay. How'd
that
I
wasn't
do?
invited. That I wasn't invited to, by the way.
Steve threw you under the bus too. He was
Yeah.
like,
It's about time we got rid of that dead weight.
what a
That's
dick.
I know. Well, yeah. Listen to this. Yeah, Steve was just throwing me under the bus, but I realized why. Okay, I never knew why Steve had such unbridled hostility towards me, which obviously you all can feel in this conversation that we've been having. But it all made sense when I listened to that podcast, because I didn't realize this, that you and Steven knew each other for like a super long time.
Mhm.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, we go way back.
years. Yeah, you like really far back. And so I think what happened is that Steven is just jealous that you are now doing a stream with me instead of him, because
There's
he knew you
there's a little
first.
bit. Look, there's a little bit of jealousy there. You can sense it. You can see it.
It's time the truth comes out. Sitch, I feel bad for Adam. Like, how can you
Wait, you feel bad for him? Why?
I wanted to make him feel special for once.
I thought that might be the case too, Steve. But I thank you for that. Look, a sidekick's gig is tough. So I feel you. Thanks for helping me out.
Sitch, you want to come on my channel next week?
Yeah. I told him he asked.
No.
You have to do it.
What? Okay, that's fine.
I'm just kidding. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll
I'd love
DM
to.
you.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'll
Okay.
actually have time to listen to that conversation, Sitch, but you guys have fun.
Wow.
Oof.
Okay.
No,
right,
I'm sure I probably will listen.
Let's watch this video.
All right, here we go. Do you have an opening position on MMT? I think we talked a little bit about it on the stream I did on your channel, which everyone should check out. It was a great conversation.
I think it's half-baked Keynesianism.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he fully endorses MMT. You heard it here first.
Brad Polumbo, and you're watching Brad Reacts, brought to you by Fee, a series where we react to and debunk the craziest and cringiest political content that's going viral on social
By the way, can you
media.
pause it quick?
You can pause, but
Oh yeah, I suppose I
I'll
can.
pause for you though. What's up?
This is just an example of like the race to the bottom with lazy content.
Oh no,
TikToks
here we
and
come.
A guy
Here
responding
comes,
to them.
look, here comes the preaching.
Wait, why is that bad?
It's just, I don't know. The derivative content is just, it drives me nuts. And I'm sure like I'll agree with what he has to say. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, here's 30-second videos and here's me reacting to 30-second videos.
Look, this is even worse. We're reacting to him reacting.
This
to
is, oh
There
my
you
God.
go. This is the
I didn't
ultimate
even think about
derivative.
that.
We've
Look.
suckered you in.
This is Inception. No, okay, wait. This is why I just, well, it depends. Okay. If there's a TikTok video that goes viral that all people are sharing around and it makes some claim that you think is like a horrible
Incorrect,
claim and
yeah.
should be
That's a
debunked.
response video.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine to respond.
This is
to
rapid
that.
response.
Okay.
He's just going to say some witty stuff. I'll watch it. Let's watch
We'll
it.
see. Let's see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Steve, are you done being pretentious?
Yeah, I'm done being pretentious. I'm done being
Right.
pretentious as I'm a guest on an even more derivative thing.
True.
Today, we're taking a look at the interesting and dark world of modern monetary theory TikTok, a leftist economic theory that posits that you can just print unlimited money to pay for everything.
How do you feel about it? Your Adam's already upset.
What?
That's- I mean,
Brad,
that's the,
what?
that's like the sim-
What?
That's not what modern monetary theory actually posits, correct?
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Steven standing up for modern monetary.
No, I'm
even
not.
done.
That is
It
the
is-
like the stupid person's version of MMT.
That's the straw man version of it.
No,
Exactly.
that's the
Yeah.
true version. That is what it says. Don't
Well,
listen
let's
to
see.
it.
All right.
This is kind of the situation with Martin Luther King, you know, where both sides want to call him a violent commie.
Right.
Like the leftists want modern monetary theory to be the straw man so that they can just pay for everything.
All right.
Yeah. So they kind of converge.
Let's get into it.
5 things, real quick. Number 1, the US Fed can create money at the stroke of a keyboard. It has a monopoly over the most powerful currency in the world. Number 2, what the US government and the Fed decide to fund is an economic and political choice. It's not a fiscal limitation other than hyperinflation.
Okay, oh no, okay, stop.
Look, he told you right there, Brad. He said other than hyperinflation. Brad.
Oh, no. So this dude, who apparently works in medicine but moonlights as Karl Marx, he thinks that evidently the Federal Reserve, which controls the US currency, can just print unlimited money and that the government can spend on anything, we can have free everything, and there's just going to be no consequences.
You serious?
Didn't he say? I'm pretty sure he said the limitation was inflation. See? Straw man.
How do we know that this isn't true? Well, it's simple. It goes against the most basic reality in economics. Scarcity. There simply is not enough of everything in the world to satisfy everybody's wants and needs.
No way.
Every dollar the government spends.
Look, Steven. So you're more in favor of these weird like reaction clips? Doesn't that seem dated to you? Doesn't that seem? I mean, it's not
Bill
lazy
Ted
content. Yeah.
Well, okay, so this is by the Free Enterprise Institute, or I think that's what FE uses.
Yeah.
So of course they're like, let's reach out to the kids, Bill and Ted.
I
So,
just
yeah, they don't know what's hip, but
that style of editing, I just feel like is out of fashion. And if it's
Foundation for
not, it
Economic
should be.
Education. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. But yeah,
Yeah.
they yeah, no, I agree.
I did that a lot in my channel back when I made videos, but I agree with you. I think it's
Back when it was
think it's-
popular, back when it was the
Yeah.
thing.
I think it
Now
could be-
it's just it's cringe.
there's ways to do it that are very good still, but it's a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
It has to take from somewhere else.
Wait.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait,
It's the real dialogue always.
I want to hear the full scarcity argument. Okay.
Okay. Let's hear it.
From Brad.
Enough of everything in the world to satisfy everybody's wants and needs.
No way.
Every dollar the government spends, it has to take from somewhere else, directly through taxes, indirectly through debt, or, as he's recommending, indirectly through inflation that it creates by printing money. There is no government spending without consequences or unlimited bank of resources the government can only tap into.
Number 5, pushing.
That's not
Okay.
true.
Well, wait, no, I mean it is true, but I don't think that's goes against anything that guy said.
That's totally false. If the government can spend, $5 for a machine that produces infinite whatever, like obviously that changes the entire equation. If the dollars are spent productively, if they increase production, you'll get deflation.
Oh. Okay, I mean, okay.
What he said is factually incorrect.
Well, no, wait. Well, no, so you're adding another step. He's just saying, like, just in the terms of how they get money in the first place is through these, through taxation, through debt, through he's separating
through
debt and
inflation. He says every dollar the government spends either has to be taken through taxes,
yes,
has to be financed through debt, or it causes inflation. Wrong, good sir.
Well,
wrong. You're incorrect.
Right. I agree that is incorrect. But also, does it make sense to separate debt and inflation into two different categories? Because they're both created through the same mechanism.
Well, they're not. The difference is debt is always paid back. Debt is always destined to be paid back with interest, and government spending doesn't have to be taxed back.
No. I'm saying the difference between debt and inflation, they're both creating money.
Well, it depends upon, look, if you're talking about inflating the money supply, obviously, are you doing the thing, or are you talking about price inflation?
I'm saying the government only has two ways of getting money. It's through taxation or just creating money, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was my only point. So it makes it so when the government creates money, it's doing so by giving itself debt and getting and causing some amount, maybe, of inflation or not inflation, depending how the money is spent.
Right. It all depends upon how the money's spent, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. You agree, Stephen, right?
No.
If the money is productively spent and it causes production to go up, prices will go down.
Well, sure, I guess, but what's the government's track record with spending money productively?
It's amazing. What are you talking about? We have the interstate highway system. Look, we've been to the moon.
We have the internet.
Have you not seen the aircraft carriers that we buzz around in?
The internet, when it started as a military program, correct?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there.
It started out as Al Gore's
invent
shopping.
Facebook and YouTube.
He invented the platform that allowed those things to exist, right?
Hey,
The U.S. invented money. U.S. currency.
invented money.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
None of this would be
invented
possible
freedom.
without bling and cash. Anyway, let's move
The
Freedom
narrative
priceless.
that the U.S. deficit needs to be paid by us, by our children, is a total fabrication, and it's not true at all.
Look, I'm a surgeon. I'm just going to make a quick TikTok video in between fucking surgeries.
I mean, I agree. It's like ultra cringe to do a TikTok in your scrubs when you're talking about like economic issues. Yeah.
And be like whispering in some corner of the hospital, "Hey, Doug, what are you doing? We got an appendectomy to do over here."
You
Jesus.
hear this beep, beep, beep.
I know. As his patient's dying.
Like, hold on.
Hey,
I gotta
guess
finish
what?
this.
No, this is a resident in their scrubs in the broom closet. Okay, doing this TikTok.
Probably so. Probably so. Probably at least $1 million in debt.
Right. That's it. They want their student debt paid off. That's exactly why they made the
Exactly.
video.
Yeah. Why do you think?
Assuming that the U.S. government needs to be funded and treated like a household budget is a way to manipulate voters.
You know what I think is a way to manipulate voters? Promising them they can have anything they want, their heart's desires, with no trade-offs and no consequences.
Oh, that's so cringe. That's so cringe.
Now, he sort of has a point that the deficit doesn't have to literally be paid off by future generations. However, the costs and consequences of it will be borne by us all. We have to pay more and more, soon to be trillions of dollars every year, just to cover the interest payments. What's more, the debt hangs over our economy, slowing down economic growth, reducing personal income, and hurting us in too many ways to count. So we might not
None of this is true.
literally have to pay it.
How does the debt reduce family income and slow the economy down? Like, what is the argument?
You know what reduces family income? Taxes. They
Sure.
literally take your money away from you.
Mhm.
Yeah. I say they just leave the debt out there in your savings account.
Steve, you're the anti-MMT guy. How does the debt do these things?
I'd have to know what specifically what it means. He probably means like through inflation, it reduces the
Okay.
value of the dollar, or
Mm-hmm.
through because the government has to raise taxes to pay it back with interest. That'd be my guess,
Okay.
but yeah, he didn't really get specific on it.
Okay.
If the government pays back all of the debt, Stephen, what happens to the money supply?
It decreases.
Right. Yeah.
So
But wouldn't it go to zero?
means the value of the money you have is more.
Does the money supply needs to be a certain size to facilitate commerce though, right?
That's not necessarily true.
How would you facilitate commerce if dollars were scarce?
I mean, a dollar would get you more stuff.
Okay.
You're familiar with Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only like a limited number of Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
So they just divide the Bitcoin into smaller and smaller Bitcoins.
Right. But you get deflation, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, no, you'd have to.
I guess.
If the dollar is going to be worth more, you're deflating. It's deflation, yeah.
Sure. But you get more for your dollar.
Sure.
It's
But
lower prices.
the problem would be that there's no reason to invest and for a lot of people if you have like a lot of deflation.
Yeah, so as the money supply goes down, the number of dollars, the value of your home goes down, right? Because there's less dollars in circulation. So if your home is worth $100,000, soon it's worth $50,000. Soon it's worth $20,000, right? That's deflation.
Yeah, but those dollars you have can buy way more.
Right.
Right. But people are just not going to be investing.
Why would I buy?
There's an economist who has a good response to the deflation prevents investment.
Okay.
Okay. Isn't that what basically was Japan lived through that for like 30 years?
See if I can find it.
Okay. You look for it.
Absolutely have to pay the price for the reckless spending that people like this are advocating for.
What if the government has spent too much money? What do you mean too much money?
Oh my God, this is so hilarious.
You like this? You should make videos like this, Adam, where you're like talking to yourself in like a different outfit.
I mean, I have a video like this.
That's true.
Where I do this exact thing.
That's a good point.
I just think my acting's better.
We've spent more than we can pay back.
That's not how it works. We don't have to pay that money back.
What?
When you and I spend money we don't have, we have to pay it back. We take on debt. But the government creates the money.
What?
Think about a scorekeeper at a basketball game. They don't have to go around with a bucket and collect points from all of the players in order to put them on the scoreboard. They just conjure them into existence. Similarly, the federal government creates dollars when they need to spend them.
So they've been lying to us.
Okay. I know you've used this analogy, and I know this is from Calton's book or Mosler's book. I think it's a horrible analogy.
Well, she didn't do a good job of explaining it, but yeah, she does a particularly bad job.
Well, no, I just mean it's just, I don't think it makes sense to compare points in a game to the way that fiat currency exists. It's just too different.
It's too different. People can't make the logical jump.
Yeah.
They perceive dollars as being some sort of resource. It's impossible for them to see a dollar and not think that's valuable.
It like points in a basketball game don't have an inflationary effect. Like it doesn't matter if one team scores 50 points in one game and another team scores 200 points, right? It doesn't have an effect on anything. Unlike how points exist in the basketball, game going forward.
Yeah, because that's a great point. Because in the basketball game, people are not using points to outbid each other on products and services. All of inflation is caused by, people bidding on products and services and out competing one another.
Right.
So we can have nice things? We can have nice things. Thanks, MMT Cowboy.
So I've got bad news for MMT Cowboy, or I guess I should say cowgirl. The US can conjure dollars out of existence, but it can't conjure up resources, which is what dollars ultimately represent. If you just print money like crazy to pay for all your massive big government schemes, guess what will happen? All the other dollars in circulation will become less valuable as a result, and we'll see the kind of inflation that's ravaging our economy right now and hurting American families.
$20 right there.
I know this MMT cowgirl thinks it's a great idea, but we are literally living through a natural experiment in why modern monetary theory, just printing money to pay for everything, doesn't work. I'm not buying it, cowgirl.
Yeah, I buy $6.
Okay, so I think that his criticism of the MMT cowgirl is fine, because I agree with it, because I think it's a terrible analogy. So I agree with all that. I don't agree at the end that COVID spending or the stimulus spending
finally
has some sort of connection to MMT or really anything that we would think of in these conversations, because you're talking about, you have like this very hyper unique situation where everyone's basically sitting on their money because of lockdowns that have been going on, for like a year and a half. And then when everyone starts spending their money, like there's an explosion of people buying stuff, and then there's all these supply chain disruptions. I think that's so unique and outside the bounds of these sort of normal economic conversations.
Yeah, you have exactly what I was talking about. You have excessive demand for soda pop and a limited number of producers
scarce supply.
producing.
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
So obviously that's going to create inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the thing that bugs me most, is most people just really don't talk about the supply side. But Brad is talking a bit about it, so that's good.
Starting point for modern monetary theory is...
What's up? All these modern monetary people, they're all fucking whisperers. I don't like that. It's like it's a secret or something. Stop whispering. Speak up.
It's the NPR aesthetic. Okay.
Oh, it must be it.
Yes.
Did you find your video, Steven?
It's a quotation from a book. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear
it. Okay. There is one final argument for the alleged evils of deflation that we can quickly dispatch. The claim runs like this. In a deflationary environment, production comes to a standstill because profits get squeezed out of existence. After all, businesses make profits by buying the materials they need to produce their products and then selling the finished goods at a markup. But with falling prices, the producer's margin gets eliminated, turning a profit to a loss. So rather than tying up capital in the process that loses money, businesses will choose to earn a positive real return by sitting on their cash. That's in essence what you said earlier, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. The problem here is that the argument mixes apples and oranges. Even if prices of both raw materials and finished goods are constantly falling, producers can still make a profit so long as their materials are cheaper today than what the finished goods will fetch at the time of the sale. Suppose over the course of 5 years, prices fall by half. In the year 2009, a bottle of wine aged 5 years sells for $40, while the total price of grapes and everything else needed to make the bottle of wine is $10. Even though all prices will be cut by half by 2014, it still pays to spend $10 in 2009 buying the grapes in order to have a 5-year-old bottle of wine ready to sell for $20 in 2014. It's true that the price of raw materials will have fallen to $5 by 2014, but that's irrelevant. You buy the grapes in order to make wine, not to sell the grapes after sitting on them for 5 years. The wine producer's original $10 investment still yields him a profit of a $10 bottle, even though we choose the numbers to reflect consistent reflect consistent and large deflation. By itself, in an otherwise healthy economy, deflation should be no more disruptive than inflation.
Okay, that's not the argument. And I mean, I get what they're saying. They're saying you're going to sell the bottle for $10 and the $10 that you net, you'll be able to buy more supplies because those supplies are cheaper now at this point in time.
Yeah.
The argument that people make against deflation is that it stifles sales. Capitalism runs on sales. And you're really a fool to buy something today that's going to be cheaper tomorrow. So people suspend purchases.
So what are you talking into right now? What are you working with?
Well, look, and I know the argument that technology is deflationary, but it's something different from one sector having this deflationary pressure and all sectors having this deflationary pressure, right?
So you're really not going to buy a car if you think you can get a cheaper car in 2 years.
People do put off making purchases in technology. They do put off making purchases of computers, all kinds of things, because there is deflationary in technology. There's a deflationary pressure in technology. If that deflationary pressure wasn't there, I would argue sales would probably be higher.
I mean,
if you knew the computer you wanted to buy was going to be more expensive a year from now, you'd be more apt to buy it.
I don't know. I don't think that prevents people from buying computers and iPhones and stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I think I'd be curious because I know, like, for me, I never buy the new model year of a computer or a phone because I know it's going to be.
No, neither do I.
Yeah, because I know
because you buy the cheaper one.
I'm going to buy the one from like 2 years ago because it's going to be way cheaper and it's going to be, practically as good.
First of all, there are plenty of people who do have to have the new thing.
I understand that.
Because they have money, they're rich.
But you're still making a purchase.
Right, but
you don't forgo that forever. You eventually buy it.
No. I know. I'm assuming I was using the technology as a analogy because the idea with the deflation is that if you know that your dollar is going up in value as opposed to going down, it makes more sense that, like, okay, you're going to spend it on things you need to buy. Like if you need a new car, obviously you're going to buy a new car, you need food, medicine, things of that nature. But when it comes to, maybe luxury goods or even investing, you're not going to, why would I risk putting money in the stock market if I know that my dollars is going to keep increasing in value if I just put it under my mattress, right? And that's the problem, is that people are just not going to be investing in stuff that's going to hurt a lot of new business expansion.
Yeah, it's the same principle in investment as it is with wine. If it's going to be a profitable investment, or if it's going to be a profitable business, obviously you're taking that risk in any environment.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So you have zero. So with deflation, you have zero risk, and with business, you have risk. So the investment could be more, but it could also be significantly less.
That's the case anytime.
No, it's not, because with inflation, you're like, yeah, I could sit on my money, but it's just going to keep going down in value over time. So it's more incentivizing for people to invest it in something.
To spend, baby, spend.
Or to spend, yeah.
Do you agree that capitalism runs on sales, right, Stephen?
Yeah, and you think that people are going to forgo purchases forever?
Yes.
Not forever, but it's just going to obviously slow things down, I think, a lot.
Look, there's the whole situation that we have with China has evolved because Chinese people, all they do is work, and save. They never buy anything. So they had to literally come to America where people spend money to sell their products. I think it is human nature to work and just save money. And you can't run an economy that way. Someone's got to buy this shit that we're making.
I think we're wired to consume.
I know. Some people are.
I know that most economists don't believe in MMT yet. But my understanding is basically across the board, economists, at least in America, are saying that deflation is worse than inflation.
Yeah, that's the general consensus.
Right. Yeah, neoclassical economics believes in the economy is best at 2% inflation. There's debates over whether we could go higher, whether we should go lower. There's all kinds of debates about that.
I mean, I guess the thing would be to debunk that would be to find a country where that had deflation for some extended period of time and that everything was still fine or good would be like a good counter.
I mean, do you think people don't consume things in Japan?
Well, obviously they consume things, right?
Do they not have a consumer culture there? I don't know. I don't know.
They don't actually, but that's the problem. They have a savings culture, which is part of the problem that they have.
Yeah, that's what then they have a savings culture in China too. Just look, if you're running a restaurant and you know things are going down in value, you're not incentivized to stock up. You're like, look, I'll let it sit at the store and get cheaper while I just buy the bare minimum. If you're in an inflationary environment, you're like, I'm going to buy everything so I can have it now when it's cheaper. Okay. So it incentivizes sales, and capitalism runs on sales. It's just a fact of life.
All right, I don't know.
Look what we've convinced you. We got an I don't know. That's
okay.
Well, I don't know enough about it. I'd be curious to look into, when Japan was in its deflationary spiral for 30 years, like what happened specifically with the economy that made it bad, and how is deflation the contributing factor to it, or was there some other factor? So
yeah, I just look, housing prices are getting out of control in California, and I know people are sitting on the sidelines waiting for houses to get cheaper. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Wait, so the prices are raising, but they're not consuming?
Yeah, because they're hoping that the price is going to come down, which makes the argument that people save their money when they think the price is going to drop. Anyway.
Is that a government that issues its own currency, that has its own central bank, so it controls monetary policy, setting of interest rates, and doesn't
sell any... didn't I?
What happened?
I was reading.
Oh, you were looking for the quote?
Okay, whatever. I'll go look at her Instagram later.
It wasn't that exciting.
Okay. We should bring up that other Jessica Burbank clip.
Debt in a foreign currency, it can never go broke. The idea that it can never run out of money. I mean, we've seen these dramatic statements. The US president a few years ago said the US is running out of money. In my country, the budget's just coming up, and the Treasurer is saying we have run out of money. Well, that's impossible. A government of that persuasion, with those characteristics, can never run out of money.
Look, Brad's so upset. He's like so angry. We can't run out of money. How dare you? We're broke. We're so broke right now.
So listening to this fancy MMT economist, I feel like I just lost brain cells. He would have us believe that the government is basically Santa Claus and can conjure up all the nice things we want out of thin air just because it controls its own currency. But once again, I'm here to remind you that if you just print dollars, money printer go burr burr burr, if you just do that to pay for everything your heart desires, the dollars out there become less valuable. So even if you control your currency, even if you can print money, you cannot create resources. The truth is, these people...
Really? We cannot create resources? That's some bullshit! That's some bullshit!
Mm-hmm.
What do you think business is? Look, iPhone creates new iPhones. Technology is new. People are constantly creating.
Does he mean the government doesn't create resources?
Look, people compete. People create resources to compete for dollars. But yeah, look, we're constantly creating new shit. That's the whole idea. This is the whole idea of venture capital. We're going to invest money in creating some new shit. Some shit that people want. Some good stuff. It's ridiculous. You can't create more resources? Hell yeah, you can create more resources. That's the whole idea of investing and creating new stuff. You want to say something, Sitch?
No, I wasn't really listening to what he was
saying.
Do you
disagree?
No, I agree with what you're saying, but I wasn't really listening to what he was saying. So
look into the book Superabundance.
Yeah, no, that's a great book.
Yeah. But you think the government should be the investor?
I think that the government should be the investor of last resort, obviously. Look, the government needs...
What does that mean?
Well, the government needs to purchase things, right?
Why?
Because we need roads and infrastructure and police and a justice system. You know, all.
Why does the government purchase those things and not iPhones?
Because
they purchase iPhones for their employees.
Okay, well, that's the government acting as an employer, but in general, as like an economic unit.
The government is structuring society as a platform for business to thrive.
But that's not what that doesn't seem like what you're advocating for. See, this is why
that is what I'm advocating for.
Okay, well, the sense when I listen to MMTers is this is why I say, what did I call it?
Half-baked
Keynesianism.
Yeah.
It's basically it's an attempt to use the government as the investor. Because presumably you're putting that money towards things, right?
Sure.
So I don't know. I don't think the government has a very good track record with investment.
Right.
I mean, I think a lot of people, probably the majority of people who talk about MMT do it from they're only supporting it because they like the perceived outcome, which is that they can get the government to spend a bunch of money on social programs, and Republicans can stop complaining about the debt.
Right.
And I think, and we both said this, neither me nor Adam really are big into believing MMT's prescriptions of how to run the government. I think we just believe in terms of how they describe the economy actually works is true. But I agree that most people that talk about it, I think, are talking about it from kind of a cynical political perspective of what they want.
I think people like Jessica Burbank are essentially arguing for central planning via monetary policy.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that kind of shit. Look, we make fun of these MMT people. If I could hypnotize Jessica Burbank and make her come out with a statement saying she's no longer part of the MMT community, I would do that. Like I think she does more harm than good to the serious people who are thinking about MMT and talking about MMT. So I want to make one point about the government investment track record thing that you brought up. Do you understand how venture capital works? Do you think venture capital has a good track record of investment?
I mean, most businesses fail. So naturally, most businesses they invest in are going to fail.
Okay, so how does venture capital work then?
They work through profits and losses.
Right. But why is, if most businesses fail, why are venture capitalists allowed to survive? How do they survive?
They make more good bets than bad bets.
Right. But there's usually a structure to that situation where they will make 20 investments in 20 different companies, right?
Yeah.
And 19 of those companies will fail. And one of those companies will be so successful that it will make enough money to make all the 20 investments worthwhile. That's a pretty standard model. And this insurance adjusters use this all the time. Like, you don't really, it's tough to predict when some catastrophe is going to strike an individual, but it's very easy to predict how many people in 1,000 people are going to have this kind of catastrophe. You don't necessarily know which one is going to be the person, but you like, it's very consistent that a certain number of people in a certain demographic and a certain number of people are going to be stricken. You accept that, right? It's like a principle of reality.
Sure.
Okay. So I don't understand if it works for venture capital. Like, it's very easy for someone to trot out and say, look, these venture capitalists, they had 19 failures and only one success. This is a giant piece of shit. But it seems like people are doing that same exact thing with the government. Why can't the government have 19 failures and one success that's so successful it makes all the 19 failures worthwhile?
The difference is the government tends to put more resources into failing products or failing, ventures. Look at our education system.
Right.
Do you think our education system is good?
Not currently, no.
And what's the big complaint? It's underfunded. We need more money for the schools.
Right.
So I think
you're saying the government will continue to fund the 19 businesses that are
Yes.
failing instead of letting them fail. There's no mechanism for them to fail.
No, they're not, because they're spending other people's money.
Right.
Well, I don't think it's because they're spending other people's money. I think it's because they have a completely different incentive. Because the
Well, that
politicians
is a
are
different
making.
incentive.
Well, no, but not. It's not that they're spending other people's money. It's that if, like, a bunch of people on the left are like, oh, the reason schools are failing is we're not funding them enough, then they spend a bunch of money on the students and they're still failing. And then they say, oh, well, we need to change up. It's like an acknowledgement to the voters that they were like completely fucking wrong. Right. So they're worried about losing office because of that.
No, yeah, I agree.
Instead of moving on.
Well, with a private business, it is about losing money, and they're like, "Well, you just lost money, so you're out, right? Or you have to do something different."
Yeah, sooner or later, there's some sort of something happens to put business under, and that doesn't necessarily happen in
businesses have to make tough choices, whereas the government doesn't necessarily have to make those choices. Or it's like, okay, do we actually improve education, or do we piss off the teachers union? Well, which is more important for my reelection?
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. I mean, I think that there are situations where government funding for things is better, and there are situations where private funding are better, and there's a lot of overlap in between.
There does need to be some mechanism put into government that deals with this issue, though, because I do agree with you that government putting money into failing endeavors is a reality that just can't really exist in the business sector, wouldn't exist in the venture capital model. And I have to think about that some more, because I don't necessarily know how you would deal with that structural inequity. All right.
Let's finish Brad's video.
Yeah, let's do it.
Know that Americans do not want to pay trillions of dollars of new taxes for their massive government spending programs. They know that if they acknowledge the consequences and trade-offs of what they're proposing, nobody will buy it. So they're spinning us a lie. They're spinning us a myth that we can have everything and we don't have to pay for it. If it sounds too good to be true, that's because it is. Alright everybody, this has been about as much modern monetary theory as I can handle in one sitting without getting a little bit nauseous. This has been Brad Reacts.
All right. Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
Good
Brad.
fun.
Okay. Electro Row for $20 says S-Class is best class. And A-Team secretly draws Sitch Chan Suendere art.
What is Suendere art?
So Suendere is like an anime term for a girl who pretends she doesn't like you, but was like secretly in love, like stalking, infatuated with you.
Okay.
We'll probably be doing some of that in book 2. So
yes, I was going back through your old vid, Sitch, and I noticed a lot of Dragon Ball Z abridged clips. If you have watched it, did you finish it? And if so, will you show Adam? And thank you. This is your 5th ever super chat, even though I swear it's not, because I've seen your name a lot, Electro. So I don't know what's up with that. I love Dragon Ball Z abridged. It's one of my favorite things ever created that's in media. I think it's better than Dragon Ball Z. I don't think Adam would enjoy it, but I love it. So
why wouldn't I like it?
I don't know if I would be curious if anyone has watched Dragon Ball Z Bridge and liked it who has not seen Dragon Ball Z. I don't know how well it holds up.
Don't they just take out all the boring parts?
Yeah, but it's like a parody of itself, because they redubbed all the lines to be silly. But I do think it's actually better than the original. So, Mithram 6 for 200. Kazark says deflation doesn't stop consumption. People still make decisions based on how much they want things now versus the future. Getting things 1 or 2% cheaper in 1 year won't stop people from wanting stuff now.
Disagree.
Stug for $10 says, what do you mean, Adam? Your entire MMT advocacy is based on the notion that banks distribute the government spending to private enterprises to create growth. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah. Yes. What are you asking? What do you what do you mean? What do I mean?
Did you say something counter to that just now? Because I wasn't really listening to what you were talking about.
Well, he brings up a good point, and we kind of never really finished it up with Stephen on the Keynesian stuff. The government. So Stephen, you accept the government pays for like roads and a justice system as a platform for business to operate?
Yes.
A military to protect us, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if the government has the ability to spend money, then isn't it better for the government to buy those things when labor is cheaper and they can produce things when they can get labor on the cheap, so they're actually spending less money? Isn't that an efficient way of government?
Sure, but
okay.
Why do you think they spend? How do you think they're allocated now? Based on the best price or what's most politically advantageous?
I think what happens now is the economy is humming. There's a lot of growth. Unemployment is low. So there's a lot of tax revenue. And they look at the tax revenue and they say, oh, we got to spend this tax revenue. So they're basically buying things when labor is strained and everything is expensive, instead of waiting for the economy to cool down and buying things when labor's cheap and they can get things on the cheap.
Do you think that they're going to make economic decisions or political decisions?
Political decisions, obviously. That's
right.
That's part of the problem.
So doesn't that kind of ruin the thing in theory?
It doesn't change the fact that one way of behaving is more.
No, I agree with you.
Is more efficient.
But why do you think the government would ever behave like that?
Because people would learn that it's a more efficient use of resources.
Really?
Like, do you think you think people want the government to look right now in people's minds? They're thinking right now there's a budget surplus. They can buy, they can spend. That's the way they think. They have this business sort of thinking about how the economy works. It's completely counterintuitive and backwards.
Do you think people think that?
Yes. Yeah. So this is where the whole idea of austerity comes from. They think, oh, we're in a downturn. I'm suffering. And here I see the government spending money. That's wrong. So the political calculus is they're doing something wrong and I should vote them out of office when they're actually doing something correct. So it's just a matter of people understanding this reality. And then they would think, oh, the government's doing the right thing and I should keep them in office. The political calculation becomes completely different.
I think people can reliably be self-interested and that they're not going to take a macro view of the government spending and the economy.
Mm-hmm.
So this scenario where people are looking at, like, they're reading the Wall Street Journal and they're going, well, looks like the government should spend more, and they're going to vote accordingly. I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Yeah, I think people are more likely to vote because Biden cut my student loan debt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I don't think is politically advantageous at this point where you're dealing with inflation. I think that's an inflationary thing. So it's like the perfect example of doing the wrong thing at the wrong time for political expedience. But that doesn't mean it's not good to understand what the right thing to do is, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So I'm having as just a point of reality, as a point of logic, I'm thinking spending in a downturn is smart, even if it's not politically feasible.
Sure, in an abstract world where human beings are completely different, I would agree with you.
Well,
I'm saying if your plan is completely unworkable in practice, which I think it is,
because of the politics,
like that. Yes, that voters are ever going to behave like that.
So what are you saying?
Then that's something you can't just hop over.
Are you saying that the political, what's stopping us?
I'm saying the political ramifications of that are completely unavoidable, and you can't just say, okay, so it works.
What are the political ramifications?
completely different.
What are the political ramifications?
the political ramifications if government bureaucrats spending in an economic sense, like you're saying,
in a downturn,
if that's going to lose politicians their job, they're never going to do it.
Yeah, but I think it would gain them their jobs because they'd be increasing employment. I mean, this is the whole reason why we have Keynesianism. Because the people are like, oh, they're employing me. I don't care if they're spending money.
And do you think your average voter has a good gauge of the economy?
I think they know if they're being employed. I think they know if the government's employing their family or friends.
Right. And if
I think they know if they're telling them they don't have to pay back their student debt.
So in boom times, is everybody going to get laid off?
In boom times, people will be being hired by the private sector. I think the government can step back. Yeah.
So functionally, they're going to lose their jobs.
Well, no, if they're... Look, I think the private sector, all the things that I'm talking about doing, I think the private sector can do, the government can just finance it. So they could basically pay private contractors to build roads or, whatever they do. When they build the government isn't building a jet, they're paying Lockheed Martin to build a jet, right? So it already is a kind of work for hire situation. It's not people are getting laid off. I mean, if you're talking about DMVs, yeah, maybe. But the private sector would probably do a better job with the DMV anyway. I'm talking about the government's ability to finance these things. That's where we need to readjust our thinking.
I mean, doesn't the government do that? I mean, the Federal Reserve technically isn't part of the government, but when there's a lot of money slashing around the economy, they raise interest rates.
Yes.
And when there's not, they cut interest rates, right?
Yes, but that's there's two different sources of money in the money supply. There's loans, there's government spending and lending. Loans always get paid back, but the raising interest rates is to stifle people taking out loans. Right now, I think there's $32 trillion in loans that are set to be repaid back.
Mm-hmm.
And there's, I think, a $32 trillion deficit. I think the loans are higher. I think it's like 35 trillion. So there's these two pools of money that are floating around. So it's like about 70 million or 70 billion or 70 trillion rather. 70 trillion in assets floating around. But raising interest rates, whether or not it stops people from taking out loans, that's debatable. But it also at the same time increases government spending because obviously we have to pay interest when the interest rates go up. So a lot of MMT economists think that they think it is stimulative and not slowing the economy down.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right.
Is that it? Are we done with the boring MMT talk?
Sure. We'll discuss it later. How about that?
Okay.
PC for $20. Thank you for the 10th ever super chat, even though I'm pretty sure you're giving more PC. I don't understand how these work. It says government should fund projects where risk and benefit to society is high, but government will have non-financial criteria, DEI, and people can't opt out other than migrating. Maybe they could scale up DARPA, which has some track record. There you go.
Yeah, I do think the government should just offer prizes for certain things. Like they should have $100 billion prize for like a time machine. Like they should just have certain things that they're like, flying car, $10 billion.
John McCain propose that for the electric car?
Maybe.
I thought he did. I thought that was one of his campaign pitches.
It seems like the perfect solution. So you're not paying the government to build a time machine. You're just saying, look, if you're in the private sector and you build a time machine, here's how you get a cool trillion.
Sweet. Let's do it.
Okay, there you go. PC for $2 says YouTube is gaslighting me. True. Cyborg for $20 says deflation only affects spending so much. If a family is expecting a baby, they will not hold off on buying a house. Also, you're assuming people are rational. They're not. they'll do rational things. Listen, I understand these arguments, guys. So go explain to me. As I said, I have to go. You guys can do it, or I'll do it. Everyone should do it. Go look into Japan and see what the fuck the problems were with deflation before everyone's making these arguments. Because I'm assuming you could go look at this stuff. It has historical examples, and there's a reason that people are generally against deflation. That's not just pulled out of the ether. So,
yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know monies. Okay. My
It's very
Jewish racial
easy.
bonus only goes so far.
It's very easy to say, you know, a lot of people will hold off on purchases. In aggregate, you'll get lower demand. And you can think of an example where someone is forced to buy some product or service. They're having a baby, right? They need a baby. Look, that doesn't address the thing. Yeah. It doesn't address the idea that in aggregate, people are like saying, look, I'm not going to have a baby this year. I'm going to hold off because I can buy a house next year when it's less expensive.
Right. Sodoge for $5 says the DOD has failed an audit 6 years in a row. Please show me a private business doing the same. Then explain why government centrally planned would get funded.
Is
the DOD a good example of that? Because don't we kind of just like when it comes to defense, don't we just kind of like go like whatever, you know?
Yeah,
I'm not really worried about defense making a profit. I mean, I'm sure there are other government agencies. I agree with you, but I don't know if DOD is a good one to point to.
And I would worry if they lost an aircraft carrier. I don't know. What is the audit? Suddenly an aircraft carrier went missing. You'd be like, what?
Well, they lose a lot of money, right? There's like a lot of, there's like billions of dollars that are unaccounted for, which obviously is like fucking awful. I don't disagree with that. But then again, unless it's, quote, it disappeared and it went to some secret shit. So who knows? Let's see. Swimmy64, thanks so much for joining the free Wool Seekers. Landscape Quarter for 10 months says MMT should be used to help people divorce the spending conversation from the taxation conversation. Also, I'm almost to 1,000 subs. Happy 2024, everyone. There you go. Well, congratulations, Blaine. And I do agree.
And I agree with divorcing taxation and spending.
Yes. Cosmonaut for $5 says, random question for all of you. Did FDR end the Great Depression or make it worse? We already answered that. I said he saved all of the world. And then Steve said that FDR doomed the world. So
you can split if you're getting tired, Steve. I know you've worked a long day.
Yeah. I'll probably dip out at 8. I'm looking at a Harvard Business Review thing that I read earlier for a different video.
Give me an argument on deflation.
It's about consumer psychology.
Okay. Bernuski for $20 says, glad to see one of my favorite YouTubers is part of the Bills Mafia. S-Class is like the Dallas Cowboys of YouTube. A-Team is like the New York Jets.
Is that good, Steve?
Wait, run that by me again.
Glad to see someone of my favorite YouTubers is part of the Bills Mafia. S-Class is like the Dallas Cowboys of YouTube, and A-Team is like the New York Jets.
Sounds about right.
New York Jets, is that bad? Is that good?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's terrible.
I figured. They're making fun of me, aren't they?
This is from the Harvard Business Review.
Wait. Dallas Cowboys is known for having hot cheerleaders. So hot cheerleaders. I'm fine with the S-Class, being the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm looking up the New York Jets cheerleaders right now.
Okay. This is from the Harvard Business Review. I cited this for another video, actually, something unrelated, but I think it's relevant. First, when consumers saw that the price today was lower than it had been in the past, they were more likely to buy now because the current price seemed like a good deal. Similarly, when consumers saw the price was higher than it had been in the past, they were less likely to buy now because the current price seemed like a bad deal. For example, all else being equal, if a consumer sees a product that is priced at $100 was $200 last week, they're more likely to buy now, since the current price is much more appealing than the previous price. Conversely, if they see that the same product was $50 last week, they're likely to hold off on purchasing, since the current price is less appealing than the previous price. So if people go, according to this, the experiments they ran, if people see the price is low, lower than it had been previously, they're more likely to buy now.
Yeah, but that's because they live in an inflationary environment and they assume that this is a dip and that it will eventually go up again. If they lived in a deflationary environment where prices were always going down, they'd have a completely different psychology.
Okay, you appreciate that inflation is not across the board the same for everything, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So what do you mean deflationary environment and inflationary environment? We see both at the same time.
Well, aren't we talking about deflationary for the money itself, not for a specific good or service?
Well, deflationary means that more money chases or the value of the dollar is higher.
Right. So we're talking about overall deflation for everything. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about in the conversation.
But. Yeah, but
yeah,
we have inflation now, right? We have inflation now.
Yeah.
But there are still things that are lowered in prices.
Of course.
Right.
Okay.
Now we have net inflation.
Right.
Is that what you mean? You mean inflationary environment is when we have net inflation?
Sure.
Because I don't know. This whole idea of we live in an inflationary environment. I'm trying to get what you mean by that.
Right now we live in an inflationary environment more than ever. Like, we're experiencing inflation. We're talking about inflation. Everybody's seeing prices go up at the grocery store. Do you think people who buy certain products, let's say coffee, do you think people are stocking up on coffee because they think, oh, look, coffee just went up $1. It's probably could go up another $1. Why don't I just stock up as much as I can stock up on?
So you think that our current inflationary environment has been good for consumption?
Yes, I think it basically creates a feedback loop where inflation creates more aggregate demand, and that aggregate demand stokes inflation. That's a reality. Yes.
Okay.
But deflation does the opposite. Deflation makes people, instead of going, oh, these prices are going up, I should stock up. I should clear out this whole potato chip aisle because potato chips are going up. They go, oh my God, everything's getting cheaper. Look, I'll buy the bare minimum now and I'll wait and I'll buy more later since everything's going down in price. So sales tank, and people get laid off.
Okay.
That's a theory. That it seems logically sound to me. I don't understand this. People, it's so hard for people to imagine that people take the inflationary, deflationary environment into consideration when they make purchases.
I don't know.
Remember when used cars were super expensive because they for some reason they ran out of used cars, so used cars went up. You don't think people held off on making purchases?
A lot of people probably did. My point is,
came out
because used cars are getting, or the prices are high, that doesn't necessarily affect their purchases of other things.
Yeah.
So this idea of an all-encompassing inflationary environment is a canard.
But
that's the environment we live in.
I think the psychology, the average person in America, you ask them, you say, you think $1 is going to be worth more or less 5 years from now?
They'll say
say it's going to be worth less, right?
Yeah.
And so we're saying if there's a deflationary environment where everyone thinks it's the opposite,
they're going to say, look, I'm going to save my $1 and buy something 5 years from now when I get something good.
And when I got here, I brought up the fact that there's a huge negativity bias with the economy, like that an absurd number of Americans thought we were in a recession, despite the fact that. So you think people are actively gauging their purchases based on actual economic data?
The economic data that's in front of them at the grocery store.
Yeah, I think it's a vibe that they get.
Look, they go to the grocery store and they look, you see it all over the place. People are like, look, I bought these groceries a week ago and it was $50 and now it's $75.
Right.
It's impossible to deny.
Mm-hmm.
They think, oh shit, I better buy more groceries. They're going to be 100 next week. Get them now while they're cheap.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, if there's a hurricane and
everyone
they
buys up the
desperately need
water.
bottled water or something like that.
Yeah. There's a
Okay,
pandemic.
also-
They're like, buy all the toilet paper.
Yeah. Also,
Do you
I was reading into Japan and what their
Oh,
deflation
no.
was, and it wasn't just consumers. What they were saying, yeah, consumers were not buying stuff, which obviously limits sales. But it's also businesses are less inclined to expand and more inclined to just buy government debt and sit on it.
Interesting.
So I think there's a lot of across the board effects.
Okay. I'd have to look into Japan.
Yeah, I mean that'd be good to see what exactly was going on there, because that's always that's always the example the economists point to see if there's a flaw in it or if it makes sense. But anyway,
True.
and yes, I'm the Dallas Cowboys. Cameraman 502 for $5 says the debt drags the economy because cost of service. The debt drags the economy because cost of servicing that debt grows. If you print to zero out the balance, the dollars don't disappear.
Is
you can't
stimulus spending stimulative?
Wait. You literally cannot print to zero out the debt. That's not possible under our system. Because in our system, when the government prints money, it creates debt as part of the process of printing money. So that's an impossible scenario under our current system.
Right. You have to tax the money back.
Right. Or you
Now,
have to change
where
the
does
law that says you can print money without creating a debt.
Where
So
does
you're
the tax
against
money
minting the
come
$1 trillion
from?
coin?
I'm in favor of minting the $1 trillion coin.
Well, no, the $1 trillion coin would have created debt, would it not? It wouldn't have been a debt-free $1 trillion coin.
Not necessarily.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting.
But how do people react if the government prints a $1 trillion coin and just says, "Oh, we got $1 trillion"?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue what will happen. I don't know if I'm in favor of that.
In order to pay off the debt, you have to take all the money back from everyone's savings account, right? That's where the debt is right now.
Yes.
You pay them back for the bonds that they own.
Yes.
Yes.
Cyborg for $5 says, my point isn't that the deflation isn't bad, but Adam makes it out to be worse than inflation. They're two sides of the same coin. I'm just saying my understanding is that it is worse than inflation. And that's why that's why all modern governments aim for like 2% inflation as opposed to aiming for 2% deflation.
In general, neoclassical economics does not like deflation.
Yes.
But
No.
I
Steven,
think I think the fear over deflation is overhyped.
Maybe it is.
You think, Stephen, that the COVID stimulus was stimulative, right? We're giving people money to go out and buy products and services.
No, I think it really caused inflation.
But did it stimulate the economy?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. Even though it caused inflation, it did stimulate economic activity.
Sure.
The paying high interest payments on the debt, which is exactly what we did when we started raising interest rates, right? We're $32 trillion in debt. All those exist as government treasuries. Those treasuries are different. They go out different lengths of time, so they continue to roll over. But as we're paying these huge interest payments, that's stimulative, right?
In a sense.
Yeah,
it's
we're
more
dumping
money in the economy, right?
Yeah. So that's why the MMT people all last year were saying there's no way we're going to be in a recession, because they're looking at the Treasury balance sheet and they're like, we're doing $65 billion in interest payments every week. That's stimulative.
I guess. Interesting. I've never heard that perspective.
Well, that's why they were all betting we were not going to have a recession. They call it UBI for rich people, because people have money. They're the ones getting those payments.
You don't have to be rich to buy government bonds, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, a lot of companies buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The whole idea behind the mortgage-backed securities and stuff like that is these different corporations going around looking for a safe investment vehicle, because there's not enough treasury bonds to invest in. So they're creating this mortgage-backed security, which is like a treasury bond, something that they can invest in, because they have all this money in their corporate coffers. They're like, look, it's got to be earning interest, right? Mm-hmm. We're in an inflationary environment. Anyway,
sure.
I guess let's wrap up, right?
Yeah, well, I'm trying, but you guys keep arguing about, or you keep arguing about economics.
It's
stuff.
fun, Sitch.
B Mitch for $10. Thank you. And the 5th ever super chat says, we need to get Sitch jacked so he can box Hassan. I'm tired of Hassan acting like a big tough guy when he is the biggest intellectual and physical coward alive. A-team eats creatine. There you go.
I hope creatine is good. Sounds like it might not be.
So, no, it's creatine powder. That's like the powder that like weightlifters eat.
Yeah.
Like they put in everything.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I used to take a lot of creatine back in the day.
Did it help you build muscle?
It puts water in your muscles. It does other things, but but it really helps with recovery and everything. It makes your muscles like way bigger.
Oh, awesome.
Sweet.
I should get in on that. So he's not doing it currently, but it's on YouTube. I'll have to check it out. Maybe we'll cover it. Apparently, Hassan interviewed someone claiming to be a Houthi pirate. So,
no way.
We'll
no
see
way.
How that fucking went. Yeah.
The one thing about creatine, Sitch, is if you take it and then you go out drinking, your entire body aches because your entire body's dehydrated.
Really?
Yeah, because your muscles
Mhm.
are used to having a lot of water in them.
How long do you have to be off of it for that to go away?
Not that long.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't drink that much, so it's not a big deal. But
yeah.
Mr. 6 for 50. Kazarkazark says the reason why modern economic policy favors inflation is that it's hard to predict, and you'd create forced unemployment if you undershot it.
Yeah,
there you
that's true. People are terrified of deflation. Not many people. It's weird that everyone goes around talking about how deflation is great when it's usually what terrifies economists.
JMac, our surrogate father. Thank you so much, Daddy JMac, for being 21 months outside the simulation. Oh my God. Says, I'll be your weightlifting coach, Sitch, but you'll have to get the boxing coaching from someone else. Listen, JMac, I'm going to take you up on that, okay? I want to get ripped.
I'll teach you how to box.
You should do it.
I don't care about boxing. I just want to get big. Listen,
everyone should get ripped.
Okay? I want to get ripped. For my face reveal, I got to be jacked, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Equishitox for $10 says, so Adam judges NFL teams based on their cheerleading squads. Love it. Also, is Sitch implying he's the hot cheerleader work wife of the show? Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm implying that all the bitches come to S-Class, baby. That's what I'm saying.
That's awesome.
All them hot bitches. Adam can get the New York Jets. I don't know what the fuck goes on there.
We did a recorded video the other day, and I made Sitch turn his camera on. He actually turned his camera on for me. It was great.
There you go.
We got to hang out.
True. It's true. I mooned Adam.
Edward Senior. Steven, you haven't seen the Sitch face, have you?
No.
It's a complete mystery to you.
That's
I just
true.
assume he looks like his profile.
Have you seen that movie
is
Mask?
Yeah. Is Sitch just like deformed underneath the or behind?
No,
the
he means like Jim Carrey mask.
Oh,
yeah, very green in real life. And yes, I'm deformed horribly. Edward Senior for $5 says, what difference in inflation if the government raised gas tax by $1 versus the gas company raising prices by $1? Would be the same, wouldn't it? For the consumer, yeah.
The difference is the gas company just can't do that because their competitors aren't going to do that.
There you go. Well, you could say if the government, you could theoretically vote them out of office if you wanted to. But California obviously has their own fucky-wucky shit.
If the government can control gas prices to keep gas prices low for everyone, should they do that, Steve?
If like price controls?
Yeah.
No, price controls are ill-advised.
Why so?
Do you remember you were old enough to see gas lines?
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. How do you think that came about?
Because we had no supply.
But
I was thinking
price
more
controls.
Set by...
No, the gas lines was because of the
OPEC.
embargo.
OPEC did their thing, and then in response to that, Nixon implemented price controls. That's why you got gas lines.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know.
Okay.
Look, I'm not in favor of price controls. I think obviously in order to control prices without lines, you'd have to have like basically an infinite supply or near infinite supply. So someday we're getting there.
Maybe.
Electro for $5. Oh, so I think okay, this is interesting. So Electro got another $5, like 5 anniversary thing for his super chat. So now I'm
Right.
thinking maybe it's for each denomination. It counts separately.
What?
What are
'Cause
electro dollars?
No, Electro, the super chatter,
Oh,
gave us
okay, I misheard you.
$20. No. Electro, the super chatter, gave us $20, and it said it was his 5th ever super chat. You know, like the little 5 thing. But then he just gave us another $5, and it says it's his 5th ever super chat.
Huh.
So
On the
either
same
it's fucked
live
up-
stream?
Yeah, just now. So maybe it counts each denomination differently. So it's like the
it's his
fifth
fifth. It's his fifth $5 super
No
chat.
way.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
That's
Oh
that's the only
my-
thing I could think of. Why would else
Huh.
would we get it twice? Doesn't make any sense.
Ridiculous.
Or did you use a different payment source, Lyle, for the second one than you did the first one? I don't know. He said that's the first $5 I ever did. I don't know. Who knows?
Look at Ostracy coming in with the $1 super chat.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ostracy, for the $1. Electro for $5 says, I know one thing that Adam would have a problem with DBZA, and it's a joke around Balma's dad, since that's what they believe who conservatives are.
What does that
Well,
mean?
Balma's dad is like, well, he's not really conservative. Balma's dad's like ultra libertarian. But there's not like a lot of political jokes in DBZA. I don't think they have a problem with that.
Yeah, I
Ostracy
like
says,
those kind of characters.
Ostracy says, I've never done a $1 chat before. Oh, well, there you go. So you didn't get a little reward for that. So
Oh, there we go.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason for these things.
I think it's just random.
Maybe it's just like a YouTube just fucking with us. Okay, let's see. So I read these all out of order.
How long have you been on, Steven? I think it's like 3 hours, right? Came in
Yeah,
early.
something like that.
Good for him.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah,
Thanks for
having me.
arguing with us about economics.
No problem. We'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, I got
You can go read up on Japan and make a video about it.
I'll come a little more prepared.
Okay.
Steven has read Dictator's Handbook and Why Nations Fail and Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind.
Yep.
He's read them all.
There you go. Well, there's some more super chats, but you can take off if you want, Steve.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed soon. Thank you for having me. Thank you, chat, for putting up with me. Sitch, I'll DM you about coming on my channel.
Nice.
And then I'll have you both on at some point down the line.
Be
If
great.
you don't mind.
Let's
There
do
you
it.
go.
All right.
Let's have an
Thanks for coming.
MMT debate. It'll be fun.
For sure.
No, it won't.
Happy
Can
Tuesday.
Blunty Fly come with me?
Of course.
Thank you.
Oh God.
All right. You guys take care.
Take care. Later. Okay. Dialogue always for $10. Thank you, Dialogue always. Give it the real Dialogue always, not the fake one.
Look, Steven can't figure out how to close the thing. We're gonna see him
Get out of here, Steve.
Watch, we're gonna see him masturbating soon.
Oh God. You're gonna pull whatever that CNN guy was.
I hate Zoom. Oh my God.
We're gonna pull a tube in here.
Okay, maximize the window, and then there's a big red leave button at the bottom right.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't find it.
Where's the
It's
window?
hilarious.
Oh, if you minimize it, yeah, it can get lost sometimes. It's very small. You're like, where the fuck does Zoom go?
Oh, there it is. Okay. See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Dialogue always for $10. The actual dialogue always says, "Hey, left to finish some work, rolled back to catch up, found I sent a super chat." There you go. Look, thanks for the next one. Color blindness is nonsense. LOL. Now to play Mass Effect, Jack Best Romance. There you go. I've actually, much to my, I hate to admit this, lose my nerd cred. I've never played Mass Effect. So there you go.
Look at this. Dialogue always is such a good sport. Look at that.
That's true. He is.
We're sitting here talking smack. He gives us $10 and tells
I
us
know.
color
He's a good
blindness
guy.
sucks. Fuck off, you guys.
I know. I like it. Malik for $5 says, "How y'all feel about rent control? I don't like the idea of the government telling me what I can charge for rent on my property, but rent is high as fucking California." I don't think I mean, I don't like it. I don't like rent control. I don't believe you're in favor of rent control either.
I'm not in favor of rent control. I'm in favor of building more houses.
Yeah, I think the way the government should try to get rent down is to incentivize more construction of houses. Now, obviously, that's not going to work everywhere because like there's some place like New York City, I think, where it's just everything's stacked on top of each other. But I don't know what the solution to that is. But I'm not in favor of rent control generally. Hayden Dill for 18 months says, I'm secretly a 50-month member. Don't trust the number above since YouTube lies, obviously. There you go. A-Team loves tentacle action and S-Class loves the classics. True.
Cool.
Soldos for $2 says, Adam, easy way to remove guests on Zoom is Alt F4.
Okay.
There you go.
What's that do?
Yeah. The Wooster for $5 says, Coach Red Pill was always a deep state op, and this was his official send-off. Very convenient way to disappear after disrupting internet politics for years. There you go. I like it. Sulla for $2 says, what are your thoughts on Babylon 5? I've never seen it, so I have no thoughts on it.
Babylon 5 sounds horrible.
Yes. It's a sci-fi show. Read that one. Read those. Lucy Lemonbug, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, despite being a dirty sticker.
Sooner or later, you're gonna have to let that go, Sitch. You realize?
Never.
So
Lucy enjoys being the queen of stickers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's like her thing.
Her mantra.
Yeah, that's her shtick. Is to be a shtick.
Chopsticks.
Yeah.
Wonder if she can play chopsticks on the piano.
There you go. I can, unfortunately. That song sucks. Cap Rashman, thank you so much for the 18 months. Says, I've noticed you guys aren't awarding free will in exchange for dollars. What happened? I can fire up the old Youngling sweatshop if your supply is low. So we still do give out free will in exchange for money. It's like goes without saying now, right? Just like, and you just expect it to happen. So
it's part of the Sitch and Adam economy.
Right.
Yeah. It's automatic.
It's automatic, right?
Automatically credited free will for each.
There you go. Just check your free will accounts and you'll see.
Yeah.
Octracy for $2 says, never let it go, Sitch, Emperor of Knife and Fork. True.
Wow.
True. I even have my official degenerate fork that Sammy got me engraved with the Sitch face. So never letting it go. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, why does nobody give Teddy Roosevelt any love? Dude was a real life cowboy that fought for parks and hated corporate fat cats.
Yeah.
I think everyone loves
the
Teddy.
Trust Buster.
Yeah. I usually hear nothing but support for Teddy. Usually I hear lots of love for Teddy. So
yeah,
I'm not familiar with
the
people not giving
Roosevelt.
him love. Kana X122 for 9 months says, I say again, Joy, do something about the dead rat glued to your head before you judge anybody else.
True.
There you go.
Stop gluing dead rats.
Oh,
to your
Joy
head.
Reid. Joy Reid. Oh, I see. Yeah, her hair style was not. I wasn't a fan of that hairstyle.
You didn't like it?
No, the blonde, like it's like a weird version of like, remember in the 90s when everyone had like the blonde tips?
Right.
It's kind of like that, but like more extreme.
I think it's cool actually, but
okay.
I like that look.
That's your artist.
Dark skin and light hair. Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that. Her specific style looked bad today.
Right.
So
I mean, she's pretty hot. Joy Reid is.
Joking, right?
It's just like
just dead silence. Okay.
Sitch immediately thought like, what? Am
disagree.
I missing something here?
Disagree. Go He Mag for 17
months. You don't
months.
find Joy Reid attractive, Sitch?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't. No, sorry. Go He Mag for 17 months says the reason the algorithm doesn't pick you up is because you do multiple types of content on one channel. Maybe.
That's fuck the algorithm.
Maybe.
Look, we're rebels here. Oh
That's
my God.
true. That's true. Caleb the Cynic, thanks so much, Caleb, for the 5 get the memberships. Thank you. Cameraman
Yes.
502 for $5 says, no offense, Adam. I think he's talking about the fourth turning, but that sounds like a bunch of dialectical materialist gobbledygook, which I believe was Steve's point too. So
Dialectical materialism, huh? I gotta look that up. What's that mean?
Look it up. It means commie shit is what it means. That's a fancy way of saying commie shit.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Dialectical materialism, the Marxist theory, adopted as the official philosophy of Soviet communists.
There you go.
That political and historical events result from the conflict of social forces and are interpretable as a series of contradictions and their resolutions. Well, yeah, I guess it is kind of similar to that, but I mean, isn't kind of cultural evolution this same kind of theory, same kind of thing?
No.
Yeah, culture changes over time. How does it not?
But dialectical materialism is more about everything being from a materialist perspective, I believe, as opposed to, ideological.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
The conflict is believed to be caused by material needs.
Right.
Which
has an impact, but I don't think it's 100. I don't think you could ever say it's 100% of the picture.
In fourth turning, it's more, I think he would say the conflict is more spiritual needs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. True. That's a good point. Yeah. But then you can make the argument that the spiritual needs are created by the material condition. So it's like a kind of a feeds in on itself.
Can be. Yeah. Oh, sporks? No way, Stug. You delete that. Terrible.
Doug for $2 says spork supremacy. Wow, look at that.
Orca for $2 says, no, Adam, not Joy Reid. That's why I did it. Look, I did it to shock you. Okay. I like triggering people.
You're pulling a Trump.
I knew it. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, what can I say? That's right up to, spoiling the blood of America.
There you go. Nolan Game for 3 months says, A team go Bills. There you go.
Nice.
Stuck for $2 says no.
He's not going to delete the spork supremacy.
There you go.
Damn it.
Sporks
and it's
are
in the video now.
Listen, sporks are pretty bad, Stug. Who likes sporks?
Nobody.
That's like the worst utensil ever. Yeah, come on. Really? Sporks?
Make a useless spoon and a useless fork.
Orca for $2 says, get those likes up for Wormy. That's right. Smash that like button. There you go. Asha C for $10 says, Adam, every time you find yourself saying, quote, Republicans think, stop, because you do not know and you're incapable.
It's true.
There you go.
Who knows what Republicans think? Republicans think? Come on.
That's true. We all know Republicans don't think. That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point.
Thinking. Good one.
There you go.
Good one.
Good one, Asha C.
All they do is complain about the debt. They don't think.
Autism Creature for 10 months says, remember, it's not authoritarian of you if you agree with it. True. Andrew Haskins for 12 months says, the majority of counties in California are red. It's just the major population centers that vote blue and screw up the whole state. Fight for Fornia. There you go. Salundre for 2 months says, congratulations, Adam, for swindling money from S-Class. And thank you, Sitch, for putting the class in S-Class is a best class.
It wasn't a swindle. Are you kidding me?
He swindled me, everybody.
Look at this. Vile Van Gogh's coming for us here.
What do you say?
He says, okay, Destiny.
Wow. Got him.
Look, we don't invite conservatives on so we can own them. Come on.
That's true.
That's a low blow.
The real Joe Biden for 14 months says, Pakman in the first frame pause looks like a thinner thought slime. Oof. What an insult. Cyborg for $5 says, Pakman's tone just always comes off as the quote, I'm better than you and I know it. Permanent member of Globo Gym. Yeah,
I
Pakman,
agree.
Pakman has a lot of smug energy around him in the way, the vibe he kind
Yes.
of gives off. That's true.
Pretentious, creating an air of often undeserved importance or distinction. I think
True.
that describes him perfectly.
Sodo for 17 months says, Adam, between Ferenren, Dungeon Meshi, Plus Size Elf, and Otaku Elf all releasing now, 2024 is the year of the elf. You can't escape the knife ears.
Terrible.
I guess these are all the
What has
various
happened?
These are all the various elf themed animes that are coming out this year. I didn't know there was this many. That is unusual.
This is just the gayification of our society, Sitch.
Oh, so anime is gay. It turns out who was it that said that?
Well, it's the penis ears that's the problem. It's not the anime. Anime is fine.
Was it Matt Walsh? Someone was making some argument that anime like makes everyone gay or something. I don't remember who it was.
Academic Agent always makes that argument.
Probably. Yeah.
Quackers.
Good old quackers. Jackorama for 17 months says, we know the numbers now, guys. It's like 68 likes and they start streaming. There you go. We don't start streaming until we get to 69, baby.
That's exactly right. Look, we're at 300 likes right now.
That's true.
Which is sad and pathetic considering we have 800 live viewers.
I know.
Oh, we're almost 400 likes. 382.
Well, we had more earlier. We had 1,400 at one point. Shame, guys.
That's true. Yeah, look at that.
Soda for $2 says, thank God they're late again. All is in balance. That's right. It was weird that we were early last time. Confused everybody.
We did it to just trip you guys up.
That's true.
Keep you on your toes.
Goro Sarah for 21 months. Thank you, Goro. Says, if the trade-off for being on time is tiny bite-sized streams, I'd rather wait 20 minutes. Ooh, interesting.
Wow. Is this a tiny bite-sized stream?
It might be.
Mean,
5 hours is tiny bite-size, right?
We're trying to make you guys miss us. I feel like you guys are ODing on us.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
That's true. I've heard that.
PC for 16 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you, PC. Says, let's see that comically large check being handed to Adam live on stream.
I feel kind of bad. I mean, I'd like to rub it in a lot more, but I feel like Sitch, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch has this thing where I think he cries on his pillow when he's wrong. I think it really
I was like, I want to rub it in more, but I'm not going to by rubbing it in more and more insulting way.
I have this image in my head of Sitch just weeping.
That's
not
true,
about look, Sitch doesn't care about the money.
It's about being wrong, right?
He cares about being wrong.
There you go. That's true.
That's what he really cares about. It's true.
It's not going to be that exciting because I'm probably not going to actually pay Adam $500. I'm probably just going to add $500 the next time I pay.
Yeah, exactly. We're just going to work it out in the numbers. There's not going to be any not going to be any comically large check, although that would be good.
That would be
yeah. So let's be nice to Sitch. Sitch has suffered a grave injustice here.
That's true. That's true.
He believes for the first time he's ever been wrong.
Right. Ostracy for $2 says, nice burn, Adam. Nice. There you go. That was
the Republicans.
Yes. Sodos for $2 says, sent Sitch an easy Sunday topic, very spicy. What did you send me? Oh yeah, I said that. Hassan talked to the Yemenis pirates, so I'll go watch that, see what how that went. So,
that could be fun.
Could be fun. Stug for $5 says, I want more sporks and I want them made of the cheapest plastic you can find. There you go.
Can they make them out of that biodegradable plastic?
Right.
Stuff that melts in the dishwasher?
Mm-hmm. They can. No, they had to put the ones that had the forever chemicals that like go into your bloodstream when you use them.
Oh, yeah.
Electro for $5. Oh, look. This one didn't get any anniversary notice, Electro. Says, I hear I get celebration for the 5th super chat, so here you go. Well, there you go. Confirming that we don't understand how it works.
Look, I hearted it anyway. We'll celebrate without you two.
That's true. Thank you, Electro. We always appreciate it. Nicholas Van Neal for 20 Aussies. Thank you. Says, speaking of government and building houses here in Victoria, permits are being held up for up to 18 months.
Ridiculous.
By Aboriginal approval groups, which were installed by the government, is going to impact the government's building target. Go figure. That sounds retarded. Wow.
That is politics getting in the way of the free market, which I am not in favor of. So,
right. Nigel TRC 72 for £5 says, have you guys seen Hassan interviewing an actual Houthi terrorist on Twitch? No, I haven't. Well, I mean, he was doing it while we were just streaming, so I haven't watched it yet. I saw that he did it, and I will be curious to watch it as soon as the stream ends. Maybe
He's
we'll cover
call
it.
him a freedom fighter. I can't.
We'll see.
Literal propagandist. I guess
Right.
he's proud of that, though.
He is. He is. Yeah. Lives in Dev's wall specifically for $5 says forks are needlessly decadent. Spoon and a multi-purpose dagger is all you need. Return to tradition. There you go. Orca for $2 says, no, Adam, not Joy Reid. Sad face. True.
Yeah. Great.
Joy Reid is not. It's a bad take, Adam. It's a bad take.
She's not horrible, though. I mean, not like you would die.
Speak for yourself.
Okay.
Anyways.
Oh, nice. Look at this.
That's it. There you go. That's Adam driving away.
That's me. I'm out of here.
There you go.
That was actually Blunty Fly taking.
That was Blunty Fly taking off. There you go. I like that. Yeah, there you go.
You want, let's see here. Let me turn my noise suppression off and I'll see if I can.
Give us some harmonics.
See if I can have some fun here.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Steve Michael Davis, for coming on. Everyone check out his channel. It's great. Steve Michael Davis, aka Scuba Steve. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true heroes. You are the true individuals who would never, ever, ever interview a terrorist on Twitch and YouTube and suck up to them because you're a good person and you have standards and you have morals and you are based. You are the true people who are the kings, the emperors of enlightenment. WT1A1A for $2 says, how did the bridge DEI go for research? That's a good question. Anyways, we'll see you all next time. Take care.
Bye-bye.